Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Charleston, South Carolina. This is a brand new experience for me. We have a packed room in Charleston that you can't see. Everybody clap and yell and scream. See? And then because we're social distancing, we have people downstairs who are going to clap and scream. They're not clapping and screaming. This technology, if it works, and the most important man in the room is Jordan. Jordan is the IT expert, so he is helping us take care of this. We have a lot of things to cover today, the 7 steps to selling success. I want to thank Ed and Chris for inviting me to Charleston, and thank Paul for hosting here. It's a fantastic market with a great looking building and a great looking team, and I wish you could see it on camera, but I'll have to just visually bring it to you. This is radio, right? So what do we need visuals for?
Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules, and they have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. About the only thing you can't do is ignore them, because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius. Because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do.
Those of us in radio and media sales are crazy. Raise your hand if you're crazy. We all think we're crazy, and I'm counting on those of you watching on the stream to raise your hand and do the things we're talking about in the room here, because I can see you. Jordan has made it possible so that I can see each and every one of you through your camera in your computer. Right, Jordan? Yes, we're all good. So before we get started, I just want to share with you some details. If you need a bathroom break, obviously I can't see you, but if you need a bathroom break, take it. This is adult education. You don't need to raise your hand to leave the room. And if you get a call, I know how precious it is to get callbacks from clients these days. If you get a phone call, you have 2 options. Number 1, put it on speakerphone so we can all evaluate how you do on the call. Or number 2, just step out of the room and take care of business and then come back. You were all sent a PDF this morning called a workbook, so I hope you have that printed out and with you. There are going to be some blanks to fill out. The first one is at the top of the page. Adults learn best and retain more when they are involved in the process. So I do have a live studio audience, and the live studio audience is going to be very involved in the process, and I appreciate that. And those of you at home or wherever you're watching from, you'll play along as well. And we have an active chat box right now. Let's see. Manchester is here. Andrew, good morning. Jordan, good morning. Kelly is here. We have lots of people. If you have any problems, email Paul O'Malley, P. O'Malley at charlestonrg.com, P. O'Malley, charlestonrg.com. Well, you got an email from Paul this morning, so you just have to hit reply, and we'll take care of any technical problems. So if we do have any technical problems, we'd like to know about it right away, but let's get started. There are 4 stages to learning a new skill, and I don't care whether it's riding a bike, flying an airplane, or whatever it is you're trying to learn, there are 4 stages of learning a new skill. And many of you are in different levels of these learning phases right now in your career. We have somebody in the room that's been here 6 weeks. We have, how long have you been here?
Almost a year.
Almost a year?
4 weeks.
4 weeks, oh.
9 days.
9 days, okay. So here's what the first stage is. We call it unconscious incompetence. And don't get offended by the term incompetence. It just means that you don't know what you don't know, and you have no idea what you're doing. So that's unconscious incompetence. We call that the ignorance is bliss phase. Then about 3 months into it, you move into the second phase, which is called conscious incompetence. This is the Oh Schmidt moment, where you think, oh my God, what have I gotten into? I came into this business because I wanted concert tickets and go to promotions and events, and there's a business plan in place, and I have to know what I'm doing. And you figure out that you don't know what you're doing. And for the managers on the call today, this is the phase where we lose a lot of salespeople, because it becomes overwhelming to them. And this is the time when they need your arm around you, not in a COVID world, but they need your support, they need your encouragement, and your job is to build their belief in themselves and belief in the business. Because when they figure out that they don't know something, they need help. And everybody goes through this phase, and I don't care what you're trying to learn, you all go through, you know what you don't know, and that's the conscious incompetence. Well, then about 6 months to a year is when you move into conscious competence. You know what you know, and you're just doing it. And you're doing it well. And this is when you become proficient at your job, you get better and better, you continue to learn, you continue to explore new options and new things, but you know what you know, and you're doing it, and you're doing a good job. And then somewhere around the 5-year mark, you go to the fourth phase, which is you forget what you know and you just do it based on instinct. We call that unconscious competence. You're so good you don't even have to think about it. You're just rocking along, and you're calling clients, and you're putting deals together and putting strategies together, and that's when things are good. And then what happens oftentimes is companies will make you the manager because the top seller is always a great manager, right? They make you the manager, and you have people who have forgotten what they know trying to teach people who don't know what they don't know, and it just causes this clash. This was a group exercise we're not going to do because we don't have visuals and enough people, but here's what we're going to cover today. In addition to our faces, to be socially distant and to be very sensitive to the situation we're dealing with, we have a lot to cover, and we have a short time to do it. So get your pajamas ready. We're going to be here till about Saturday at noon, I think. But actually, I've jammed about 3 days worth of a seminar into one day, because I want you to come away with this with so much information that you have the opportunity to review it and go forward and be better at what you do. We're going to talk about consultant style selling, why that's different, prospecting, appointments, research, client needs analysis, elements of a proposal, presentation skills, objections and closing, effective schedules, effective creative, and we're going to have some fun at the end with personality styles. Well, hopefully we'll have fun all along the way. So when you told your family or friends you were going into radio, you probably got some mixed reactions. I'm going to go work for a media company. So now this is where the participation from the room comes in. When I say the word salesperson, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Someone that hassles you.
Hassles you? Pushy?
Cheesy.
Cheesy. So these types of things might come to mind. Pushy, aggressive, slimy, selfish. Wait a minute, you're all in sales. and not a positive word came out. And so even those of us in the business have a difficult time wrapping ourselves around the positivity at sales. How about in sales, we're on the front lines of economic prosperity and growth in our marketplace. We are the ones that put buyers and sellers together. And if the buyers and sellers are together, the community grows, businesses thrive, and we're responsible for that. We are the communicators that help our clients meet new prospects. So one of the things that we obviously have to do is shift our own beliefs about sales and our own perceptions about sales. But there's a reason we all have such a negative perception of sales. It's A, we grew up with it. B, we still experience it today in 2020, which is shocking to me. I've been in this business for more years than I care to remember, and we've always talked about improving the professionalism of sales, but yet still today, on July 16th, 2020, sellers in the room have a negative impression of the business of sales. So we have to fix that. And let's see if we can do that today. All right, this is an exercise that I want you to do. It's a timed exercise. It's in your workbook. It's on page 3. It's called the numbers game. Don't look at it yet. Let me explain the rules of the numbers game. You're going to see numbers on the screen and on your workbook. And what I want you to do is I'm going to give you 60 seconds and I want you to circle as many numbers as you can. But here's the catch, you have to do it sequentially. So you start with number 1, which is in the top left, and I want you to circle as many numbers as you can in 60 seconds. Go. "50 seconds. 40 seconds. 30 seconds. 20, 19, 18, shut up, I'm looking at numbers, 18, 17, 16, you're really throwing me off. 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, stop. Who got to 82? Where did you get? Caitlin?
I got to 18.
18?
20.
Ginger?
I got to 22.
22. All right. In the chat box, tell us where you got. What number did you get to? We have a little bit of a delay here too, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Like how long is it? 30 seconds or so? Okay, so put your numbers in the chat group. So typically what happens on the first go-around is you get between 18 and 25. I've had somebody get as high as 40, but that was unusual. So now, why are we doing this? What's the purpose of this? Flip to page 3, and you'll see the numbers game again, but I'm going to give you a little bit of training on this one. And this will demonstrate to you the impact of training. Okay, Andrew had 20. Is that the Andrew McNeil from the NAB's Media Sales Academy? There's a young McNeil that, okay, 17, Alex, 20, okay, you're all about the same then, 20, 17, 22. Thank you for participating. So now we flip to page 2. Here's the impact of training, and this gets you from unconscious competence to, or unconscious incompetence to conscious competence. Now on page 2, I want you to take your pen and draw a line across the page, separate from 1351 all the way across, and then draw another line from the top to the bottom between 17 and 22 and go all the way down. Okay? So now what I want to demonstrate for you is that number 1 is in the top left quadrant. Number 2 is in the top right. Number 3 is in the bottom left. Number 4 is in the bottom right. So there's a pattern actually to the numbers. So now I'm going to give you another 60 seconds and see how many you can get with a little bit of training. Ready? Go. "50 seconds. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and put those pens down. Everything working down here? Good. All right. Now, how many did you get this time? Ginger?
24.
24. Caleb?
39.
39. Megan? I'm sorry, Megan or Nikki?
Megan.
Megan, sorry.
22.
Okay, 22. All right. So what happened? Many of you dramatically improved your performance. Text in on the chat screen how many you were able to get to on your second go round. What I'd like you to do for those of you in the room, and if you're in a, I know some of you are in a conference room or in a sales pit environment. Wow, Bergman got 40, Andrew 42. Wow, impressive. So what happens usually is people double or and sometimes triple their performance. But why is that? Why do you think that is?
Because you figured out the pattern.
Because you know the pattern, right? And that's the thing about sales, is that when you're new and you get into it, all you see are numbers on the page. Paul?
I'd also say focus.
Focus.
It's easy to focus when you have a plan.
Okay? You know the pattern and you're focused, and that's why your performance improves. So just amongst yourself here in this room, and if you're with somebody, just talk about it. If you're not with somebody, think about it. But what are the implications on your career? Why would we play this game? What's the point? Go ahead and take a minute to talk about it.
Have a plan.
And a plan.
So you know where you go.
Mhm.
You know what to do. And you feel
And
more
it's-
at ease.
Especially
Okay.
for me, I'm completely new in sales and radio, so Paul has implemented a plan in place, and that makes me focus on the steps too.
Okay?
Hasn't worked yet, but we're working on it.
So having a plan in place, knowing the roadmap, basically. The thing I know about sales in my years of experience is that sales is a repeatable process. There is a recipe. And if you follow the recipe, you will have success more often than not. There's no guarantee. There's never a guarantee that you'll be successful at anything. But the fact that you're here and in this great company means you've already made it. Now you just have to make it for yourself and go that next step. So sales is a repeatable process, and once you know the process and you know the steps, then all you have to do is simply repeat them. And I say simply, but it's not that simple. It's easy, but it's not that simple. And then this happens, right? I mean, we've got this repeatable process going along, and the world, March 15-ish, just shuts down. The headlines, the lockdowns, coronavirus lockdowns, face mask shortage, COVID-19. So here's what happens. The new people in sales, Caitlin, the new people in sales go, oh my God, how am I going to survive with this COVID thing? And the veteran performers are like, oh my God, I've forgotten what I know. How am I going to survive? So it's the one time as a team, no matter what level of the learning experience you're in, we're all in the same boat. I'm not going to use the cliche, we're all in this together, but we really are. Whether you're consciously competent or unconsciously incompetent, you have the same experience. And so I'm so thrilled that Ed and Chris and Paul has invited everybody to this call, because what happens is we have to go back to the basics to get back on track. So for the new folks, you're starting with the basics. But for you senior sellers, you veteran sellers who are absolutely phenomenal at what you do, this day is a reminder to some of the things that got you to where you are today. I'm probably not going to teach you anything brand new. What I am going to do is share with you some information that you've probably forgotten about. And maybe I have a different spin on it, and that'll help you get even better. But whether you're brand new or whether you're a senior seller, this is a perfect day for you to focus. Oh, hi, Chris. Chris is on the call. Just love seeing these names that I recognize. So whether you're a senior seller or a new seller, this is important, because there are 3 required skills to make it in this business. And those are empathy, expertise, and problem-solving skills. empathy, expertise, and problem-solving skills. There are 4 types of sellers. There's the commercial visitor. The commercial visitor is the person that just is on a route. They go to the same clients, they go to the same places every week. I had some good, first of all, before I get into this, I should tell you that there's no judgment when I talk about these different types of sellers, because I had very, very successful commercial visitors working for me in my markets. And they are very proficient at going out and seeing the same clients and maybe some new prospects along the way and picking up their $500 a month order. And I'm convinced that half the time they got the order just because the people liked them. It had nothing to do with the value that the company was bringing to them. They just liked Al or they liked Jim, and they said, hey, yeah, we'll do business with you. So the commercial visitor's on a route salesman. Quick story, the Kraft Cheese Company. Everybody knows who Kraft is. Back in the 1800s, they were delivered by horse and buggy. And so the horses and the buggy were the most important. The driver or the salesperson on the buggy was insignificant. He was the one who was selling the milk and selling the cheese, but the horse knew the route. So if the horse died, that was a big problem. So they were more worried, and that's a commercial visitor. A horse can be a commercial visitor, or just that relationship, and it's that true relationship. The product peddler is the second phase, and the product peddler is, am I following? You guys have to keep me in check here to make sure. Oh yeah, okay, we're good. The product peddler is, have you ever seen QVC or one of those shopping shows on television? I can't understand and believe how they can take the most inane, insignificant product and within 20 minutes make me think I have to have it. That's a product peddler. They know everything about their product. They know their morning drive AQH. They know what the morning talent, they know what the morning talent is doing. They know everything about the product. And they go out and they talk with such passion and excitement about the product that the clients can't help but get infected by that and want to do business with them. And that's level 2. Level 3 is the consultant seller. This is the phase that was introduced about 1985-ish. And this, by the way, is ubiquitous to sales, not just media sales. But the consultant seller is what we call the problem solver. They go in and they identify the needs of a client, and then they come up with solutions using their product to satisfy those needs. So they are a consultant of sorts, the problem solver. And then there's the 4th level of selling, and that is the sustaining resource. We call this person the problem preventer. The sustaining resource is often viewed as an unpaid member of the client's staff. You're invited to the Christmas party, you're invited to the board meetings, you're invited to upper management executive meetings to give your valuable input because you have positioned yourself as such an incredible resource that they need you in that situation. In my experience as a sustaining resource with some clients, I actually helped them develop their compensation system. I helped car dealers look at a customer relationship management. I had one car dealer that I actually negotiated his deal with his boss for him every year because he was a terrible negotiator. Couldn't write a letter to save his life, so every time he needed a letter written, he'd call me and say, "Can you write a letter?" Of course I can. So I was a sustaining resource. And the thing about sustaining resource is the things you do for your clients oftentimes have nothing to do with radio or marketing. They are things that are drawing on your business acumen and business expertise. So in your packet, you see this 4 levels of selling. And what I'd like you to do is take a look at the 4 levels, but I guess I missed a couple of things. So before we get to that, back on page 4, let me just help you fill out the blanks. Consultant style selling is different from traditional selling. It's not about you, it's about the client. You're centered on solving prospect problems and needs. It positions you as the expert. And Don Beveridge is the originator of this 4 levels of selling. And he says that I will not ask for your business unless I can come up with a plan for improving it. I will not ask for your business unless I can come up with a plan for improving it. And I'm going to hold the Phil Fisher quote because I have a great picture of Phil Fisher and I want to share that with you in just a couple of minutes so you'll go back to that. But right now I want you to take 3 or 4 minutes at home, at the office, with your partners here in the room. Look at the chart of the 4 levels of selling. You'll see that it's divided across the top, level 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then on the left-hand side, the kinds of activities you're involved in, bless you, the kinds of activities you're involved in, the objective of the call, the level of trust you have, the approach, the focus. I want you to look at that chart and self-analyze. Tell me where you think you fall on that chart. We'll give you about 60 seconds to do that. Jordan, should we be playing music when we give them their 60 seconds? Or should we that just muck it up a bit?
Don't get too cute.
Don't get too cute? All right. We won't get cute. It's weird hearing myself on
I
it.
know,
Is it 30 seconds delay?
It's a little more than that.
Okay.
It's pretty bad though.
Okay.
But if he says a bad word, we can cut it. Cut it. Don't say a bad word.
I don't say bad words.
Stick it on there, delay button.
Yep. Think of a particular client in mind, couple of clients. Think of your top 5 clients, your top 10 clients. Caitlin, think of how you want to be as a seller, since you're probably not, don't have a huge client list right now.
We used to watch the Don Beverage tapes when I was CSS.
I love that. Sweated profusely. Customer focus, customer focus. All right, let's talk about the chart. Let's talk about where you think you see yourself on the chart. Caitlin?
Well, what I want to be is the consultant seller,
Okay.
the problem solver.
Okay, Ginger?
I'm between a consultative seller and a sustaining resource.
Okay. I keep forgetting her name. Megan. Megan. Megan, where do you see yourself?
More of the sustaining resource based on the trust and, relationships.
Okay. Well, I think the aspiration is we all want to be level 3 and 4 sellers. And I don't know you, I've never been out on the streets with you. And I think that we all have a very positive view of ourselves. I know I did as a salesperson. The real key is, where do your clients see you on this chart? There's a square at the bottom, there are a couple of lines at the bottom that say, what are a couple of things, what are 3 things you could do with this chart beyond leaving it in the drawer where all workbooks from prior seminars go to die and never be seen again? But talk amongst yourselves here, what are 3 things, 3 ideas you could come up with for using this chart beyond today?
Just one thing,
Is fine.
So I
Okay,
would
so-
like
Go ahead.
focus areas to improve on,
Okay.
and then use as a roadmap to develop your game plan
Okay.
for
Okay.
by account.
Perfect. Caitlin? Anything to add to that?
This would be something for me I would want to tack onto my desk and refer back to, of just keeping that in mind.
So
Solving problems.
a visual reminder on your desk. Megan?
For me, it'd be like the things that I don't want to continue doing, in these first couple of categories where, like Paul was saying, you can want to be the sustaining resource and maybe you are achieving that with certain clients, but we all can kind of revert back to, hey, just stopping by, seeing what's going on, checking in, anything kind of like that, memorized, pitch, things like that. So winging it, I want to be more prepared.
Well, it's so awesome that you're transparent enough to recognize that you can fall back into those other behaviors, because we all can. And again, I said there's no judgment. I had very successful commercial visitors. I had a very successful product peddler. We called him Bill 24-Hour Grid 5 Rogan. And that's because we had a grid card system, and he always sold at the end, the lowest part of the system, but he knew the products inside and out. So I think we can all agree that the goal is to get to consultant seller and sustaining resource. But here's the shocking reality. If you were to ask your clients where you are on that, that's the important part. And some of the ideas that I've heard, and when I ask for ideas, please actively use the chat box as you think about these things, and I can refer to the chat box as well as we go throughout the day, because there's a lot of times when I'm going to be asking questions and discussions. Remember, adults learn best when they're involved in the process, and so you're going to be involved in this process all throughout the day. A couple of the ideas that I've heard sellers tell me in previous sessions is they'd like to take this to their client on their annual review meeting and say, I was in this seminar, I don't remember the guy's name, but he had this cool chart, and he says that this is the way sales process works. I'd like you to look at this chart with me and evaluate where you think our relationship is. Because it really doesn't matter what we think, does it? It's what our clients perceive us to be. We can aspire to be level 4, but our clients may hold us back. Another seller, a really gutsy one, probably like Caitlin, said, I'm going to take it on my new prospect calls and say, there are 4 levels of selling skills. Which level do you want our relationship to be? And let the client tell you where they want to go. So here's harsh reality. 90% of sellers today, 9 out of 10, operate in the product peddler and commercial visitor world. 9 out of 10. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. And it's the default. It's what we grew up with. It's why sales has a bad name. But product peddler and commercial visitor is where 90% of sellers reside today. And I don't know if that holds true in Saga. Saga is a fantastic company, and I would bet that you're at a higher level than anybody else. But 90% of sellers are in the commercial visitor and product peddler mode. And what we encourage you to do is have level 3 and 4 moments. When you're about to go on a meeting, look at the chart like Caitlin's going to put it on her wall. Look at the chart and say, what can I do to make this a level 3 meeting instead of a level 2 meeting? And so constantly refer back to this and constantly try to revise your approach so that you can have level 3 and 4 moments. Let's look specifically at what makes each of these categories. The product peddler starts with an open, does a pitch, deals with objections, a close, deals with objections, a close, deals with objections, a close. There's a lot of objections handling with a product peddler. Why? Because they've spent no time talking about strategy, building belief and value. All they're doing is pitching product. So the commercial visitor, the product peddler is the QVC guy. The 50% of sellers are in the product peddler category right now. 50%. They're very good. They're experts on media, and they know media inside and out, and they go out and pitch those products. The package of the month is great for them. Without a package, they're lost. Without a sales package that's been created by the manager, they're lost because they don't strategically think outside the box and put those things together. So 50%, keep running total of the math, 50% of sellers are product peddlers, 40% of sellers are commercial visitors. The commercial visitor is the, hey, I like you, you like me, buy from me, and I can get you concert tickets. That's the commercial visitor. 40% of sellers are in the commercial visitor world, and those are seen as people that might tell a little white lie every once in a while just to get the deal done, right? Hey, we got a new customer loyalty program, buy this and you'll go on a cruise at the end of the year. That's the commercial visitor. And again, 50% in the product peddler, 40% in the commercial visitor. What are we up to? 90%. So 10% of sellers today operate consistently as consultant sellers and sustaining resource. Specifically, 8% of sellers are consultant sellers. They're problem solvers. And 2% of sellers are problem preventers or the sustaining resource. Now, there's a caveat to this, and I want to share this with you. It's not all in your control. The client will oftentimes determine what level they'll let you operate at, which is why I say there's no judgment, which is why I say the aspiration is to get to level 4, but sometimes you're never going to get there with certain clients. There are clients that call me to buy training today, and I'm operating in product peddler mode. You know, I'm in the National Speakers Association, and we'll get calls and say, we've got this big event coming up, and we need 90 minutes on prospecting, can you do it? And I'll say, well, tell me about the audience and tell me about, no. Look, I'm evaluating 15 speakers today. Send me your video and your price. Do you want to play or not? Well, what am I going to do? You got to play. So if the client forces you in product peddler, be the best product peddler there is. If the client forces you into commercial visitor, be the best commercial visitor you can be. But there's the Don Beveridge quote again. I won't ask for your business without coming up with a plan for improving it. And what I like about that, and Don was, again, one of the early influencers of my career, what I like about that is where it focuses your attention. It focuses you on level 3 skills. You're not going to ask for business unless you can improve it. You know, you got to feel good about what you do every day, right? And at the beginning of this session, we give you a chance to give input on what sales means to you. What does it mean, salesperson? And all of those negative things came out of everybody's mouth, including mine. But you don't want to go to a job where you're seen as slimy, pushy, aggressive, hostile, liar. You know, it's no fun to be that way. So by using this, I will not ask for your business unless I can first come up with a plan for improving it. And I used to use that in prospect calls. I used to use that in letters. Now in email signatures, I'll have that. It just sets the tone. Now, I mentioned Phil Fisher. Phil Fisher was one of my early influencers. He was one of the original founders of a company called the Midwest Family Broadcasting, based in Madison, Wisconsin. And Phil was, he was a great guy. And I say was because Phil just passed on July 6th. And he's in the Wisconsin Broadcasters Hall of Fame. And the word that I hear most often when people are describing Phil is unique, interesting. I didn't hear loving, warm, charming, and that's nothing against Phil. Here's what I mean by that. When you would go into Phil Fisher's office, if he were alive today and you would say, Phil, COVID is just killing me. I can't get anybody to meet with me. I can't get my billing back on track. Phil would look at you and he would say, Schmidt, that's your problem. But then he'd follow it up with a question and say, what's their problem? See, our problem is our billing is down. Our problem is we're not hitting goals. Our problem is our commission checks aren't the way they used to be. Our problem is we look at our billing and our inventory and we think, oh my gosh, you can drive a truck through it. That's our problem. That's not our client's problem. So what Phil Fisher taught me is to focus exclusively on the customer, because your customers have problems. They have real problems, real business problems. Your customers had to close their doors for 30, 60, 90, some are still closed today. Imagine if you had to go out of business for 90 days and you didn't have a savings account built up. You didn't have any backup plan or any plan B. And let's face it, most people don't. And nobody would have predicted COVID-19. If you would have asked me a year ago what's going to happen in 2020, there's nothing on the radar that would indicate we're going to have to shut businesses down from March to June, and we're all going to have to stay at home, and we're going to have to do training virtually, and we're going to have to try to meet with clients on Zoom meetings. Nobody would have predicted this, so nobody was prepared for it, none of us. But your clients want partnerships. They want help. They want somebody to come alongside them and guide them through this. And that's where you can be that sustaining resource and that consultant seller. So you can go back and be the product peddler, and the classic example of that is the used car salesperson, right? This is where the bad name of sales comes from. He's even got the grill. But you can be the used car salesman, you can be the product peddler, or you can make a decision today. Do you want to be a salesperson, or do you want to be a business person who happens to sell? And again, it's about focus. Do you want to be a salesperson, or do you want to be a business person that happens to sell? Now, based on all of the responses, when I asked you to name the first thing that comes to your mind when I said salesperson, I would hope that it's a no-brainer. You all want to be business people that happen to sell. Because nobody wants that moniker. You know, we've gone through these transitions of titles. When I first started in the business, my business card said sales consultant, sales consultant. And then about 5 years in, I changed it to marketing consultant. And then we go with all these flashy names. We don't change a whole lot, but we change the title. Well, I'm a strategist. I'm a business strategist. That's what I like to call myself. I'm a business strategist. I help your business grow. I help your business explore new opportunities. And yeah, I happen to sell media as a way of doing that. But the world we live in today as media sellers, particularly in a company the size of Saga, is you have a lot more than AM, FM radio to sell. When I started, I had an AM station and an FM station. And we had 18 units an hour on the AM and 12 units an hour on the FM. That's all we had to sell. Nothing else. Yeah, we could do the occasional event, but we had AM, FM. Today, you can sell anything. Back in the day, I had to partner with the TV station to get video done. I had to partner with the newspaper or the direct mail company, and we did these strategic partnerships on behalf of the client to give them a media mix. Now you are the media mix. And I hope that those of you new to this business recognize how wonderful that is. You know, some of you in this business are coming into it right now. You don't even know what it means to not ever have a cell phone in your life. I was one of the very first people in the country, because I'm a tech geek, which is why I get along so well with Jordan, but I was one of the very first people in the country to have a cell phone in my car. It was a Motorola 800. You had to have it hardwired into the phone and drilled in, and it was that long, and it cost, are you ready for this? 40 cents a minute to make a call. That was 1986, 40 cents a minute to make a call. Now we all have NASA computers in our pockets and purses called smartphones, right? All right, so remember we talked a minute ago about patterns and the numbers game. Well, here's where that comes to fruition. At the RAB, we teach the 7 steps to selling success. And the 7 steps to selling success are nothing magical. It's prospecting, it's appointment getting, it's research, customer needs analysis, proposal, presentation, and close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So Caitlin, there's your roadmap. That's how you have to start the sales process. What happens sometimes is we go right to presentation and proposal, and we skip the other steps, and you're destined to fail. Can you be a product peddler and be in presentation mode all the time and skip the other 6 steps? Of course you can. But expect a closing ratio of about 5%. Expect to have to talk to about 500 people a month to get, a few to buy to get to your numbers. So there's a smarter way to do it. So it's prospecting, it's appointments, it's research, it's client needs analysis, proposal, presentation, close. And we're going to talk about closing. Are you a little overwhelmed by that? It can feel overwhelming to have those 7 steps in front of you and to be looking at those 7 steps and think, oh my gosh, that's a lot of work. It is a lot of work, but it's the right work. When I was in college, I tried to make chocolate chip cookies for the first time. My mom was a great cook and baker, and I tried to make chocolate chip cookies, and they make it so easy. On the back of the Toll House package, there's the recipe and how to do it, right? Well, I didn't do that. I just threw everything together in the bowl and forgot the baking. Is it baking soda or baking powder? Does it matter? All I have is boom. And I threw it all together in the bowl, put them in the oven, and those of you who are bakers know what happened. It came out as little rocks, right? I didn't follow the order and sequence of the ingredients. And if you follow the order and sequence of the ingredients, you can get those wonderful cookies that are crispy on the outside and gooey on the inside with the chocolate. Can you tell I didn't have breakfast, Jordan? So anyway, by following the recipe, prospect, appointments, research, customer needs analysis, proposal, and presentation, you better your odds at having success. And we all want to have success, don't we? So there's 3 secrets of success in sales. We talked about the 3 skills. What were they? Anybody remember? I know we're going fast and throwing a lot of stuff at you. Empathy, expertise, and problem-solving skills are the skills required to sales, and there's 3 secrets for success. Number 1 is you have to know what you know. You have to know what you're doing, right? You can't be incompetent. You have to know what you're doing. Now, you're not going to get there right away, but you eventually have to know what you know. And then second phase is you have to know what you know. And that speaks to what? What's the word there? Knowing what you know means you are confident and conscious of your skills and ability. So step 1 is You've got to know what you're doing. Step 2 is you got to know that you know, which breeds that confidence. And new sellers like Caitlin have no clue what that means and don't have that confidence. And that's why Paul is alongside you to help build the belief first in yourself and then in the products and services that you offer. And then number 3 is you have to be known for what you know. This is where that sustaining resource, we call them referrals. This is where people talk about you in the market. Do you have a person that you count on to do your hair, Ginger?
Yeah.
Do you have a person that you count on to style your eyes, your glasses, help you pick out your eyewear? Do you have a go-to for your clothing? A go-to person? See, we all have a go-to person, somebody who is known for what they know. If you're going to do a landscape project, what do? You talk to your neighbors. Who does good landscaping? So here's the harsh question for you, is in your marketplace, in Charleston, in Southern Illinois, in Michigan, if I were to go ask the clients, who's the best marketing expert around, would they mention your name? That's when you know you've made it to being a sustaining resource. Because here's the thing about the third secret of success, being known for what you know. When you're known for what you know, people come to you for help and advice and not your lowest price. That even alliterates well. When you're known for what you know, people come to you for help and advice and not your lowest price. So when you're putting strategies together and you're having client interactions, if you're constantly getting beat up on price, that should be a little internal signal coming back to July 16th, 2020. Ooh, I better get back to that chart that guy shared with us, because for some reason they don't see me as a sustaining resource, as a consultant. I need to be known for what I know, because they're trying to nail me on price. You know, when you know what you're doing, give you an example in the medical world. Who's been to a doctor recently? And I know it's privacy, so I won't ask, but who's been to a doctor in the last year? We all have, hopefully, for an annual physical or something. When you go to the doctor and the doctor says, you have this diagnosis and this is the treatment, how many of you say, hold on, doc, how much is that going to cost? And then when they say, well, it'll be $40,000, let's just use cancer, because, or let's use cancer because it affects everybody, sadly. Well, cancer treatments, it's going to be $500,000. How many of you would look at the doctor and say, can you do it for $250,000? I really can't afford $5,000. Could you do it for $250,000? Why don't we negotiate with our medical professionals?
We automatically know they're experts.
We automatically know that they know what they're talking about, and we trust them. That's the key word. We trust their input. Now, with the cost of medical procedures these days, maybe we should. But I do get a little leery when the laser surgeons came out and started advertising, buy one eye, we'll get the second eye free. I'm not sure I want to go to the discount provider when he's going to put a laser in my eye, right? But we trust them so much that we don't question them on price. So if you're getting questioned on price, again, no judgment. If you're getting questioned on price, you should recognize that maybe there's an issue that you need to address on your trust factor. Maybe they don't see you as that sustaining resource. Peter Drucker is called the father of modern management. And Peter Drucker was, I don't know if you've read any of his books. I'll recommend books throughout the day because I read like all the time. I've got a Kindle with me at all times, and I'm always reading and listening to audiobooks because that's how we get better. You have to expose yourself to new information. And I don't just stay on business books because I am a tech geek and a business geek, but I try to expand that and read other things that are going on in the world too. I don't read fiction because there's enough fiction going on Facebook. I see enough fiction on Facebook. I don't need fiction novels. But I do read things that are outside my circle of influence. I'll read things about being a lawyer. I'll read things about being a race car driver. I'm reading a great book right now. I forget her name, but she's written the book, The New Jim Crow, which is a book on racism and where racism got its roots and where, why we're dealing with what we're dealing with today. It's given me a whole new appreciation for what's going on. And if you don't continually expand your mind, you're going to be like one of those Facebook people that either loves or hates, and it's just, so reading is really good. And Peter Drucker said the customer rarely buys what the business thinks it's selling. Top performers in every industry sell concepts, and that's why they're top performers. So help me out. What are we, where are we at here? Okay, we're on page page 6. Okay, so the customer rarely buys what the business thinks it's selling. What does that mean? What do you think you're selling? Caitlin, what are you going to start selling?
Well, it's gonna be radio. Yeah,
Radio. Okay. Megan, what do you sell?
I mean, radio, digital,
Okay.
be a concept or a solution.
Ginger, what do you sell?
The opportunity for the business that I'm working with to have success and grow their
Okay, not fair. You have experience. No, I'm just kidding. That's fantastic. The customer rarely buys what the business thinks it's selling. We think we're selling marketing. We think we're selling advertising. And in truth, we are. But that's not what clients are buying. Your clients, Caitlin, are going to buy a better brand identity. They're going to buy more store traffic. They're going to buy a new employee that because the current engineer just left and they need to bring in a new employee. They're going to buy those things. Clients don't buy products, they buy solutions. Thank you, Alex. That's exactly correct. That's exactly what Peter Drucker is saying. So you sell marketing solutions, that's not what the clients are buying. Clients don't buy marketing. I can tell you right now, there's not a single business owner in Charlotte or Charleston, South Carolina, or Charlotte, North Carolina, or Ottumwa, Iowa, or Oshkosh, Wisconsin that woke up this morning, their alarm went off at 6:30 and they said, wow, I need to buy me some 30s, 60s morning drive and sports. It's not reality. That's not what they're buying. They're buying solutions to their problems. So let's talk about some concepts. Since Peter Drucker introduced the topic of concepts, before we walk through the rest of the 7 steps, let's talk about some of the concepts. And coincidentally, I have, I think, 7 concepts to share with you. Yes, okay. Lori is giving a gotcha on that. Good. Number 1, take control of your own attitude. Take control of your own attitude. Anybody see the movie Backdraft? It's an older one, I admit, but it's a movie about firefighters. And it's got Kurt Russell, and his younger brother is on the right. And they grew up in a firefighting family, and the younger brother went away and did his prodigal son thing, you know, drinking, smoking, drugs, whatever, and you know, did all those things, and then came back to the family business of being a firefighter. And Kurt Russell met with him on a boat and said, what are you doing? Why are you here? And he said, well, I want to learn to be a firefighter. And he said, you have to understand something in firefighting. You can't have a bad day in firefighting. If you have a bad day, people die. Well, the good news is I've never heard of anybody dying selling marketing. Now, that doesn't mean there hasn't been car crashes, but nobody gets killed because they sold marketing that didn't work, right? So we can have bad days. But this shocking statistic is real. 75% of Americans consider every third day to be a bad day. Every third day to be a bad day. And here's what I mean by that. You get a flat tire on your way to work. Some of you had some trouble this morning, right? What happened to you, Caitlin?
I left my lights on my car and had to.
Left your lights on and the battery was dead, so you had to get a jump start. So is this a bad day for you?
I'm pretty optimistic.
Pretty optimistic, you're over it. Jordan, you had a flat tire today, right? Ginger, what happened to you?
Yeah, I was good.
Oh, you were good? Megan, anything happened to you?
Crazy kids.
Crazy kids? Okay, so we all have things. We all have stuff. Schmidt happens, right? It happens. And those things happen in our day, and for most Americans, they let it ruin their whole day. Caitlin, you could have called Paul and said, look, my car won't start. I'm not coming in. I can't get the service people. They won't come because of COVID. It's a nightmare. So I want to give you a bonus word that can change your life. And I don't think that this is on the sheet here. Yeah, it's not. That's why I called it a bonus word. There's a word that I want you to use anytime you have difficulty. The last time I was in Charleston, South Carolina, it was coming into the airport. And I got to the airport and I had rented a car, so I went to the rental car counter. And the young lady behind the counter, there was a long line at the rental car counter. And all these people were getting disgruntled. If you travel a lot, you run into a lot of disgruntled people, right? People just get mad and angry, and usually, sadly, they take it out on who? The person least likely to be able to be responsible for the problem or the solution. The gate agent, the maintenance supervisor, whatever. I had a flight delay coming here yesterday, and the plane was delayed by an hour. And I thought, oh my God, I'm going to miss my connection in Minneapolis. I'm not going to get to the Saga engagement. I'm freaking out. But then I remembered my bonus word. And when I was in the rental car counter in Charleston, I got up to the counter and I could see she was just frazzled. She was sweating a little bit and and I looked at her and I smiled and I said, how's your day going? She said, oh honey, if you only knew. And I said, I hear all of these people treating you so poorly. I said, I'm here to pick up my car. She said, well, as you probably heard, we don't have any cars right now. We ran out. And any Seinfeld fans? Ever see Seinfeld? Okay. So instantly I went back to the Seinfeld episode, and apparently the video won't play here, but the audio will. I went back to this and I literally role-played this with her. I asked her, have you ever seen Seinfeld? She said, yes, I have. And so I role-played this with her. Did you take it?
I don't understand. I made a reservation.
Oh, what's going on?
Yes. I don't understand. I made a reservation. Do you have my reservation?
Yes, we do. Unfortunately, we ran out of cars.
But the reservation keeps the car here. That's why you have the reservation.
I know why we have reservations.
I don't think you do. If you did, I'd have a car. See, you know how to take the reservation, you just don't know how to hold the reservation. And that's really the most important part of the reservation, the holding. Anybody can just take them.
Little routine with her, and it actually started the people behind us laughing a little bit and chuckling a little bit. And it was a Hertz rental counter, and she said, they didn't have any cars, and they were waiting for Avis to bring some over so that they could cover their overflow. And after I did this with her, she leaned into me and she said, honey, I've got a couple of premium cars in the back. I'm just going to upgrade you. Don't let anybody know. Here's the keys. Go get it.
Awesome.
And so by treating her with respect, with dignity, with empathy, with understanding, and by treating her like a human being rather than somebody that was the cause of the worst day in my life, it wasn't even close to the worst day in my life. So I was able to turn that situation around, not only for me, but for her. And what was it based on? It was based on attitude. So the magic word I want you to think about, so the next time something happens to you, my wife and I do this all the time. When anything bad happens, I don't care how bad it is. So yesterday, when my flight is delayed, I went up to the gate agent and she said, well, the flight's delayed. We don't know what's going on. And I said, that's inconvenient. That's the word. Inconvenient. Anytime something bad happens to you, just say that's inconvenient, because what that does is it neutralizes all the negativity. Oh my God, this is the worst day of my life. I'll never get to Saga. I'll never get to do this. I'll never get a car. I'll never get to my tire's flat. My car won't start. It's the worst day ever. I can't. Just say, that's inconvenient. And first of all, it probably should make you chuckle, because you'll remember this day. Don't remember the guy, but remember his words. That's inconvenient. Try that next time something bad happens to you or something unfortunate happens to you. And even, I'm going to go so far as to say even medical issues, even really big problems, that's inconvenient. Because if you think about it in the span of your life, you're going to live, what, 80, 85 years, maybe more, maybe less. But in the span of your life, one single day, one event on one single day cannot ruin your life. It can impact your life, and some can impact far more than others. But just use the word inconvenient the next time something happens. See, there are 3 vibes that you have to take into client engagements. And I hope you're experiencing these vibes from me this morning. But the three vibes are, I'm happy to be here, I know what I'm talking about, and I love what I'm doing. Can you feel that from me this morning? Does it feel like I'm happy to be here? Does it feel like I know what I'm talking about? And does it look like I love what I'm doing? And that's exhibited by your personality. It's exhibited by the way you carry yourself. If I come in and say, hi, I'm here to help you, it's all attitude. Attitude. Concept number 2, know what your customers want. And it's not what you think. We are privy at the RAB to lots and lots of research, and we like to share that with you. And at some point in the future, regardless of the market you're in, I'd like you to write down 800-232-3131. 800-232-3131. Market managers and sales managers listening, I encourage you every 6 months to ask Brooke Williams or Dolores Nolan to conduct a member benefits webinar for you. They're absolutely free. They take 30 to 40 minutes, and they will run through everything that's available on the RAB website or at the RAB that can help you do what you do better. Our primary focus is to help you sell more and be more successful. And so member benefits webinars are critical every 6 months because we change things so much. Imagine if you did a member benefits webinar in January. It's now July. I can tell you that our whole focus of business has been on COVID relief, how to do this. We've gone from webinars once a month to webinars twice a week. We've gone from charging for our webinars to making them free to members. I mean, we've completely rethought our business plan, as I'm sure many of you have. In a COVID world, you relook at how you're doing things and look for efficiencies. So know what your customer wants. And one of those pieces of research is On Brand Magazine in March this year published the CMO's top 3 metrics. In the marketing world, they call them KPIs, key performance initiatives. I had to remember that and learn that a few times because I wasn't in that world. I didn't go to Harvard or Stanford. I didn't know well, our KPIs are. Why don't you just tell me what your focus is? But KPIs, key performance initiatives, used to determine marketing success. Key word there, marketing success. How many of you want to be successful in your marketing strategies? We all do, right? Well, let's know how they're judging us. They want new customer acquisition, social media engagement, qualitative feedback from customers. So they want engagement. They want to reach, they want targeting, and they want engagement. Those are the 3 things they're looking. And so if that's the case, doesn't it make sense to build our sales arguments and our sales strategies around those key performance initiatives? Now, they may be different in your local market with your local clients, but I bet they're all looking for new customers. I bet they're looking for some sort of engagement. Some of them have social media strategies, some of them don't. All right, concept number 3, your customers are abnormal people. Anybody laugh at that? Your customers are abnormal people. I know my customers are abnormal people, and I'm fumbling over here to find my wallet. Your customers are abnormal people, and here's what I mean by that. How many of you have kids? Anybody have kids? Okay. You drive down the road listening to the radio, and the commercials come on. What do the kids want to do? They want to flip the station, right? Go to another station. What do we want to do as salespeople? Hold on. Turn that up. Turn that. Oh, they're advertising. We are abnormal consumers of media. You have to know that. Your clients are abnormal consumers of media, particularly if they're investing in it. You're sitting in front of the TV watching prime time with your spouse, partner, or friend, and a commercial comes on, and the friend wants to get up and go get popcorn or turn the channel, and you go, wait. That idiot told me they didn't have any budget. And they're on television. So Phil Robbins was one of my first general managers that I worked for, and he used to do this little trick called the $20 trick. So he would go in, and this was back in the 80s. So he would go into a client with the morning newspaper. And car dealers are notorious for this. And he would put the newspaper down and he would say, find your ad. Do you know where your ad was? And the car dealer would say, yeah, it's on page 3, sports section, bottom right. And he was right. There it is, the Toyota Toyotathon is on, the RAV4 for $179 a month. And Phil would show them that ad, they would talk about that ad, and they would think about that ad, and then Phil would pull out the $20 bill. And you can't see me on camera, but I do have a $20 bill here for anybody in the room that can tell me who is having a Black Friday sale. Nobody? I've never had to give up this 20. It's so fun. But on that same page, on the left-hand side, was the Leicester Public Library doing a Black Friday sale. Now, you didn't recognize that because I drew your attention to the Toyota ad because you're the Toyota dealer. We look at the ads. You know what normal people do when they read a newspaper? What do they read? The articles. Yeah, they read the articles. They don't pay attention oftentimes to the ads unless something happens and they need something. So I've never had to give up the 20. Phil never had to give up the 20. And that's because nobody ever pays attention to what else is on the page. And I would have even given extra credit if you could tell me the new doctor's name at the orthopedic and spine physical therapy place. But we don't consume media that way. And so our customers don't consume media that way. They're abnormal people. They ignore the ads, Greg says, and he's absolutely right. Customers ignore the ads unless they are relevant to them. And if your battery is dead and you see an auto parts store with a battery ad, ooh, you might pay attention to that. Your subconscious will pick up on it because you have a need for a new battery. Concept number 4, the rules of advertising. It's kind of important to know the rules if you're going to sell it, right? Rule number 1 of advertising is people do not buy products and services. What? People do not buy products and services. This is going to hurt. I want you to think of the last 5 ads you wrote. How many of those ads focused on product or service? Chances are 90% of them did. But people don't buy products and services. So what do they buy? If they don't buy products and services, what do they buy? They buy what the product or service does for them. They buy what the product or service does for them. Caitlin didn't want to buy a battery. She needed to get to work. So a battery was the way to get there. People buy what the product or service does for them. Kind of important to know if you're writing ads, right? You have to write it from the customer's perspective. Remember, it was Peter Drucker who said, the customer rarely buys what the business thinks it's selling. We think we're selling advertising, but that's not what they're buying. They're buying what advertising does for them. So we need to focus our attention on what advertising does for them. And here's the harsh, really harsh reality, and I hope Ed's not watching right now. People do not respond to ads. Shocking, isn't it? We all make our livings selling some form of advertising, and people don't respond to ads. Wow, that hurts. What do they respond to? Solutions to their problems. People respond to needs, not to ads. People respond to needs, not to ads. Caitlin was a perfect example today. Your car wouldn't start. What did you do?
I had jumper cables.
Oh, you had jumper cables. Okay, if you were out on the road, what would you have done?
Googled.
You would have Googled a business that could help you get your car started. But what if every day for the last 3 years you've heard of Tony's Auto, Tony's Auto, Tony's Auto, Tony's Auto, Tony's Auto, and then your car breaks down, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Tony's Auto. You don't have to Google. You don't have to Google. So people respond to needs, they don't respond to ads. And concept number 5 is a concept called triggering events. Triggering events are what start the buying process. If we knew if people did respond to ads, we could emphatically charge 10 times what we're charging right now, because we would know that people will hear an ad and then go buy a product. But that's not how it works. How many ads did you hear on your way into the office this morning? Probably a few. And how many of you stopped and bought the product before you got here? Nobody? Okay, people don't respond to ads, they respond to needs, and triggering events start the buying process. A triggering event is this. You get into an accident. Boom, you're into an accident. Now what do you need? You need your insurance provider, you need auto body repair, you might need medical attention, you might need a lawyer. All of these things happen because of a triggering event. And when the triggering event happens, that's when the need arises. And when the need arises is when you start thinking in that mental Rolodex. For those of you that are younger, it was a little thing we put on our desk that rolled and had names on it. It was not like your contacts in your phone, it was actual cards. Your mental Rolodex in your mind starts thinking, who do I know that does this? Who's the guy? Who's the gal? Who's the person that does this service that I need now? And so let's talk about advertising planting seeds. Advertising just puts those seeds out there. Every spring in Wisconsin, because we have a winter, every spring in Wisconsin, there's brown everywhere. But we know, because we planted the seeds, that when the sun comes and it warms up beyond sub-zero temperatures, that this little thing called greenery is going to start growing. And that's what advertising is. Advertising plants those seeds, and then the triggering events are like the water, and they make the sprouts come out. So let's take a look at the customer buying cycle. The customer buying cycle is very simple. Now, you've probably seen a whole bunch of different versions of this. You've seen the sales funnel, you've seen AIDA, which we'll talk about, but I'm gonna just nail it in 4 little easy to use components. The first thing that happens is they discover a need. What happens? How do they discover a need? What is it? What do we call that? No. In the consumer buying world, what do we call discovering the need? The triggering event allows them to discover a need. Then what they do is they evaluate the options. So Caitlin would have Googled for a car repair shop because nothing is in her mind that comes to mind about who could take care of that problem. So she would have Googled it to evaluate the options. Now, some of you have a car repair shop on your speed dial and know who you're going to call, and it's not Ghostbusters, but you'll start evaluating all of these options. Do I want to call this one another kind of high price? Do I want to call this one? Well, they're always available. Do I want to buy it here? And so you evaluate the options, but you only start evaluating options after you've discovered the need. Then you resolve your doubts. You resolve the doubts about the option you've selected. You test your theory. Okay, I'm going to buy a new car. I went to this dealership. I went to this dealership. Now I have to evaluate my options. Anybody an HGTV fan like I am? I love Beachfront Bargain Hunter. Okay, so what happens is they take these couples out to the beach, and for whatever reason, I've never bought a house like this, they only show them 3 properties and then make them pick. I mean, the last time I bought a house, I think I walked through 72 houses. But they take them through these 3 houses, and then they have this really intimate discussion. The couple goes to dinner and has overlooking the water, and they're having this conversation. Well, the first house had this, this, and this going for it. The second house had this, this, and this going, and you're supposed to, and so then they say, so I think we should really pick commercial break, right? Because it keeps you on the edge of your seat. So we all go through this process of resolving doubts, and then we make a buying decision. This is the easiest and simplest way I can put it together is Christine is already using my stuff here. Wow, she's got it. You got it, Christine. I'll be sharing that in a minute. Anyway, you buy after you've evaluated your options, the triggering event has occurred, you've discovered the need, evaluate options, resolve doubts, and then you buy. Now this process can happen in 30 seconds. Ever stand at the grocery store in the line and the checkout where those evil people put all those candies and magazines with amazing covers on them? The National Enquirer, the truth teller of all time, the National Enquirer, so-and-so's having an alien baby. Or you're sitting there as just as simple as, do I want Tic Tacs or Altoids? Do I want Tic Tacs or Altoids? And that decision happens in 60 seconds. Then there's the decisions like buying a car, which typically takes 3 to 6 months of going through this process, or buying a house. The larger the item, or the more important the item is to you, the higher the risk, the more time this will take. As I've said a couple of times, I'm a tech geek. I've got to have the latest. How many of you have iOS 14 Beta 2 on your phone right now? Jordan? All right. iOS and iPad OS 14? Yeah, see, beta testers are always looking for the latest and greatest. So we have those. It's low risk. I can always wipe the phone and start over if I have to. But those kinds of decisions, that's what motivates me. I want to be on the cutting edge of technology. I even have a Samsung phone and the Android platform because I have to know what everybody's dealing with. I tell my wife with all of this expense, it's part of my job, honey. I have to know what my sellers and my stations are using. So we make these decisions and we spend more time. Bergman has iOS 14, way to go. We make these decisions based on their importance, okay? Let's face it, it's no big deal if you buy Altoids or Tic Tacs, right? It really doesn't matter, it's a small purchase. At the end of the day, who cares? But buying an iPhone versus the new flip, you've seen that new Samsung that the screen flips? I don't think it'll work, but you can evaluate those options. But now you're talking about $1,000 purchases, and it's a little bit more important. So here's what Christine already had on the screen: be known before you're needed. The purpose of advertising is to help your clients become known before they're needed. Known before they're needed. And this is a hard thing for them to understand. And that's why, as a sustaining resource, maybe it would be important to share one of these pages or some of these pages with your clients and share the resources with them to help teach them about advertising. Here's the thing I've uncovered about clients is they know nothing about advertising. They're in business because they're passionate about making bagels. They're in business because they're passionate about dresses. They're in business because they're passionate about cars. They have no idea how to market it. So oftentimes the marketing decisions are funneled off to their 14-year-old daughter to run their Facebook and social media campaign. They have no idea what they're doing. That's where you can help them. So one of the things you can do to be a sustaining resource is take some of the materials we're sharing today and share it with your clients, because we need to teach them about advertising and marketing. And so you're free to do that. So the purpose of advertising is to help them become known before they're needed, because our mind is like a card file. And we are able to store plus or minus 7 products in any given category. Who wants to be voluntold, Paul? Okay, good. I'm going to use you. Paul, okay. Could you please name all the brands of toothpaste you can find at Costco?
Crest, Colgate, Palmolive, because of my age, Sensodyne. Crest, Colgate, Palmolive, Sensodyne.
Okay, stopped right there. He stopped at 4, right? Plus or minus 7. Can you think of any others?
No,
You can't?
I really can't.
You know there are 42 brands of toothpaste on the shelf at Costco? Arm & Hammer, Pepsodent, Close Up. There's a new one, this black charcoal type stuff that's supposed to teeth whiten. So I have done this over and over and over and tested people in every demographic, in every market, in every region, and nobody can come up with any more than 4 or 5 items. Imagine if you're Close Up. What's the chance of Paul buying Close Up? None, because it's not on his mental Rolodex. Oh, I'm sorry, there's one example of a difference. When I was back in my college town of East Lansing, Michigan State University, I was doing a session there, and I asked a college student to name all the brands of beer, and he came up with 23. So that was a little unfair. But if you're not known before you're needed, when they need you, if they don't know you, how can they buy you, right? So there's a lesson for clients. Your customers have a mental Rolodex. Are you on it? We used to call this the positioning ladder. Reese and Trout wrote the book, Positioning, The Battle for Your Mind. If you're new to this business, if you've not read this book and you've been in the business 20 years, read Reese and Trout, Positioning, The Battle for Your Mind. Because the battle for market share is a battle for mind share. If you don't know the product, you can't buy the product. So you have to be known before you're needed. And this one made me scratch my head. This is the command vehicle of the Oshkosh, Wisconsin Police Department. They spent my tax dollars buying this vehicle, and they wrapped it they wrapped it and they logoed it with, "Know us before you need us." Wait a minute. If I'm dialing 911, do I really need to know who's on the other side of that phone call? Or do I just need to know that they're going to show up and take care of what I need done? So I don't understand what it means for a police department to be known before they're needed, but maybe in today's world, in the situation we're dealing with now in community policing, maybe it's time for police officers to become known before they're needed, and maybe that would lessen the situation and maybe weed out some of the bad ones. Concept number 6, the 4 keys of advertising. Jordan is giving me the sign that we are 4 minutes from a break. We'll take a break in 4 minutes. So let me get through the 4 keys of advertising for you. Key number 1, the 4 keys are reach, frequency, consistency, and compelling creative. I don't care if you're selling digital. I don't care if you're selling pre-roll video. I don't care if you're selling television. I don't care if you're selling Yellow Book. Do they still publish one here? Yellow Pages?
Nope.
Yeah, they still, in Fremont, Wisconsin, just north of Oshkosh where I live, they publish the Yellow Book, and it's about a 1/4 inch thick. I mean, it's ridiculous. I remember growing up in Detroit, the Yellow Book, you had to get a dolly to carry the thing in. It was so thick. But
I used to sell those ads.
sell those ads, right? So reach, frequency, consistency, and compelling creative are the keys to unlocking advertising's potential. And I probably should have said this earlier, but when I talk about these concepts, I'm platform agnostic. I don't care what you sell. I don't care if you sell radio. I don't care if you sell television. I don't care if you sell digital. These rules apply to everything you do. And so you're going to find me spending only a little time talking specifically about radio today because, I mean, we are the Radio Advertising Bureau. I probably should promote radio a little bit, but there's another department for that. My job is to help you become a business consultant, a business strategist. So the 4 keys are reach, frequency, consistency, and compelling creative. Branding is, of course, being known before you're needed. Reach is the only key of the 4 keys that is negotiable. Reach is the only one that is negotiable. And what I mean by that is, how much can you afford? At Lambeau Field, the home of the Green Bay Packers, you can stand on the 50-yard line at halftime, and you'll pay $20,000 to have 60 seconds to talk to the crowd. Once. $20,000 to stand, and I think people do that more out of ego than they do about the marketing, because who doesn't want to stand on the big G at the Green Bay Packer Lambeau Field? How much can you afford? Can you afford to reach the 50,000 people? Maybe. But if you can't afford to reach them with consistency, frequency, and compelling creative, then you shouldn't be trying to reach that many people. Chuck Mefford, great friend of mine, we grew up in the Midwest family together. I did some work with him at Transformation. He talks about cups. People try to fill these advertising cups. The average business is trying to fill 7 to 9 cups. And so what happens is they put so little in the cup. You know what happens to water, right? If there's not much of it, it evaporates. It's the same thing that happens to advertising. If there's too little of it, it evaporates. So what Chuck talks about and what we talk about is you have to dominate. You have to dominate, and that's where the second key comes in, frequency. You need a frequency of 3 to 4 times a week. Now, for those of you new to the business, that doesn't mean 3 to 4 ads a week. That means how many times the average listener to your station will hear the ad. And you want them to hear it 3 or 4 times. I could get into the math. Pierre Bouvard and Stephen Marks wrote a book back in 1980s called Optimum Effective Scheduling. Paul's the only one that's shaking his head because we remember that. But it was this real mathy book. And let's face it, you don't get into sales because you like math. You get into sales because you like creativity. But it was this real mathy book, and programmers could understand this. But what it did is it took this formula of your time spent listening, your quarter hour, and your cum audience, and it mashed it all together. And based on the outcome, it came up with what the average number of commercials would be to hit the average audience member 3 to 4 times a week. Now, in my experience, on a music station, that's somewhere between 21 and 25 ads a week. On a spoken word station, sports, news, talk, it's more like 16 to 18. And the reason it is because they listen longer. So if you're selling schedules that you're trying to build brands, you want to focus on a frequency of 3 to 4 times a week. That's what the psychologists tell us it takes to change behavior, 3 to 4 times exposure over a long period of time. One of those psychologists is this good-looking man. His name is Hermann Ebbinghaus. This will be on the test. Write that down. I'm kidding. Hermann Ebbinghaus. In 1896, Hermann Ebbinghaus developed this philosophy called the Ebbinghaus curve of forgetting. The Ebbinghaus curve of forgetting. And what it means is that when you hear information the first time, your immediate recall is 100%. Jordan, what's the name of the German psychologist? Oh, Jordan's already missed it. Ginger, what's the name of the German psychologist? Hermann. Paul, what's his name?
Hermann Ebbinghaus.
Hermann Ebbinghaus. Caitlin? Hermann Ebbinghaus, right? So now you got a frequency of 3. Maybe you'll remember that. Now, if I were to come back in 30 days and ask you the name of the German psychologist, only 20% of you would be able to come up with the name. Now, the reality is only 20% of you are going to be able to remember what we did today and what we talked about. You know what you'll remember? You'll remember the 1 or 2 things that really resonated with you because it's where you're at right now. And what I would encourage you to do, I used to get offended at that, but as a trainer, you go out and do these full-day sessions and people come up to you at the beginning and say, if I can get one good idea. One good idea? I got 375. Why don't I just tell you the one good idea and we can save us both time? But that's how people consume information. That's how they learn. I'm asking you to drink water from a fire hose right now. So what I encourage you to do is, because this is being recorded, because you'll have the workbook, because you'll have the slide deck, is review it from time to time. I can tell you right now that six months from now, I could come back and do the exact same seminar word for word, and you would learn something completely different than you're learning today. Because we all learn based on where we're at. And where we're at changes. In the National Speakers Association, our joke is that it's easier to get a new audience than it is to write a new speech. So you have the same audience, and market managers and sales managers have the biggest task in the world because they're the same audience every week, and you're trying to teach them something new. And sooner or later, like my friend Jeff in Max Media Denver says, you become audio wallpaper. They hear you, but they're not listening anymore because you're the same person, which is why you bring in outside speakers. But the Ebbinghaus curve of forgetfulness says that 1 hour from now, you won't remember his name. And I'll test you on that at the end of the day. But now you're going to try to remember it, and you still won't remember it. So what's the antidote? That's bad news. The antidote to the Ebbinghaus curve of forgetting is frequency. Frequency is how you combat the forgetting curve. So the first time, you're going to lose it. The second time, you increase your odds to 60. The third time, you bump your odds up to 80. And the fourth repetition, you bump it up to 90%. And the fifth repetition, you're at 95%. So this should be your guide. This should be what you put in front of your clients every time you ask them to buy a schedule and say, this is the kind of frequency we need to get results. You do want results, don't you? Yeah, but I can't afford that. Okay, then we can't use all of our stations. Maybe we just use this one station and dominate it. Remember, budgets, the reach is the only thing that's negotiable. You can negotiate reach. You can buy a station that has less of an audience. You can buy a day part that is not as expensive. Overnights, for instance, you can buy, usually in most markets, for $5 to $7 an ad, whereas morning drive could cost $300. So maybe your client can only afford to be on the overnights, but at that price they can dominate it, and they can run an ad an hour. So you've got to focus on domination. This is a hard concept to wrap your arms around, but you have to dominate, and the difference is where you dominate. You can dominate and be very successful. I had many clients that were very successful in overnight radio. The next key is consistency, and consistency is measured in years, not weeks. I don't know who the person is who first created the 13-week schedule, but that person should be taken out, and I don't know what we can do to them. But 13 weeks is not how we learn, right? If I said, like a good neighbor, you'll say, and if I say, we'll leave the light on for you, you'll say,
Motel 6?
Motel 6. See? Why do you remember that? You remember that consistently. Okay, here, this just before the break. Who can tell me the year that State Farm started using Like a Good Neighbor, State Farm is There, and for extra credit, who was the first person who sang, wrote, and produced their jingle? Paul, I'm counting on you.
I would have said in the 70s probably.
1971 is when State Farm started using Like a Good Neighbor, State Farm is There, and Barry Manilow was the original singer of the State Farm State Farm jingle. So 40 plus years is why I can say to a young person like Caitlin or a seasoned person like Paul, you like how I colored that? Seasoned person like Paul, like a good neighbor, and everybody knows State Farm. Tom Bodette from Motel 6 started in 1981. And the catchphrase, "We'll leave the light on for you," was actually a mistake. He lives in Alaska. They used to send him the copy. He'd read it. And he was reading this copy and he came up 5 seconds short and he just off the cuff said, "We'll leave the light on for you." And it stuck and it resonated with people. So for 30 years, they've been using that. Consistency. And when your client says, "I'll try it for 13 weeks, all you have to do is point to Lowe's, Home Depot, Motel 6, State Farm, McDonald's, Burger King, any of the big advertisers. None of them do 13-week schedules. I mean, they do, they buy in 13 weeks, but they are on all the time. All right, 7-minute break. 10:15 Eastern is when we will reconvene. For those of you on computers, potty break, water break, Monster energy drink break, whatever you want to do. We'll be back at 10:15. Jordan with the music. All right, we are back. No sense punishing the punctual. We said 10:15, so we're going to start at 10:15 Eastern. And if you're not here, well, you don't know. Quick review, if you could, for me on the chat screen or in the room. What one thing has stuck out for you since we started? Is there one thing that's really resonated with you more than anything?
The cycle of buying.
The cycle of buying. Okay, Ginger, the cycle of buying. On the chat box, is there a problem with
30-second delay, so give it a second.
Oh, yeah. For those of you on the internet in the building, you can hear me yelling in the upstairs and wondering why it's not coming on your screen. There's about a 30-second delay between what we're doing here live in the room and what you're seeing on YouTube. So most of you won't notice that, but a couple people in the building do. So what's your number one takeaway from what we've talked about this morning? Ginger's was the cycle of buying, the consumer buying cycle. Caitlin, how about you?
One on what type of seller do you want to be?
Okay.
Yeah.
The 4 levels of selling, what type of selling. See, the interesting thing about this is everybody will have a different takeaway because you are all coming at it from a different perspective. Alex says, I like, is that Alex Names? Or is that? Okay, so Alex, at Alex Names, tell me what your first name is because I can't tell from the handle. Like the idea of the business strategist, might change the business cards. Bergman likes the cycle of buying. Andrew, if your clients were asked who the media expert in town was, would they say you? That goes back to the 3rd and 4th level selling. Knowing what type of seller you are, Nikki, and want to be. So good. I'm glad that various things are resonating with you, and it goes to my point of 6 months from now, we could do the exact same seminar and you'd get something completely different. So my encouragement, my hope, and I know that hope is not a strategy. It's one of my quotes. Hope is not a strategy. But one of my hopes is that you will review this material frequently and consistency, because frequency and consistency not only apply to advertising and changing human behavior from a consumption standpoint, but frequency and consistency also apply to learning. And that's why you need to consistently and frequently expose yourself to new information. Al Reese, from the book that I talked about earlier, Reese and Trout's Positioning and the New Positioning, says that a powerful brand is not built by creativity. Don't tell Yaman Koskin that. A powerful brand is not built by creativity. A powerful brand is built by consistency year after year after year. We're going to talk about creativity later, and I know that you have an unfair advantage, a secret weapon called Yaman Koskin and his company Yaman Air Creative, and what fantastic work they do. They just did some work for us at the RAB on building trust. We did a social media campaign, or we have an audio campaign, thanks to Yaman and his team, on our website now that you can customize for your station, add your station imaging and whatever, and it talks about trust and how survey after survey says that radio in the local market is trusted beyond anything else. And of course, this is a response to advertisers boycotting Facebook and the world falling apart on Facebook and poor Mark Zuckerberg, or rich Mark Zuckerberg, depending on how you look at that. And the 4th key is compelling creative does it sell. And again, you have that secret weapon of Yaman Koskin, so you have an opportunity that some don't, and I would encourage you to use it. As we talk about creativity later, I'm going to act like you don't have a service that you can go to and get great copy. I'm going to share with you some of the techniques about creative, because some of you may be doing it on your own. Some of you may be, you certainly need to be able to identify good creative, and if Yaman does it, you know it's fantastic creative. Can you tell me the name of the, what, did I miss it?
Remind the new people, Yaman is Cash by Creative.
Oh, Cash by Creative, I'm sorry, sorry.
Yep.
Okay. Caitlin, what's the name of that German psychologist?
Herman something.
Herman something.
With
Ginger?
an E.
Yeah, Herman.
Herman. Okay. You lost it too? See? Oh, you got it? Okay. So Herman Ebbinghaus. All right, so I think I missed number 7 there for you on page 8. Advertising program is like an exercise program. You should never start either with the intention of stopping. As much as I tried, as much as I thought it was worth it, I would go to the gym every January, and like most people, by January 15th, I stopped going to the gym. You can't go to the gym and get on an elliptical once for 45 minutes and say, there, I've done it. I'm in shape. But this year I really committed to it. Since the radio show last year to today, I've committed to my personal health because I'm getting to that age where you got to pay attention to that. I've actually lost 100 pounds in the last year. I can't imagine what I looked like before and am horrified as I look at old pictures. I looked like a Wisconsin cow. But I've lost 100 pounds in the last year, and it's because I focused my attention on what was important. And so you have to focus your attention if you're going to invest in advertising. You have to do it consistently and religiously, and you have to do it over the long haul. So don't ever start in. I would much rather have you walk away from a client who's not willing to do it for a year and say, I don't want to take your money because I'm a business strategist and I don't want you to fail. And what I know about advertising is unless it's done frequently and consistently with compelling creative, it's not going to work. And the last thing I can have you do, and I would actually use this as a new seller, I'd say the last thing I want you to be doing is going to your Kiwanis Club or your Rotary Club and telling people you tried radio once and it didn't work. And then you'll say, yeah, Jeff Schmidt is the one who sold me radio. So I'd rather walk away from it and tell you, no, I'm not going to take your money. And Paul was telling a story about a law firm that he was dealing with that basically he had the same kind of conversation that I'm not going to take your money unless you're willing to do it this way. You have to be the expert, and that means you have to guide them, and that means you have to have standards and boundaries outside of which you will not operate. And I know we're all under intense pressure to hit budgets. I know we're all under intense pressure to get revenue on the books, but it's better to get revenue on the books over the long term than it is to take the short-term deal that will actually cost you twice because that client will be unhappy and they'll tell 10 friends that they're unhappy. So an advertising program is like an exercise program. You never begin any with the intention of stopping. And number 7 is you have to be that source of business advantage for your clients. That's concept number 7. Be a source of business intelligence, business advantage for your clients. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that your clients need information. Your clients are busy running their car dealership, running their restaurant, running their beauty salon, running their nail salon, running their vape shop, running their CBD oil store, running their dispensary. Wait, is that legal in this state?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. So in some states I can say dispensary, but your clients are busy running their business. And this was really, this first car dealer that I worked with really dramatized this for me. I used to, when I was in this business, and again I'm going to age myself, but I used to subscribe to magazines that would come to my office. I would subscribe to Automotive News, Funeral Directors Weekly, Power Tool Magazine, Restaurant News, Furniture Today. And I would take articles from these publications into clients. And I would say, I saw this article about this, and I did that to a car dealer once. I was actually in his waiting room, waiting for the meeting, and I was thumbing through the latest automotive news that was on the coffee table. And I literally ripped the article out and took it into him. And I said, did you know that the customer buying cycle has doubled now? And 80% of the shopping starts online? Were you aware of that? He said, let me see that article. He said, where'd you find that? I said, Automotive News, it's on your front desk. Oh, I haven't had a chance to read that one yet. Okay, how many of us read Radio Inc.? Unless we're reading the emails. How many of us read Inside Radio or any other publication about our business? We tend not to read information about our business. We tend to get too busy doing it. So you can be a source of business advantage and intelligence by reading these publications. Now here's the good news. You don't have to subscribe to them and have them all that messy ink all over your fingers. All you have to do is subscribe to their email newsletters. Automotive News has an email newsletter. One of my favorite, if you call on car dealers, is called dealermarketingmagazine.com. Dealermarketingmagazine.com. Go there and sign up for their newsletter. National Automobile Dealers Association has a daily update of headlines going on in the industry. Here's the thing about these publications, and there's furniture today, there's restaurant news. Every category of business has a publication. What do you read in those publications? What are you learning about when you read those publications? Not a trick question. What are you learning? What are you learning? You're learning about the industry and their challenges, concerns, and problems. Perfect. You are learning if you read automotive news for 3 days in a row, you'll know what your car dealer is dealing with. Right now, what's their number one concern?
Lack of new inventory.
Lack of inventory. So what is that doing? That lack of new inventory is driving used car sales up and used car values up. Very good friend of mine runs a car dealership. I've known him for all my life. He and I go to the same church, and he teaches me all the time about automotive and anything new in the automotive. So I called him last week. I said, Brad, what's your 90-day supply? Because in the car business, if you're running a new car store, you want to have 90 to 120 days of new car inventory on the lot. And that means you have enough inventory to last you 90 days under normal buying cycles. I said, what's your 90-day supply? He said, 15 days right now. So that's how hard they're being hit. So he's looking for dealer trades, he's looking for used cars, and he said, Jeff, it's literally a buying frenzy. I can't keep up. My sellers are selling like crazy, but I'm running out of inventory. June, this is July, June of this year, he had a record month in profits. Record. In the midst of COVID. Who's buying cars? Apparently everybody. There's a lot of pent-up demand. So you can be that source of business advantage. Imagine going into a car dealer and say, what's your 90-day supply? Because the other thing you learn by reading these trade publications and emails is you learn the lingo. For instance, what's a customer called in a car dealership? An up. Okay, what's that mean? That doesn't make sense. Well, that comes back to 1970-ish, where all the salespeople were sitting in the conference room and somebody new would come up on the lot and the manager would say, you're up. And that salesperson would go out and call on him. Now at Brad's store, you know what the customers are called? Guests. They're called guests today. They're no longer called ups. There's a whole dictionary of dealer lingo on RAB.com. We have a new section called the Automotive Toolkit. And this dictionary has been cultivated by years and years and years of calling on car dealers and getting input from car dealers. And so you can use that as a cheat sheet. You can find out what a B-back is, and you can find out what, all these different terminologies. Every industry has its own terminology, including us, right? So we have traffic. Well, in a lot of places, traffic means what's going on the roads. In our business, traffic is the process of taking the commercial from the client through the business office on the air. That's trafficking the commercial, right? We sell spots. Well, spots are something you want to avoid on your shirt, but we sell spots. Those are the types of things we have as our own lingo. And every restaurant, every power tool dealer, they all have their own lingo. So I would encourage you to at least subscribe to these email newsletters and figure that out. So we're talking about the first step, which is prospecting. The old way of prospecting was picking up the phone, making a phone call, or stopping in and making a cold call, knocking on doors. And we would say things like, I'm just stopping by. I'd like to learn about your business. I have an idea to help you. That's my favorite. You call somebody you've never met, never done anything with, and you say, hi, Paul, it's Jeff Schmidt calling from the Charlotte Radio Group. I have an idea to help your business. Can we meet? Now, in the 80s, that worked. I did it successfully several times. And then a client would say, yeah, come on in. And I hang up the phone. And I said, now I got to come up with the idea. But if I did that today, Paul would say, you've never met me, or at least he'd think it. You've never met me. I've never talked to you. How can you possibly have an idea that will be relevant to me? So the tricks we used to use in the 80s, just stopping by, even I'd like to learn about your business, You know, the consultant sell started, as I mentioned earlier, with Don Beveridge in the 80s, and that was the process of doing what we called a customer needs analysis. As Don Beveridge would say, customer needs analysis, customer needs analysis. And that was the process of asking questions. So my first car dealer, hello, Mr. Hausauer, this is Jeff Schmidt calling from WMGV Radio. I would like to stop by and meet with you for 15 minutes and learn about your business, because once I learn about your business, I might be able to develop a plan to improve it. Are you interested? And then back in the 80s, they'd said, oh, that's a new approach. You're not calling to pitch me the package of the month. You're calling to learn about my business. Well, today, they expect you to know about their business. They expect you to know and have information to trade when you walk in the door. So the stakes are much higher today. As a senior vice president, and I don't say that with arrogance, it's just my title, as the senior vice president of the Radio Advertising Bureau's Professional Development Department, I get calls from time to time. I freely admit I'm an abnormal person, but whenever I encounter a salesperson, guess what I do? I evaluate them. All of life, and my wife and kids go crazy about this because it happens all the time, all of life to me is a sales seminar. There's always something to learn, like this call.
Hey Jeff, this is John Hartz with Streambox. Previously was speaking with John Potter. However, he has, retired for a couple months. He was saying for like a streaming video transportation solution, you guys went with Dcast, and you guys have a contract with them. Therefore, I was just looking to get in touch with you and go over, how everything's going with that.
Here's
and,
the best part. Wait till he gets to his phone number.
Of what Streambox could offer. Feel free to give me a call back here at 206-956-0054, extension 136. Again, this is John at 206-956-0544, extension 136. Thank you. Bye.
That is a prospecting call that I received. Now, of course, I immediately called him back and we're doing business. I did a 50,000, no, of course not. He called twice. That was the first call. That's what you're up against today. That's the kind of prospecting call. So the next time you're sitting at that desk and your sweat is pouring off your forehead because you're so afraid to make the call, recognize that that's your competition. You are so much better than that. You are so much better than that. So how do we find these prospects? Well, we make cold calls. Hopefully we do it better than that. Or we use what's called, this used to happen in our building, it's called the Charles Darwin list. It's the list, Caitlin, you are most likely to be getting the Charles Darwin list. It's the list that evolved from all the other sellers that couldn't get them sold. So there are accounts that are on the account list, but nobody could get them sold. So let's give them to Caitlin. Caitlin can do it. That's the Charles Darwin list. Welcome to sales, right? Well, that's not where you want to start your prospecting on the Darwin list. You want to start your prospecting. First of all, why do you want to prospect? Why do we prospect for new business? We prospect for new business because we want to create new business and we want to replace lost business. Your average annual attrition rate, as good as you are, you can be a top-notch level 4 seller and your average annual attrition rate will be between 20 and 35%. And throw a COVID world into that, and your attrition rate is uncalculable right now. So this is why we prospect for business. Why else? To grow your income at a faster pace than your station's rates are growing. The one sad thing about our industry, and it may be different here, but the one sad thing about our industry is we don't change prices very often. I can tell you that I sold radio commercials in a market for $45 an ad back in 1987. Today, those commercials are still selling for $45 to $47 an ad. Everything else has changed. Business costs have gone up, but we don't change the price of our ads. We should be doing it annually. Ed and Chris are going, yes, tell them, preach it. But it's difficult, right? It's difficult to raise the price. I used to work for this little company called Cumulus. Paul may be familiar with it. And there was a guy there by the name of Peter Remington. And we coined the phrase Remington math, Because Peter would call and say, you know, if you charged each of your clients $1 more, you'd have $40,000 more per month. It's pretty easy, isn't it? And I'd say, yeah, come show us how to do it, Peter. Because that's Remington math. It's easy on paper, right? But it's much more difficult to get them to buy more. We'll talk about that, or pay more. So if you want to grow your income faster than the station is growing rates, you've got to find new business. And there's got to be a better way than what John, whatever his name was, telling me that my predecessor had retired. Hello, Captain Obvious. You know, I know he retired. So there is a better way. Prospecting means new business. This is the harsh reality. If you don't prospect, you have no new business. Now, we're in a COVID world. So even the sellers who have been selling for 30 years are prospecting today. The first thing to go when you grow into that level 4 seller of learning, where you're unconsciously competent, the first thing that takes a back seat is prospecting. You're too busy servicing. You're too busy working with your client. And then something happens, catastrophic. Your top client, J.C. Penney, files for bankruptcy and goes out of business, and they were spending a lot of money with you. Then you go, oh my God, what am I going to do? And Phil Fisher says, that's your problem. What's their problem? So you have to prospect to always replace that new business. And now in a COVID world, it's easier to say that because we know what we're dealing with. The world fell apart in mid-March. Everything went to the ground. I forgot to mention, and I'm sorry to be kind of ADD here, we are going to take a break at noon. That's our next break, is at noon Eastern, 11 Central, 10 Mountain, 9 Pacific. Do we have anybody in Pacific time? No, because they would have to start really early, right? Okay, so we're going to take a break at noon Eastern, and that break will be your lunch break, and it's a 75-minute break. And Paul has graciously agreed to put his credit card out on the string of emails and buy everybody lunch. Well, that's not true. But we are going to take a 75-minute break for lunch at noon. That's payback for what you said the other day when I was ordering my lunch. All right, so prospecting, you've constantly got to be looking. If you saw the Glenn Gary movie, Alec Baldwin he used the term ABC, always be closing. Well, I've changed that. It's always be prospecting. Always be prospecting. I told you before that when I'm out, everything that I encounter is a sales story waiting to happen, a teachable moment waiting to happen. I'm always prospecting for sales stories. That's what I share now. That's what I do now. So I'm always looking for them. From the Bonefish restaurant I was at last night to the airplanes that I flew on the way over here, every encounter I have with a salesperson or somebody in that capacity is an opportunity for me to pull something out of it to share with others. So everything you do is an opportunity for prospecting and finding new business. Let's face it, COVID-19, New York City, the statistic is that half of the restaurants that had to close for COVID won't reopen. There are 4 restaurants in my town, Fremont, and one of them didn't reopen. Couldn't. But people are going out of business. And the business that you have on the books right now will just vanish. It'll go away. 20 to 35% of it. So you have to be prospecting. Stephen Covey wrote the book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. If you haven't read it, get it on your Kindle, get the audiobook, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. The one takeaway from this book, and when I share a book, I always give you a takeaway. The one takeaway is start with the end in mind. For me, when I started in sales, the end was money. I got into sales because I wanted to make money, right? My dad had a good job and I was finally out of college and my mom wanted me to be a preacher or a lawyer and I came home and said, I'm going to sell radio. Guess how that went over. But I was motivated by money. And one of my many mentors in life, my favorite mentor, Bill Mann, this was just a month ago in Madison, we were doing a retirement party. Boy, you want to start feeling old, see your mentors getting older and older. But Bill Mann was my mentor, and when I started in sales, he said, what do you want to make this year? That's how he started the goal-setting process. What do you want to make this year? And I said, Bill, I want to make $100,000. Because that's what my dad was making, right? And I'm 19, just out of college. It sounded like a good number to me. He said, all right, let's do some math. And we did the backwards calculation based on the commission rates and everything at the time, I would have to sell $512,000 worth of advertising to make $100,000. And I said, now I was a morning man, right? I was a morning show host, news talk format, full of ego and arrogance. And I said, well, that doesn't sound too hard. Well, I just need to find a client to spend $500,000 with me. He said, yeah, not exactly. I said, oh, okay, 2 clients to spend a couple $100,000. Not exactly. So 4 clients to spend $50,000. You're getting closer. 8 clients to spend $25,000. Now you're in the reality. So we did all of this math backwards, and I knew that if I found 8 clients to spend X amount of dollars, I would make $100,000. And here was the kicker that Bill asked: what would you do if you made $100,000? I'd buy a Mercedes S500. What color? Oh, burgundy with the biscuit leather interior and the moonroof that had the window all the time. What kind of tires would you put on it? What kind of wheels would you put? Do you have a picture of it? Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. I pulled it up on the internet. And he said, print that out. And I printed it out, and he said, put that on your cubicle wall. And every day look at what it is you're working for. Now, okay, give me a little slack here. I was 19 years old. Materialism was important to me at that point. It was the Rolexes, it was the Armani suits, and it was the Mercedes. I said I went into it for money. I didn't say I went into it for the right reason. Obviously, I've grown up and found that those things are empty without other things in your life. But that's how Bill started. What's the end game here for you? Phil Fisher always said, that's your problem, what's theirs? Bill Mann said, what's in it for you? And he had a unique way. The year after that, of course, I did hit my goal, and much to the chagrin of the rest of the sellers on the team, this morning man that they listened to, who's never been in sales, became the #1 biller in his first year, ticked them all off. The next year, Bill said, what do you want this year? 36 aft cabin Carver, big 36-foot boat you could live on. And he said, get the picture. And so those are the types of things that made a difference to me at that point in my life. But the point is, you start with the end in mind. What is in it for you? Today it's, what can I give my grandkids? How can I make their lives better? We just did some remodeling of the house, not for us, but so that the grandkids had a more fun place to play. I'm in the process of becoming YouTube certified as a builder. That's what my son calls it. You watch the YouTube video. I'm building them a little log cabin in the back of our property to play in. So, those are the things that mean something to me now. So when we're back to prospecting, let's talk about smart prospecting. Smart prospecting is what we all want to do. You don't want to be like the guy from Streamblocks who just calls blindly without any information. I got an email this week from a guy who said, blah, 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 blah. Started with the email with all the things about him, and then his last paragraph was the best. And I don't know if you saw my article in Radio Sales Today about it, but his last paragraph was, nothing formal or prepared. Just want a chance to get to know you. Wait, what? You don't have anything prepared and you want to talk, you want me to take my time to meet with you? So let's do some smart prospecting. And that means the S is strategic. Who are you calling on and why? You want to be calling on the right people. And there's a reason and some tools that I'm going to share with you on how to develop that. Who are the right people? Methodical is that consistency piece. You've got to devote, in normal times, I would encourage you to devote 10 to 15% of your time, which probably an hour a day, to prospecting, doing nothing but prospecting activities. That doesn't mean being in front of a prospect. That means cultivating the activities that lead you to be in front of a prospect. That could mean sending seed letters. It could mean doing research. But an hour of your time out of an 8-hour day should be devoted to prospecting, consistently, methodically, and planned out. Not just haphazardly when your top client cancels, not just haphazardly when the world has a pandemic. You want to consistently prospect because you're going to lose business whether you like it or not. The A is adventurous. Have fun with it. Prospecting is not horrible. When I say prospecting in most sales settings, people get this really anguished look on their face. Oh God, I got to call on people that I don't know. I got to make it an adventure. My manager, Bill, flipped the coin for me. He said, look, I'm just going to tell you this right now. And this was back in the 80s. He said, you're going to have to call 10 people to get one person to say yes to you. So here's how I did it. And this is taking control of your own attitude. Everybody that I called that said no, I said, thank you. I really appreciate that. And they'd go, I said no, I'm not going to meet with you. I know. But it takes 9 of you to get to the one that'll say yes. So thank you for being one of the ones that said, no, you're getting me faster to a yes. That's how I framed it. That made it an adventure. Rewarding. I probably don't have to tell you that prospecting is rewarding because of what it does. It brings in new business. It replaces old business. This career that you're in, media sales, or sales in general, is the only career I know of that if you want to raise, you can make it happen. Your poor programming team has to negotiate with Paul. Paul probably has to negotiate with Ed and Chris. If they want a 4% increase in their annual cost of living raise, they have to work really hard and make a strong case for it. You, 4%, that's one new client. You can double your income in the next year by simply getting new business. And it's the greatest thing in the world. The downside to that is if you're not successful at it, you're going to go hungry. So you are in total control of your income. And that has a two-sided edge to it. But I like to look at it as rewarding. And the T is targeted. This is back to strategic and targeted. That's why they're bookended. You need to target the right people. So first of all is use common sense, okay? Use common sense. Create a profile of your station's listeners. Who listens to your station? Well, if you know who listens to your stations, then you know whose customers they're likely to be, and they're a more targeted prospect to call on. Create that list of prospects who match your customers, your station's listeners. So you can develop a profile. I was the best friends with my program directors, and as a sales manager and market manager, I would ask the program directors to come to the sales meetings at least once a month and tell us about the station. And at VBO in Appleton, Oshkosh, Sally was the name of our audience. She was 42 years old, she had 2.5 kids and drove a minivan. That's how specific we made the profile of our listener. And when you have that specific of a profile, if I say 42-year-old female, 2 kids, minivan, tell me the product she needs. Tell me the product she needs.
Children's stuff?
She needs kid stuff. She needs maybe daycare. She needs a school, private school or a public school. She needs school supplies. She probably has a home, so she needs home improvements. See where this is going once you have that profile? Think of all the we do it backwards. We do it backwards. We drive down the street and say, oh, there's a new business. Let's call on them. How about starting with the end in mind, which is your listener, because the end result is you want your listener to go to their business. So back to Stephen Covey, start with the end in mind, find out who your listener is. And you all have, I'm sure, very good profiles of who your audience is by format. Again, when I started, I had an AM station that targeted 45 to 64-year-olds and an FM station that targeted 18-34. Then consolidation happened, we started buying, and I said, I can represent birth to death. I can represent everybody. It's a question of which station I'm going to put the money on in terms of that frequency. So we have some tools, you might believe that, at the RAB. It's called Consumer Behavior by Format. It's qualitative research. It's available on rab.com under the Sales Tools drop-down under Prospecting. And what it gives you is national information. I recognize that some companies, including this, do not subscribe to Nielsen, and I applaud that because I think ratings and having a rating service is the #1 killer of sales proficiency of all time, because you rely on the ratings to do the selling instead of your people and your strategies and your ideas to do the selling, but that's another day for another seminar. So develop that profile, and right now you look at this middle to late aged couple, and you can start thinking about what kind of products they would need. Now, if you're selling the latest, and I'm going to date myself, but what's the hottest jean right now that's on the market? Jeans. The hottest jeans for kids. Is there a brand? It used to be Jordache when I was growing up.
Yeah, 7.
7? Okay, so advertising 7 to them is probably not going to be a very good pitch, right? Unless you say your grandkids want this and you're going to be the hero. But typically you're not going to, but you're going to talk about vacationing, investments, cars that are of a higher price because they can afford it, second homes, RVs. Think of all the things this audience needs, which is going to be different than this audience, which is going to be your younger audience that goes to concerts and clubs and hangs out in bars and restaurants and in a post-COVID world, if we ever get to a post-COVID world. But so can you see how that makes a difference in your view of prospecting? Start with the end in mind. Who's your customer? Who's your listener? We have 2 customer bases in a radio station marketing company environment. The first is our audience. The second is our clients that buy advertising. So if you start with the end in mind, knowing that what your real job is to connect your audience to their business, that's the end goal. So if you know your audience, you can help them, your clients, reach. So you've got to do your homework. Some have local qualitative data, some have national qualitative data. We have data for you. How many of you, do you have a research department at Saga? Do you have a research department? I think you do, you just don't know it. The Radio Advertising Bureau is your research department. And I say that not arrogantly, but gleefully, because I tell everybody all the time, we are your research department. We have Annette Malave as our SVP of Insights. That is her full-time job, is to find data and information to help you do your job better. So we don't even want you to give us credit. When you go out in front of a client with a data point, say, my research department found this for you. And that also makes you sound a little better. But this consumer behavior by formatting, we used to call it the gold digger report. Let me localize it for you in the market. Star 99.7 delivers the market for Acura. This is the demographic of people who recently bought an Acura in the dark, and the green is your audience demographic breakout. Looks like a perfect match, right? So if you're selling Acura TLs, you might want to talk to them about Star 99.7. They also index very high in having purchased tire care products in the past year. So these are all on these GfK MRI reports. We can customize the reports just like this for you with that phone number. You say, I need a custom report for tire stores for Star 99.7. And what this index means, for those of you that are not statistical analytic experts, like I'm not, but I know people who are, the index means the average person in the market is 100%. So the average person who buys tire care is at 100%. But your audience is 180%. So that means your audience is 80% more likely to buy tire care products than the general market. So if I'm selling tire care products, where do I want to be? This information is available to you absolutely free for the asking as part of your RAB membership. It's updated regularly, has nothing to do with Nielsen numbers, and has everything to do with knowing your audience. Let's just go through. AC delivers Volkswagen. There's the Volkswagen curve demographic, and there's Mix 95.9's curve of demographic. Pretty good mix, right? Ha ha. See what I did there? They index high for day spa clients. If you have a hot AC, the Mix 95.9, 153% is your index for day spas. So your audience is twice as likely, basically, 50% more likely than the average consumer in the market to go to a day spa. So day spas would be a good prospect category, right? Let's keep going with this. Heaven delivers the market for Jaguar. Those folks on the religious side are really well. So look at that. It's a perfect match. So if you have a Jaguar dealer, you better be taking them to heaven. See what I did there? Here's another thing. They index at 79% more than the market to have purchased a professional cleaning service for furniture in the last year. I didn't even know that category exists. Professional furniture cleaning, that's go to Best Buy and buy new, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. But they are 79% more likely to pay for professional furniture cleaning. So if you have professional furniture cleaners in this market, they should be on heaven, right? Chuck FM delivers for Infinity. Look at the match there on Infinity. Chuck, I'm going to go faster. 50% more likely to have handheld video games. My daughter wants one of those Nintendo Switch. Can't get them. They're sold out everywhere. She wants me. She's a college professor at University of Arizona at Tucson, pursuing her doctorate degree in chemistry. She's brilliant, and she wants a Nintendo Switch. Dad, can you find me one? I've been looking everywhere. I can't. I was just hoping maybe Saga was doing a promotion, giving away a Switch that I could convince them. But 50% more likely on Chuck FM to play handheld video games. The Box, Mazda CX-5. Look at the perfect match there of the demographic breakout. And 70% more likely to attend movies. Not today, but under normal situations, to attend movies than the general public. So if you have a Marcus Theater, I don't know what your AMC or whatever they are down here, you should have them on 99.3. Country delivers the market for Honda. Now, this one didn't make sense to me because I was thinking Ford trucks, GMC trucks, and Chevy trucks, but I'll bet it's similar. But our research department pulled out Honda, so the match is pretty good. And they're 92% more likely to own an ATV or a UTV than anybody in the market. 92% more likely to own an ATV. So if you have an ATV store, they better be on the country station. So this is the other place to prospect for new business, is to start with what interests you. This is my dad. And my dad was a car guy all his life. My dad was the kind of guy who'd get in a car, just drive down the road, hear a noise and say, oh, your third cylinder is going bad. The tappets are what, and I never got that gift. But for 40 years of his life, he was at the Ford Motor Company and ran the engine plant in both Windsor and Cleveland. And so I grew up around cars. My uncles and I would race cars. I mean, not really in a racetrack, but we'd go out to the farm in Saskatchewan, and I'd get in my car and they'd get in their car, and we'd go down the road and see who could get to 130. My Uncle Ewald always used to say, yeah, she shakes a little bit at 120, but she gets over it by 125. And I always used that line with my wife, and my mom would go nuts. So obviously I had an interest in cars. So my first category that I started exploring was car dealers, because the more you know about the category, the better you're going to do calling on it. So pick your passion, tie it to the audience that you represent, and go out and work on those first. The next thing to look at is the competitors' radio stations. We used to have sales meetings every Monday where we would have people bring in their competitive listening report. We would assign a station to each seller, and they would have to listen to that station all week and write down every client, and then in the Monday morning sales meeting, they would bring that information in. There used to be these things, for any of you under 30, they used to be these things that came to your front door called a newspaper. It was this printed material, but you'd look in the newspaper and you'd find ads. Use your eyes when you're driving around. Look for buildings that are being under construction. Look not only for new construction, but for remodeling construction. Become friends with your Chamber of Commerce. Now, one of the things I did to solidify my relationship with the Chamber of Commerce is I offered to do, and this is when I was a market manager in my market, I offered to do some training on how to advertise for their members, free. So they would have these monthly Ask the Expert breakfasts, and I got on the schedule regularly to come in and teach them about advertising. And I didn't just talk about radio, so I became the guy known for advertising. Well, what do you know when you're with the Chamber of Commerce? They have this thing called the New Business Development Department, and before the ground is broken, before the deals are signed, before the contracts are even dry, the Business Development Director knows who's coming to town. And I would get those leads before anybody else because I had solidified that relationship. So you can do that today. Social media is a great example. During the break, Caitlin was telling us that she reached out to a huge potential client on LinkedIn and secured a meeting as a result of that. And we're all looking forward to that, and I want the feedback on that. But LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, all of these social media outlets are another way to identify new prospects. Now, I will caution you that, and I'm not going to test you and I'm not going to embarrass you, but if you're using LinkedIn in that fashion, make sure your profile is up to date and current and looks good and is compelling. The biggest indicator to me of a person who doesn't care about LinkedIn is when they have that little gray square picture. They don't even have their real picture up. Okay, so you want to make sure that the profile that shows up or the words that show up when people are scanning profiles, that's your brand identity. That's your marketing. Mine says, think big, make big things happen. I've actually trademarked that now because that's one of my the things that I started way back in my career. So when you look at my LinkedIn profile, it says, think big, make big things happen. I help businesses grow. Don't use your business title. Don't use your job title. Use what your customers are buying from you, right? Start with the end in mind. We have some other tools. One of them is called the pitch. Frequently we update the pitch. This is on rab.com. We take 3 categories and we do a deep dive. And we even give you a PowerPoint that all you really would have to do, and I don't encourage this, but all you'd really have to do is put your station logos on it. You can actually go present that to a client. It gives you ideas, it gives you instant backgrounds, it gives you research, and it gives you a couple of promotional campaigns. So that's another tool at the RAB that you can use for prospecting. The next is the prospect indicating report. Every week we run a prospecting report. And what this prospecting report is based on our website traffic, who are the categories being searched the most that week, and who are the co-op categories being searched the most that week. Now, if others are searching it, there's probably a good reason, right? So lawn and garden is being searched because people are stuck at home and they want to do home improvement projects. I did. Boating and water sports. There's a huge pent-up demand right now for ATVs, UTVs, autos. My Harley dealer friend who's been a client for 20 years says, I can't keep up. People are coming in and they're not even negotiating price. Guy came in last week, he said, I want that one right there. And he said, what do you want, pricing? Normally he has to negotiate with people. The guy said, no, I want it, I need it today. What's it gonna cost me to take it today? I gotta leave the store on that bike. And he said, okay, here's the deal, sign it. And so their profitability is going up because people are so pent up of being locked down. They want to get out. So these are the categories that are being looked at. And of course, obvious, senior market and healthcare practitioners. Why? It's a COVID world, right? They're the hardest hit right now, and those are the solutions. So categories of co-op. We pull this report all the time. The report includes the instant background for those categories. Again, you'll find it under sales tools, prospecting, prospect report, weekly prospecting report. Another tool from RAB is the top business trends. This is updated annually. What the top business trends does is it takes the top categories and shows you how their business flows. So for instance, if you look at auto dealers, 7% of their business happens in January, 8.7% happens in July. And so you can see what this really does is it makes a case for annual contracts. Because there's nobody on that page with a 0. Even those that call themselves seasonal, none of them have a 0. So this makes the case. And the funny thing is with this report, you can't screw it up. If you've got a month that's lower, you should be advertising to try to raise that up. If you've got a month that's higher, you should be advertising to capture that demand. So there's no lose here. So that's just another one of the tools that we have at the RAB. The number one most used tools is our instant backgrounds. These are category briefs on everything that goes on in the category, from who they buy, demographics, why they buy, what they buy, how they spend, how long the buying cycle is, how much they spend, what the average price is. Instant backgrounds are constantly updated and they're available on most every category. So we like to evaluate our prospects, and these are the places you evaluate them. You want to evaluate them on the station customer match. Again, I think starting with the end in mind makes a whole lot of sense. So evaluate them on the customer match. Do they advertise? That doesn't mean radio. Do they advertise at all? Because if they don't advertise at all, chances are they don't believe in advertising and you're not going to get them to advertise. So look at their advertising. Try to guess what their monthly ad spending is. We have another tool, as you may expect, on the RAB called the ad to sales ratio. You'll find that under prospecting. It has the ISKI codes for every product, and it shows you what percentage of sales that product category spends on advertising. So if you're calling on a furniture store and you can figure out what kind of monthly sales they're doing, you can say to them, because nobody's going to tell you what their budget is, but you can say the average furniture store in America is putting 5% of their gross monthly sales into advertising. I've calculated you at about $1 million a month in sales. Are you putting about 5% towards advertising? And what are they going to say? That's a little high, that's a little low. If they're a car dealer, they're going to say, oh, I do more than that, because car dealers have egos. They always want to sound like they're better. Co-op vendor support. We'll spend a little time talking about co-op, but co-op, just in a nutshell, is a manufacturer paid for campaign. So for instance, if you call on the local Ace Hardware store and they sell Benjamin Moore paint, Benjamin Moore, who makes that paint, will pay the local Ace Hardware store a portion of their advertising expense if they advertise that product. That's why it's called a cooperative effort, co-op. Local market competition. If they've got a lot of competition, Paul couldn't come up with more than 4 toothpastes. So if there's a lot more than 4 in the category, they have to advertise more to keep on that positioning ladder. And I think one of the most important is access to the decision maker. If you can't talk to the decision maker, you're going to spend a lot of time, not impossible, but it's going to be a lot harder. So when you're evaluating, look, I suggested 10% of your time be spent on prospecting. I want that to be valuable time. So you're going to waste a lot of time calling on a national client that you don't have access to the decision maker. But the person who's right down the street, the dress shop, the beauty salon, the car dealership, where the local decision maker is on site, far better prospect. We've created a spreadsheet called the Prospect Success Indicator, lovingly referred to as PSI. PSI, pressure, get it? We're all under pressure to develop new business, so the PSI. And it takes all of those criteria, and all you have to do is fill out the red and then calculate the rest of the numbers, and it'll give you a score for whether that prospect is good. 27 or more is an excellent prospect. 22 to 26 is a good prospect. Less than 21, put them on the someday maybe list. So it'll calculate that for you, and you have access to that. Getting more appointments, using more resources. We live in a world where the resources are everywhere. Google, LinkedIn, Facebook. Prospecting is not the way we used to do it. What's the matter? It's the shock and awe. Are you ready for the shock and awe? Here's how to do a better job prospecting.
What's going to happen? I am going to have to fix you, manage you on a more personal scale, a more micro form of management. Jim, what is that called?
Microagement?
Boom. Yes. Now Jim is going to be the client. Dwight, you're going to have to sell to him without being aggressive, hostile, or difficult. Let's go.
All right, fine. Ring, ring. Hello? Hello, this is Dwight Schrute from the Dunder Mifflin
Have you
Paper
seen
Company.
this?
Wow, that's great, because I need paper. Excellent, then you are in luck, because we are having a limited time offer only on everything. Wow, this is my lucky day. What is your name, sir? I am Bill Buttlicker. Really, that's your real name? How dare you? My family built this country, by the way.
Be respectful, Dwight, please.
Oh, yes, Michael. Do you hold on 1 second? That's my other line. What? No, but Hello? Hello? Yeah. No, I'm just on the phone with this stupid salesman. He's so dumb. Probably just gonna keep him on the line forever and not buy anything. Okay.
It's up to you to change his mind.
Sorry, that was a family emergency. Oh no, what's wrong? You know what? That's private.
Boundaries, Dwight, come on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Buttlicker. As I was saying, we're having a limited... Speak up a little bit louder. I'm hard of hearing.
He's hard if he's an old man.
Okay, as I was saying, right now we are having...
Talk louder.
Okay, our prices have never been lower.
Son, you have to talk louder.
Never been lower.
Louder, son!
Buttlicker! Our prices have never been lower!
Stop it. That is totally inappropriate. You never yell at the client.
Now you listen to me, sir.
The 3 words I would describe you as is aggressive, hostile, and definitely difficult.
Please, Mr. Butler.
I'm irate right
Give
now.
me the phone.
Please give me
It's
another
irate.
chance.
Give me the phone.
Mr. Butlicker.
Give me the phone.
I have to put you on with my boss.
Well, I should hope so. Who is this?
Hello, this is Michael Scott, Regional Manager.
Well, this is William M. Buttlicker.
Hello, Mr. Buttlicker. How may we help you?
Michael, I like the sound of your voice. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy $1 million worth of paper products today.
See how it's done? Thank you very much, sir. I don't think you'll regret it.
You're the master. There is one condition, Michael.
Yes.
You have to fire the salesman that treated me so terribly.
Don't do it, Michael.
So that's prospecting in the real world, and we're going to do some role playing of that, but you know, a little humor. So why is getting an appointment so hard? Because according to Gordon Burrell at Burrell and Associates, there are 36 other people calling on your client this month, for a total of 37 media reps, not just sales. Now that doesn't include the paper salespeople, the copier salespeople, the insurance salespeople, and the other vendor products that they encountered. There are 37 media reps per month calling on your client. The good news for you after today is that 90% of them are level 1 or 2, and you're going to strive to have level 3 and 4 moments. So even your prospecting calls can have a level 3 moment. As we're talking about making these calls, look back at that chart and see where the prospecting call and the focus can be. So in today's marketplace, you have to get an appointment by being not only different, but better. It's a very competitive world. And we have, of course, and I'm trying not to make this a commercial for the RAB, but you are members, and our focus is to help you get better and to help you do your job easier. So every morning we send you Radio Sales Today. Radio Sales Today has daily sales tips, the Radio Sales Today archive, a training calendar, news about various categories. We're an aggregator. We don't necessarily publish all of our own content. I write the sales tips, but we bring in other sources from Adweek and Ad News. We have a partnership with the Association of National Advertisers. So Radio Sales Today, if you're not a subscriber right now, I would encourage you to start subscribing. It's on RAB.com. Once you log in, you go all the way down to the black section at the bottom and click on Subscribe to Radio Sales Today. You should also, while you're there, subscribe to our monthly podcast, Radio on Main Street, and our blog that comes out weekly called the Radio Matters blog. And all of those will be coming to you, and they talk about what you're dealing with. They don't talk about what we're dealing with. They are specifically publications designed to help you. So you want to look at some new research to get more of those appointments. Learn about the prospects industry, learn about the company, their website. I saw a statistic in Sales Magazine last month that 87% of sellers call on a client without first looking at their website. That makes no sense to me. It's so easy. So look at their website. Have a valid business reason. We call that VBR. Walk the store. Know the decision maker's name. When I was having difficulty calling on a prospect or having the prospect give me a meeting, I did a sinister little trick that Jason Jennings talked about back in the day. I took a clipboard into the store and I walked around and I was taking notes. And I just looked around. How long do you think in today's world with cameras it would take the manager or the owner to come out and say, "What are you doing?" Every time it worked. The manager would come out and say, "What are you doing?" Because I'm walking around with a clipboard. I'm looking for co-op, I'm looking for how the store is laid out, and it would give me a great opportunity. Well, Ginger, I'm glad you asked. My name is Jeff Schmidt. I work for the Charleston Radio Group, and we specialize in identifying opportunities for businesses to grow. So before I called you, because I know you probably get lots of prospect calls, before I called you, I wanted to come in and look at the store and take some notes on some things that I see that I might be able to bring some ideas for you. But since you're here, would you be willing to meet with me next Tuesday at 2:15?
Sure.
Boom. Done. And that's, those are the types of calls, I call those the drive-bys. Those are when you are between appointments and it doesn't make sense to go back to the office because you don't have enough time to go to the office and then get to the next appointment, but you got that 20-minute gap. Take a clipboard and walk into a store and start taking some notes. It gets the decision maker in front of you all the time. I've only got kicked out once, but It gets the decision maker in front of you all the time. And it allows you to prepare those smart questions in advance. When you're doing that customer needs analysis and you're sitting there and you say, I noticed that you had paint on shelf level 3 and most hardware stores have it on the top level at eye level. Why do you have it on level 3? Well, that's a pretty smart question, right? I mean, no other media rep is going to be in there asking that question, so it allows you to develop those smart questions. We have sample client meeting planners. We have something called the meeting planner that asks 23 questions before the meeting that you ask of yourself to determine the outcome. We have getting the appointment before that call. You want to have a valid business reason. You want to prepare your meeting planner. You want to hone your elevator speech. And so when you make that call, you are concise, not like the guy's call that I shared with you before that couldn't even remember his phone number, but he was rambling, bambling. So you say, hi, my name is Paul O'Malley, and I'm with the Charleston Radio Group. I noticed that there were some negative reviews on Yelp for your company, and I'd like to talk to you about that because I've been there and I don't think those reviews are accurate. I'd like to schedule an appointment with you. How about Wednesday at 2:15? So did he say anything about radio, rates, frequency? We've got the #1 morning show, blah, 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 blah. No, he talked about an issue that probably is of importance to that owner, that they're getting 3-star ratings instead of 5-star ratings. And then he asked for the appointment at 2:15. Why 2:15? Any thoughts?
Yeah, it's specific. It's a different number.
And it also leads to that it won't be a long meeting if someone's.
Bingo. It's psychology. When you hear 2:15, you think, oh, that's going to be a 15-minute meeting.
Yep.
And it's unique. Everybody else is saying, would you like to meet at 2 o'clock? Or would you like to meet at 2:30? But you come in and say, I'd like to meet with you at 2:15. And you don't even have to tell them how long it is. You say, would you like to meet at 2:15? They assume it's a 15-minute meeting. If they ask how long it is, you say, most first call meetings are 15 minutes. If it is going to go longer, it'll be on you, not me. If you invite me to stay longer, I'll be happy to, but 15 minutes should be enough. So then, what can you do for the client is where you start. Start with that end in mind. Remember, these cold call scripts, I'm sharing with you some scripts. Everything that I share with you today has to be filtered through, does this fit my personality? The last thing I want you to do is be somebody you're not. So if there's something that we're talking about today that makes you feel uncomfortable, by all means, don't do it. Or if the words that I have on the screen aren't the words that you would say, then make it your own. When I started in sales, I looked at all the scripts, I read all the scripts, I memorized all the scripts, and then I changed all the scripts so that I had what I thought was the important point, but I made it my own. So how do you get around the gatekeeper? You ever have a gatekeeper? How do you get around them? You don't. You have to make friends with the gatekeeper. You want to get to know the gatekeeper, develop a relationship. There is one technique that I have learned. It's called a pre-call letter that gets you around the gatekeeper. And it's basically your elevator pitch that you send to the client in advance. Who you are, what you're with, what's your valid business reason, what are the purpose of the meeting and the benefits to the client, and what time you're going to call. And you mail that to the client. For those of you under 30, mail is this, you take this piece of paper and you fold it up and you put it in an envelope and you lick the envelope or you peel off the envelope and you put a stamp on it and you take it, if you can find one, to this thing called a mailbox. And then somebody in a blue suit comes and picks it up and they take it back to this magical place where they sort it and they deliver it to your client. But your clients aren't getting handwritten notes these days. But you send this, and then how's that call to the decision maker? How's that call through the gatekeeper? Ginger, you're the gatekeeper. Hi, can I talk to Paul, please? You're the gatekeeper. Gatekeep me.
Sure. Maybe. No, I'm not going to say.
No, say no. You want to say no to me. Why? What are you calling about? What do you? Okay, you're the gatekeeper. I'm calling for Ginger. Can I talk to Ginger, please?
What is this regarding?
We have an appointment at 2:15 today on the phone.
Can I confirm it with you?
I sent a letter and sent some information. I'm calling to follow up on that.
Well, it's not on the schedule, sir.
Oh, well, when could I get on the schedule to follow up on it?
Next Tuesday at 4.
Boom, done.
There you go.
Now I got my appointment, okay? But you have a reason to call because you said you were going to call, and that's an appointment, right? 9 times out of 10, the gatekeeper's not going to be as difficult as Paul. And they'll say, oh, okay, let me check if he's available. Let me check if she's available. All right, so pre-call letters do work. What about appointment objections? We don't do radio. We're happy with our current advertising. We have no money. I'm too busy right now. Send me some information. You ever hear any of those things? You know my response to every one of those things, and we're going to do a little deeper dive into handling objections later. You know what my response to any one of those things is? Tell me you don't do radio. Caitlin?
Oh, I don't do radio.
That's exactly why I called. Because if you did do radio, you wouldn't need me. That's exactly why I called, is how I respond first to a lot of these kinds of objections. We don't do radio. That's exactly why I called. We're happy with our current advertising. That's exactly why I called. Your advertising is fantastic. I'd like to talk to you about, boom. Your current advertising is only going after this audience. Boom. We have no money. That's exactly why I called. We have this unique opportunity to help businesses get money, and I'd like to share it with you. I don't know if you do one of those half-price hookup trade for cash deals where you get certificates and you sell it. The RAB has a product called Go-Kart that are you using us or are you using somebody else? Okay, IncentRev is the company that Paul and I used back in the Cumulus days. I was doing 30 grand a month in IncentRev, and clients weren't spending a dime to be a part of it. They were giving us product and certificates. We have no money. That's exactly why I called. If I could show you a way to get marketing without cost, boom. I'm too busy right now. Call back next month. Well, that's exactly why I called. I knew you'd be very busy, and I'm trying to get on your schedule for next month. I don't want to chase you down or have you chase me. Can I just get on your calendar for next month and plan that meeting out in advance? Send me some information. Well, that's exactly why I called. The information that I have to send is very visual, and I'd like to share it with you. So it's a little cheesy, but it has worked for me. And again, this is one of those things, if it fits your personality, I tend to be a little cocky and a little confident. So if it works with your personality, do that. If it doesn't, then you'll need a different approach. But in terms of research, this is that next point on the 7 steps. We've created a tool at the RAB for you called the pre-contact checklist. And you see it in your handout right now. I'm going to give you a minute to take a look at that, or 30 seconds. I'm selfishly saying that so I can get a drink of water.
Page 11.
Page 11, for those of you in Yorba Linda, California. No, Rio Linda. What did Rush Limbaugh always say? For those of you in Rio Linda. Now, we're not suggesting that you do everything on this list, but if you do 2 of the things on this list, you're in the 8% of sellers who are, what category of selling? Ginger?
3 and 4.
Well, what's the name for the third?
Consultant.
Consultant selling. See, you remembered that. But that German guy, what was his name? Herman something or other. So by doing 2 things on this list, and some of them are really low effort, by doing 2 things on this list, you will be in the 8% of sellers that are that consultant, sell, and sustaining resource. Find the trade mag. We talked a lot of these things. So these are the things that you can do. You have the research department. I'd encourage you to look at the pre-contact checklist. How many of the things on that list are you already doing instinctively? Are there some things that you're doing already, or are there some things on there that are new for you that you might want to try? Hopefully there's a couple of new things on there. And of course, ask RAB. I missed that slide. Ask RAB. 800-232-3131. Call right now. Operators are standing by. 800-232-3131. It's called our Member Response Team. Rita is most likely the first person you will encounter, and she will either help you immediately or direct you to the department that can assist you, whether it's Annette, Tammy, myself, Dave Casper. We are all here to serve you, and we are in business because of you, and so we want you to ask RAB. So don't spend a whole lot of time searching the website. If you can't find something, pick up the phone, shoot me an email, Say, hey, I remember the German guy's name, but I don't remember where to find the prospect indicator report you talked about. I will respond to you within hours with a screenshot of where it is on the website to help you find it. So don't spend your time needlessly looking. I know we call them rabbit holes on the internet. You ever do that? You start looking for something and you find something out and you go, oh, Cole Haan's having a sale right now. Maybe I should look at those shoes. Oh, those are really cool. And so don't go down rabbit holes. Just ask RAB. All right. How are we doing for time? We have 35 minutes before lunch. Let's play a game. Are you ready to play another game? Are we all covered?
Yep.
Okay, there are some homework assignments for you on page 8. And that's to find your 6 favorite tools for RAB.com for smarter prospecting. And then the homework for page 9 is to come up with your valid business reason. And I would encourage the sales managers participating in this and the market managers participating in this, make that a sales meeting. Make that a sales meeting. What's the valid business reason for calling? And the second part of that is your elevator pitch. Do you know what an elevator pitch is? You know where the term came from?
If you're on an elevator with someone getting across in the length of
Boom.
riding an elevator.
The average ride in an elevator is 60 seconds. So you have 60 seconds. If somebody says, so what do? What do you answer? That's your elevator speech. And you want your elevator, and people will ask you for your elevator pitch on the phone. When you call and you want to get an appointment, they're going to say, what do you do? And the default response is to tell them, well, I work for the Charleston Radio Group. We represent 99, and go through this litany, a list of stations that you have. And we have the #1 morning show personality. Who's your best morning? Who's your top morning show?
Well,
they're all top.
They're all great.
Okay, give me a name.
Steve Harvey in the morning.
Steve Harvey. We have Steve Harvey in the morning, and your elevator pitch usually is focused on you, right? So my encouragement, and that's why I think it's a good sales meeting, is to have everybody create their own elevator pitch and do it in the room and then tear them apart. Because it's much better to be torn apart in the meeting room than it is by a client and wonder why you're not getting appointments. Well, maybe your elevator pitch is off. And so my elevator pitch is, what do? I think big and I make big things happen for business. And what does that do? When I say that, what do you say?
What does that mean?
Boom, I've got you. When you lean in and say, well, what does that mean? Then I have an opportunity. Well, I'm a business strategist, and what I do is I analyze the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of a business, and I work with them to minimize the weaknesses, maximize the opportunities, and grow their business. Why? Do you have one that you'd like to talk about? So it's got to be somewhat mysterious, because the first thing you want them to say in response is, what does that mean? And then you have that chance, because that's the invitation. All right, so let's play the next game. It is on page 12, did you say?
The square game?
Yes, the square game. It's on page 12 for those of you in Rio Linda and at home. I haven't been checking the chat box. Have you been looking? Nothing really new. Okay. Chatters, feel free to chat us up anytime. Okay, so let's play the square game. Here's the rule on the square game. It's not a timed game. What I want you to do is look at the squares and count the number of squares. And then write your answer on the top right of the page. And for those in the room, I'm going to be able to walk around and see if I've got a right answer. For those of you in the chat box, I want you to type in how many squares are there. So type it. Are we good? Oh.
Give them the squares.
Give them the squares. Give them, well, they have it on there. They have it on there. Okay. Okay.
You just said add up the squares, right?
I did. I did.
Actually, I forgot one.
Okay. I don't see a right answer in this room yet.
We forgot one. I got it. Good call.
Got it, and then the one.
Unless there could be another one, but.
I still don't see a right answer in this room.
Oh gosh.
Let me slip by you.
Yeah, you gotta evaluate the whole.
I still don't see a right answer in this room. I'm not going to make it go on forever.
Hold on.
Still no right answer.
Jeff, am I still
Still no right answer.
This is infinity.
Oh, no. I got it. If you added that one.
Still no right answer. This room give up?
You got a little second coming in over here.
What's that? Oh, do we have a lot coming in? Okay, how many?
Hold on, I got it.
We have two right answers so far. Nikki and Andrew and Amber have correct answers. Nobody else has gotten it. But now they're seeing it on the chat, so they know how many there are. That was stupid on my part. Way to go, Schmidt. Okay, the correct answer is 30.
Yep. Yeah.
There are 30 squares, and your Ginger's going, what, 30? How are there 30? Now, my son would tell you that there's 55, and I'll tell you that in a minute. Okay, so here's where there's 30. You ready? There's one big square. There's 16 little individual squares, so now we're at 17. There's 9 squares of 4. 1, 2, 3,
And then within those, you go down.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 squares of 4, and then there's 4 squares of 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's how we come up with the number 30. Now, my son is attending Rochester Institute of Technology in Rochester, New York. He is a dual major of applied mathematics and computer programmer, computer engineering. And what he tells me is that each of these intersecting lines actually forms a square as well. So you should count all the intersections, and it's actually 55 squares on the page. Now, I give you credit if you got 30, but he says 55 if you count all the intersections on there. Jordan, you'd probably do that too because you're an IT guy. So what's the point of this? Why did we just play the square game?
Look beyond it.
Yeah, you have to dig deep to
More than what's there.
tell the story.
Okay. Okay. Caitlin, you've got a perplexed look on your face?
No, I'm thinking that too. There's more than what's there.
Right.
We're predisposed to think of something.
We are predisposed, particularly as salespeople and very, creative people, to look at what's in front of us and make a quick snap judgment. I mean, sidebar politically, that's what's getting us into trouble as a country, is we make snap judgments. We need to stop and really investigate what's going on. But in the business world, if you make the snap judgment, you'll see 16 squares there, and you'll stop at that. So it's no secret that I'm doing this just before the customer needs analysis, because the customer needs analysis is your opportunity to learn about the business, and you don't want to just see the surface level. What they tell you in the first answer is always the easy answer. You have to dig deeper. People buy from us because we understand them, not because we make them understand us. See, this whole thing of selling, I hate the term selling, because we don't sell. As Kevin Malone, our regional vice president that I worked with, used to say, you're not making sales, you're witnessing purchases. Jeffrey Gitomer says people hate to be sold, but they love to buy. So our role is not to sell, which means make them understand our products, make them understand what Steve Harvey does, make them understand what our urban AC does, make them understand what our country station does, make them understand what Heaven stands for from a radio perspective and an audience. That's all important stuff to us. But remember, we're starting with the end in mind. People buy from us because we understand them, not because we make them understand us. So the client needs analysis is the time when you try to understand them. You can't have an argument if your goal is to understand. You can have an argument if you're trying to prove somebody right or wrong. This helps in marriage too. I learned early in my marital life, do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? Because you can't be both. So you have to choose understanding versus being right. And that's why I like to read books beyond business and beyond sales, because it expands my knowledge base and allows me to learn other perceptions and other things that are going on. So buyers are more likely to deal with salespeople who best understand the buyer's needs instead of the seller's products and services. So that's where that product, I used to make a big deal out of all of my sellers knowing exactly what was on the air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, who's on Saturday morning at 9, who's on Monday night at 7. And I used to quiz them and test them every week. And it was on their product knowledge, but that was when I was new. They don't really have to know that stuff. What they have to know is what the client's needs are. And then they have to know that stuff to be able to create the solutions for the client. Most sales are lost. Not in the proposal phase, but in the customer needs analysis phase. It's this phase that's the single most important part. You have to be like a 2-year-old. Anybody ever have a 2-year-old? 2-year-olds ask, why? What? Why is the sky blue, Daddy? Why is the car, what's the favorite question? Where are they going, Jordan, with your questions? This is my little 2-year-old granddaughter, Aniston, cutest thing in the world, according to me anyway. And she is so curious. And she is so interested in things. The other day, I wish I put the video in here, but she was trying sushi for the first time. And she picked up the little piece of rice with the seasoning on it, and she put that in her mouth, and she picked it up, and she's just starting to talk. She goes, these are pretty good. And then she took the whole thing and put it in her mouth and went, because the seaweed and the fish and all that. But she's constantly asking questions. And if you've ever had a 2-year-old in the back seat of your car or walked down the street with a 2-year-old, why Daddy? Why Daddy? Why Grandpa? Why this? Grandpa, why does the boat do this? Why are those people doing, and they're constantly, and it makes you sick. So that's what you have to do in a customer needs analysis, but not like a 2-year-old. You have to do it in a little bit more professional way. You have to find out where people are coming from, and the fish has meat on it. But the true answers that you're looking for are on the bones. So you have to pick right down to the bone. And I hate to be so graphic with that, but here's some sample questions that you could be using. Who are your key customers? Do you have any company-wide retailer-specific programs? Any new products? What's your digital strategy? Do you like the idea of special promotions and tie-ins? All of these types of questions can be part of your needs analysis. We have a sample customer needs analysis form on rab.com under sales tools. Most companies that I'm familiar with have a CNA form, and my caution is do not make the form the focus of the meeting. Because the problem is, and I did this when I started in sales, I would have this customer needs analysis form, and I'd go in with my clipboard and I'd start peppering them with questions like they were in an interrogation. My wife always says, just talk to me, don't interrogate me. And so I would pepper them with all these questions to try to fill out the form. Well, the form is the documentation of the conversation, not the direction. You need to step back and listen, really listen to what the client is telling you when you're asking your questions. I only like to go in with 3 questions now. 3 questions that I want to get to. The rest of them I'll come up with on the fly based on what the client is telling me. Tell me more about that. Why do you say that? Why is that so? And that's how we do it. So we can learn from little Mateo a lesson about listening.
Listen to me. Like I do this all the time. And if I go at the house or to the door, Matthew has his toys, and then Matthew has all his toys.
Okay, but I have to yell at you guys.
Listen.
Okay, what?
Like everything they do at this house, you can't trust everything at Grandma's house.
Okay.
Okay, then what?
Then you're not listening to me.
Then you're not listening to me.
Now, those are words of wisdom from a 2-year-old. You're not listening to me. What did his response was? Because you're not listening to me, right? So the last thing you want your clients to feel is that you're not listening to them. Remember, the one asking questions is actually the one in control of the conversation. So keep the client's wall or their guard down. They're just here. Keep the client's wall down by asking questions. And for heaven's sakes, under no circumstances, I don't care what happens, do not start selling. And I'm usually not that directive. But I've been in front of situations where the seller the client will say, well, I'd really like to buy your morning show. And the seller puts the customer needs analysis apart and says, okay, how many spots do you want to buy, blah, blah. And that's one of the clients that will later say, I tried radio once and it didn't work. The clients will actually goad you into trying to sell. Well, tell me a little bit about your stations. Well, I'll be happy to tell you about my stations when the time is appropriate. I'm here to find out about frankly, I don't know if you should be using our stations because you've been in business for a long time, so have we, and we haven't done business together. So obviously we're both surviving without each other right now. I think the key is to figure out if we can help each other grow in the future. And that's not going to be me telling you about my products. It's going to be me learning more about yours. Let's talk about. So even when they try to get rates or ratings information, you do not want to start selling. Now remember this guy, he was the first guy that I quoted that said, I will not ask for your business unless I can come up with a plan for improving it. What's his name? That's Phil Fisher, but that's not Phil Fisher. That's Don Beveridge. Don Beveridge was an adjunct professor at the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh, and he also had a company called Beveridge Business Systems. And he says, I will not ask for your business unless I can first come up with a plan for improving it. So the focus, again, is on improving business. Your elevator pitch, what do? I help businesses improve. It could be that simple. All right, next in the 7 steps of selling. Boy, we're almost at noon already. This morning has flown by. Is it just me or has it flown by for you? Yeah. Good, good. What makes an excellent proposal? Raise your hand if you're married. You're engaged? Perfect. Perfect. Oh, COVID stopped that? Yeah. Okay, do you have an engagement story? Mm-hmm. Was there a fantastically romantic, incredibly fun engagement story that goes along with it? Yeah. For you? Okay, perfect. I'm not going to ask. No, I'm not going to ask you to share it. But typically, women in particular always have a story, which puts incredible pressure on the man, because you can't just be at dinner and hand her a ring. You got to do something really special, right? Mm-hmm. Now, Dr. Tony Alessandra wrote this book called Non-Manipulative Selling, and he likens a marriage proposal to a sales proposal. Now, your husband-to-be would never have proposed to you unless 99% of his mind was convinced you'd say yes, right? Men are not going to put themselves out there. They're not going to do that. Relationships are not going to do that, take that kind of risk. So a marriage proposal, you wouldn't ask the question unless you could reasonably predict the answer. You shouldn't ask the question of a client unless you can reasonably predict the answer. Now, if you're in a marriage proposal and you know the answer is yes, it's because you're getting along, you have things in common, you're different enough to complement each other, you're going in the same direction, you have the same goals, you have the same background, you're romantically involved, there's a chemical attraction, there's all of this thing going on, all of these components that make the relationship what it is, so that you as the woman are ready to say yes, and I as the man are willing to ask. Same scenario, according to Tony, in a client relationship. Getting to know them, getting to understand what's important to them. If you were, okay, I'll just do an easy one. If you were a devout Catholic and your husband was an atheist, that probably wouldn't work, right? So there are some fundamental core beliefs that you have to have in common. You find those out over cocktails and dinner. You find them out around the fire, at the campfire, telling stories, and those are all called customer needs analysis. You didn't know your husband-to-be was doing a customer needs analysis all this time, did you? We're all trying to figure you out because the female brain is so different than the men. And, we're single-focused. You have all of these things going on. Oh, those shoes look nice. And, all of this stuff going on, and we have to figure that out. Well, it's the same with clients. okay? So I love the metaphor of a marriage proposal and a sales proposal. So as we move into the proposal phase, what we're really doing, and it's sort of my routine on sales training. I told you before I hated the word sales, but I've made a living out of it. So that seems odd. And I hate the word training. I absolutely hate the word training. Because you train a dog, you train a pet, you don't train people. What I see my role as today and in my daily work is empowering you. You don't need training, you need knowledge and empowerment. And so I don't train you. Today is not a training session. Today, I hope, is an empowerment session. So clients don't need to be sold, just like salespeople don't need to be trained. They need to be led on a path of self-discovery. My goal is to have light bulbs go on for you and to have you think, oh, I can use that, or oh, that makes sense to me, or oh, see, it's all in you already. I'm just bringing it out and reframing it so that you know how to use it in your professional career. And in the client setting, we don't have to sell them. Remember, people don't like to be sold. They hate to be sold, but they love to buy. So the clients really love to buy things that they know will work. And so our job is through questioning to lead them on that path of self-discovery. And today, through questioning and sharing some information with you, hopefully I'm leading you on a path of self-discovery. I'm not Superman. I don't have all the answers. None of us have all the answers. Paul doesn't have all the answers. Heck, Ed doesn't have all the answers, and he owns the company. None of us can possibly have all the answers. So we're not Superman. We're not product peddlers. I'm not here peddling away to sell. You're not out there peddling spots and dots and banner ads and pre-roll. What we're doing is we're developing and cultivating relationships. We're cultivating relationships with local businesses in our community because we can have an impact for those local businesses with our expertise, our empathy, and our problem-solving skills. Remember, this is the picture I used for the 2%ers. Those are the sustaining resource. The owner of the business is the young lady on the left, and everybody else has been invited to the table to talk and to give input. Because even people like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs always needed input from people. They aren't the smartest, they may be the wealthiest, but they're not the smartest. They've surrounded themselves with smart people. So the best written proposals, to carry out the metaphor, have a few things, a few ingredients. First of all, they're customer focused. Customer focused. Customer focused. That's how Don Beveridge used to say it. They identify you as a problem solver. They set you apart. They help you stand out in the market as the go-to for marketing, because most of the proposals are going to be schedule, price. Most of the proposals from your competitors are going to be banner ad, price. They're going to be product, price. You're going to be different and stand out in the market. And they also demonstrate that you understand the client. There are two ways we buy. Do you know what they are? How do we buy products? First of all, there's a triggering event, right? When we're evaluating the options, we buy on emotion and we justify with logic. Now, when I was early in sales and I admitted that I bought materialistic goods like Mercedes and boats and watches and things like that, those were totally emotional purchases. Nobody needs to spend $65,000 on a Rolex watch, because a $2 Timex will do the same thing. It'll tell time. But there's an emotional appeal to it. Premium brands have an emotional appeal. And that emotional appeal is you've made it, you deserve it, you own it. Then you justify it with logic. Well, I got the Mercedes because it's the most engineered car in the world. I mean, it's the best, it'll last forever. Don't pay attention to the fact that I flip my cars every 2 years anyway, but it'll last forever. I could put 300,000 miles on this car. And that watch, boy, that'll be passed on to my children and my children's children. It's an investment in a legacy. Well, that's how we logically justify our purchase when we step outside and buy things that are emotional connections. Knowledge tells, but passion sells. That's from Joseph Siegel, that QVC company we talked about. You have product knowledge, but it's your passion for the product that really does the selling. And you see that, you see them live that out on QVC every single day. How many clients that you're calling on would describe you as passionate? And is it passionate about radio or passionate about their business growing? Did you show up on Saturday morning because you know they were short-staffed and you helped out? I've bartended because I know my restaurant clients are having a hard time finding work, and I just go out there and start slinging the drinks and help them out. I actually, in Wisconsin, you have to be licensed to be a car dealer. So when I was working with George, he was down 3 salespeople. I went out and got a license. And I spent my Saturdays in the pit looking at ups and helping him sell. Now, I didn't take payment for that. I didn't take payment for being a bartender. It was just as much of a learning lesson for me on a category than it was helping out a client. But that's the passion that I took into their business. And they could call me at any time, day or night, and they know that they'd get an answer and they'd get help from me. People are looking for these partnerships, but you can't call it a partnership because that's so cliche, right? The best written proposals, again, 100% client focused, they solve problems, they are research based, and they are benefit oriented. Where are we at here? Okay, so let's go through these proposal components. I think we're on page 14. Remember, rule number 1 of advertising was what? People do not, rule number 1 of advertising, that's Jeffrey Gitomer. The rule number 1 of advertising is people do not buy products and services. They buy what the product and service does for them. See how hard it is to remember this stuff? See how hard that is? You've got to review it. The prospect is also buying what advertising does for them. They're not buying advertising. We're selling advertising, Peter Drucker. The customer rarely buys what the person thinks they're selling. They're buying what the advertising does for them. So let's dig in and look at the 9 components of a successful proposal. And then we'll take our break for lunch. And what I want to tell you is that this is a full-blown proposal, okay? I don't expect every proposal that you put out to have 17 pages or 9 pages or 12 pages. You can do a good job with a proposal with 2 pages. But I'm talking about the annual contract where you're asking for, what's the average order in this market?
$2,500 a month.
$2,500 a month. Okay, so now I'm talking about the client that's going to spend 60 grand a year. We've just doubled the average order. That's when you pull out the full armor and do that. The first thing is you want a title page, obviously. Okay, so how does this title page look to you?
Basic.
Well, I feel like the logo, and maybe it's because I'm far away, is very blurry.
Yeah.
For the
right. Okay. Is it a compelling title page? Come on, this is my work. You're evaluating my work and you said you don't think it's very good? Okay, here's what doesn't need to be on your title page. The word proposal. It's pretty obvious. That's why you're there. Here's what else doesn't need to be on there. My logo. They know who you are. Okay? That's focused on me. You don't need a marketing partnership between your radio station and the client. That's not what they're buying. That's maybe what you're selling, but they don't need a marketing partnership. And you certainly don't need to put your name on there. You're sitting in front of them, for heaven's sakes. You probably don't even need the date. This is what my title page looked like. How to sell more Jeeps by creating the Regional Jeep Center of Northeast Wisconsin. Let's take the hill. That's a title page. There's nothing on there about me, nothing on there about my radio stations. Now, where do you think I got that information? I finished the customer needs analysis and I said, George, of all the things we've talked about, what's most important to you and pressing right now? I got to figure out how to sell more Jeeps. Boom, title page. So the most important problem they tell you in the customer needs analysis becomes the title page to your proposal. please, please, please take your logos off, take your name off, take all of that stuff off. It's not necessary. Focus on the client. So what we did in this little dealership is, it was in Northeast Wisconsin. It's Appleton, Oshkosh, Green Bay, and we're between Green Bay and Milwaukee. And so we made it sound really big, the Regional Jeep Center of Northeast Wisconsin. Well, there were 3 other dealers in Wisconsin, in that area selling Jeeps, and George just got the franchise. So we called it the Regional Jeep Center. Does that sound better than Van Boxtel Jeep? Does that sound better than Gandrud Jeep? Of course it does. So we created this. This was a marketing idea. The Regional Jeep Center of Northeast Wisconsin. We'll help you take the hill. And guess what? It worked phenomenally. He became the #1 Jeep dealer. So the second part after your title page is the situation review. You have to review for them what you discussed in the customer needs analysis. I mean, look, you're forgetting things, we're forgetting things that we just talked about 4 hours ago. You can't imagine the client remembering what you talked about 3 weeks ago if you're just getting back to the proposal. So the situation review, here are the 6 most important words you can use. Based on what you told me. Based on what you told me. You should incorporate those words into every presentation you do, based on what you told me. Because what does that say? This is about you. Based on what you told me, you want to drive traffic to the website, improve conversion rates, and capture data. Have I got that right? And at the end of every page, Don Beveridge wrote a book, Getting to Yes, the Yes Syndrome. He said, on every page of the proposal, you ask the question, is this correct? And they say yes. And what are you getting them to do? You're getting them used to, subconsciously, saying yes. But if at any time they say no, what are you supposed to do? Stop the proposal and say, then we can't continue. I need to ask some more questions because clearly something has changed or I misunderstood. And when you stop that proposal in midstream because they said no on a page, you've just earned their trust and credibility because you're not going to continue when they said no, that doesn't make sense. So based on what you told me, these are your goals. Is that accurate? Yes. Okay. So this campaign is going to create interest, excitement, and desire. And then we're going to go through, it's designed to increase the sale of personal computers, blah, 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 blah. So all of that comes under the situation review. Then you get to the competition. You have to be very careful when you're talking about the competition. Okay? This is an opportunity where you're going to diagnose what's going on like a doctor instead of saying, you know, you really quit smoking and lose some weight. Doctors don't always say that until they diagnose, right? Once they figure out you're overweight or you have some health problem, then they'll be directive, but they're going to ask first. So before you start attacking the competition, you want to look at what the advantages are. Tell me about the advantages of your competition. What do they do really well? You want to get a client talking in a customer needs analysis, ask them about their competition. They'll bleed all over the table. What do they do well and what are the challenges do you think they face? And then sit back and say, tell me how you do better. And that's when they get this all confident look and say, well, everybody knows me in this market and I'm blah, 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 and they tell you all of the advantages they have. The next part of the proposal is the industry consumer research. And again, do you have a research department here at Saga? Yes, it's called the RAB. So here are your instant backgrounds. Instant backgrounds we've talked about. Competitive media. Competitive media, I have a little trouble with the word competitive. I'll be transparent about that. I don't think any media is competitive. I think if they're advertising, it's good. But there are competitive differences. And I've stopped using the terms. There are a lot of other people that do training. I've stopped, and this was a book that I read by Seth Godin. I've stopped using the term competitor, and I call them worthy rivals. Because worthy rivals sounds a lot nicer than competitor. Competitor seems like I'm fighting, but a worthy rival is somebody who does the same stuff that I do and does a good job. I just do it differently. And your personal taste might make a difference there. So competitive media, maybe worthy rival media. Where else are people spending their money if they're not spending it with you? Radio, of course, the #1 reach medium. We have all sorts of data that comes from the Nielsen comparable metrics. You don't have to be a subscriber to use this. We're a subscriber, and we use We use this information and we make it available to you. So we look at the competitive media and the other media, and the one caution I'll say before we go to lunch is you don't want to make them mad. You've heard the term before, don't tell them their baby's ugly. If they absolutely love advertising in the yellow pages, don't tell them it's stupid. Listen, because if you tell them that the yellow pages are a dumb place to be, and you have all of these answers of why it's a dumb place to be, they're going to get mad. And you're going to get mad if I don't take a break and go to lunch. So let's go to lunch. We'll see you in 1 hour and 15 minutes at 1:15 Eastern. Thank you, everybody. Be prepared to ask the question, what's your number one takeaway? For those of you on the stream, thanks so much for sitting there and being a part of this. Get up and walk around. Let's get back at it. Hope you all had a good lunch. The after lunch crowd and the after lunch training is the most difficult to do, because if you had carbs for lunch in about an hour, you're going to carb crash. Not car crash, but carb crash, and that causes its own unique set of challenges. So we'll have to get you more involved in the second half. But let's finish up with the proposals. Before we do that, I always like to review. In our first break, we talked about what was the big takeaway from the earlier session. How about from the break to now? What was the biggest takeaway? And I want your the chat box folks, you're on a little bit of a delay, so you'll hear this shortly. I'll get the people in the room, so please start typing in biggest takeaways, any questions, comments, or snarky remarks as we begin the afternoon together. Caitlin?
Starting with the end in mind.
Okay.
Good takeaway for me.
Because that has so many ramifications, right? It's not only about advertising, it's not only about calling on prospects, it's everything. Ginger?
You know, for me, it was that title page.
Title page?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to follow your design. I
Okay.
love that.
Yeah, it really, what for me, it focuses the attention of the proposal on the client, and it tells them that you were listening and paying attention.
Exactly.
Because when you come back with a marketing proposal, I mean, that's cliche. Everybody does that. Again, we're trying to be in that top 2%, and the top 2% is the one that, you know, really gets the bigger deals done.
For me, it was just the resources on RAB that I knew were there but needed a refresher to remember to go and constantly look at them and use them in my pitches, my proposals. Without the Nielsen right now, it's been tough for qualitative, but to know that you guys have so many different things I can use on an everyday basis was the best takeaway for me.
Good, and I hope you spend some time digging into that, because there is a lot there. We call it the largest media website on the planet, and it really has a lot of hidden gems in there. But again, for managers listening and for managers participating, get those member benefit webinars on your schedule, because not only can they give you good sales meeting time, they can give you good information. Andrew says, I will not ask for your business unless I have a plan for improving it. Nothing matters till I learn about them and help them grow. That's perfect. Nikki says, I love the pre-call checklist, such an easy, tangible way to improve appointments immediately. Excellent. Like the concept of not making sales, but witnessing purchases. Alex, thank you. And Bergman, the one who asks the questions controls the conversation. So good. Again, multiple takeaways. I encourage you, and I mentioned before about doing an all-day seminar or an all-day empowerment session. I'll do my branding there. The all-day empowerment session, and at the end of it, kind of like at church at the end, when you're walking out, the pastor or the priest stands at the doorway and shakes everybody's hand and says, thanks for coming. I've done that a number of times, not in a church environment, but in a seminar environment, and people come walking out, and one guy came up to me and he said, you know, this is a great seminar, but I learn a whole lot more at the bar than I do from any of you speakers. And initially that kind of took me back, but he was absolutely right. When we do the radio show or we do the NAB show and there's multiple speakers and all that stuff going on, the content really comes to life when you discuss it, not when you ingest it. I mean, you're getting it now, and again, I apologize, but it's a fire hose drinking mentality. But I really would encourage the sales managers and even salespeople to have a meeting after the meeting and discuss what you learned, because what you took away, Caitlin, will be different than Ginger, will be different than Megan, will be different than Alex. And if you can collaborate with somebody, it'll bring that all together. Kelly liked knowledge tells, passion sells. But if you each talk about your takeaways, because you're all coming at it from a different perspective and a different position in life, Caitlin brand new, Ginger brand new to the business but not new to sales, you all have a different perspective, so you're hearing different things. And when you talk about it with each other, you can collaborate on those things that you heard. And Caitlin might say, oh, you're right, I forgot about that. The people that are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones that actually do. That was from Amber. And that means something to me because, so for the sales managers and for Paul and the market managers, having this content repurposed into your future sales meetings, they should be simply a discussion forum. We do management training, and many of you great Saga managers have been with me at our certified radio sales management, and we talk about how to really bring your sales meetings to life. And it really is a lesson that I take from my daughter, who is in her doctoral program at University of Arizona at Tucson. They don't do lectures in a doctorate degree program. They have assignments before the meeting, and then they get together and they just discuss it. And so for managers, what I would do is pick a piece of this content that resonated with you, send it out to your sellers a couple of days before the meeting and say, this is what we're going to be discussing, be prepared to discuss it. And then the other thing, managers, is it takes a monkey off your back of having to create PowerPoints and training content. You're just leading the discussion. The manager is the facilitator of the discussion to make sure that everything stays on track. But you don't have to have all this new content. There's no, I don't know that there's real new knowledge in the world. It's just new ways of looking at things. And discussions is how that brings it out. And we talked about at the very, very beginning when we said adults learn best and retain more when they're involved in the process. So can anybody tell me the German psychologist's name?
Ebbinghaus.
Ebbinghaus. There, Paul got it. See, now that's at least a frequency of 5 in 5 hours, and we're still having trouble remembering that. Oh, Kelly wants the grumpy guy off the screen. Okay, let's continue with our proposals. Just to go back, we're on page 14. Your proposal components are the title page, the situation review, the competitive landscape, the industry and consumer research, the media analysis, and that's where the grumpy guy came in because we told him he was stupid for buying yellow pages, and of course we'd never want to do that. This is where you become no longer program agnostic and you start talking, or platform agnostic, and you talk about the features and benefits that you represent, whether they are the digital platforms that you have, the over-the-air terrestrial platforms that you have, or the streaming platforms, the unique formats. But this is the research that we have cultivated, and I know that this gets updated, this Why Radio slide deck gets updated probably about once every 2 months on RAB.com. So if you've downloaded it and it's been more than 3 months, you probably need to download it again, because we have access to Nielsen national data that even if you're not a subscriber, you can use that. We have Edison's share of the ear. We have all of these different unique studies that go in and tell a compelling story about radio. And one caution about data. Data is great. And if you're a scientist, you could live all day in data. Most clients don't live all day in data and aren't scientists. So the data is there to help you tell a story. You know, we buy on emotion, right? And emotion is stories. Siri just said something to me. No, Siri, I'm not talking to you.
Working on that.
No, go away. How did that happen?
They're listening to you.
Yeah, she's listening. Hello, Tim Cook. I am buying the new one when it comes out, don't worry. Anyway, data is used to tell a story. Don't lead with data, lead with the story of how it's impacted somebody or how your community has been impacted, and then support it with the data. So the Why Radio slide deck on our site has a Why Radio fact sheet, qualitative listener insights, quantitative listener insights, format profiles, listening location, ad spending for top advertisers. We use Nielsen, ISPOS, Jacobs Media, BIA Kelsey, Burrell, Ad Age, Radio Ad Lab. We are content partners with the Association of National Advertisers, so we have access to their material, they have access to our material, and there's all of these things that happen on RAB.com that really can help you. So when you talk about why radio, and I'm directing this to the 30 and under crowd, what is the first thing that comes to your mind when I say radio? Music, okay? But what do you call a radio? See, when I grew up, we had the average household in America owned 6.5 radios. Do you own a radio, Caitlin? Not in your car? Do you have a radio in your house? Yeah, but do you have a radio in your house?
Not even a clock radio.
Yeah, see, this is, if you could see me, those of you that can't see me right now, I'm holding up my iPhone. This is your radio. This is the new definition of what radio is, or the laptop, or the Surface that you're sitting in front of. That's your new radio. When I grew up, radio had either a digital dial or analog dial, and you turned the dial to get to the station, and you went through that's what radio was when I was growing up. Today, radio is really audio, and the story is audio that we should be talking about. And audio consumption is on fire right now. People are consuming more audio than ever before. But even, do you know Paul McCartney? Okay, he even had trouble with this.
How do you find your music, what you listen to?
Radio.
You still listen to radio? Yeah.
Wait a minute. You still listen to radio?
Well, a lot of people
Don't you?
A lot of people don't listen.
In the car.
Well,
Don't listen to
is
anything
it like a satellite radio station, or are you listening to old kind of?
Just a little thing with a knob.
All right.
Ding. Radio. FM.
Yeah. Well, I noticed you drive yourself around. You drove up here today. What are you listening to in the car? Radio?
Radio.
Right? The unfortunate perception, and this happens all the time when we call on agencies, because the agency buyers are typically 22 to 25 years old. They're in large cities like New York, Los Angeles, Atlanta, and an agency buyer gets to work how? No, the agency buyers get to work by taking the train or the subway or some form of public transportation. Those of us that still have cars actually have radios in our cars, and that's where we spend a lot of time listening. And then COVID happened, and nobody was driving anymore, and nobody was in cars anymore, and everybody was saying, well, that'll certainly be the death of radio. And it's not the death of radio, because people have found different ways to engage with the content. And they engage with your stream on the web. They engage with your apps on the phone. And radio is still the top in-car device, even though we're not using cars as much, even compared to others. Satellite radio is only 19%. 19% of the listening is done on satellite radio. 84% is in the car. Radio Matters is a must for millennials. It's their #1 used in-car device. I guess, Caitlin, we'll call you a millennial, right? Or are you Gen X? I never want to ask your age, but okay. So, yeah, you're millennial. You're just on the verge. But they use that more than they listen to their own music. Now, I know my kids who are Gen Xers, as they were growing up, it was not about, when I was growing up, when you got in the car with your parents or your grandparents, you called shotgun. Right? Because you wanted to be the first person in the front of the seat, and you called shotgun. Well, my kids, and we had 6, they all called aux. I call aux. Auxiliary port. They wanted to plug their device in and control the music. So they controlled aux. But millennials are still listening to the radio. And then you've got cell phones. You've got all of these different platforms that are available to experience radio in a different place. The greatest share of ear is radio, of all consumption of audio. Radio versus Pandora and Spotify. Pandora and Spotify together are only 20%, and we're at 74%. So we have multiple times more listenership and share of the ear, and these numbers are only getting better. They're only getting better, and I think we just released the newest share of ear a couple of weeks ago. So again, sales tools, prospecting, or research and analytics. What are you squinting at? What can I help you with?
No, I was just seeing that 15% and 5% I got.
Oh, okay, 50, yeah. So we've got 5 times the reach of Pandora and 15 times the reach of Spotify. And you know, here's one of the many things I love about Saga is your content, for the most part, is live and local. Well, if you're not live and local, and if you're one of those big companies, other big companies, and all you're doing is playing music from one central location and pumping it out, then you're no different than Spotify or Pandora. And what I think really has happened most recently, and this is where COVID, if you can call it a blessing, this was one of the blessings of COVID, is that people started relying on their local talent again for information and engagement and connection. It's one thing to have a playlist. We all have a playlist. I have a playlist, and you can pick your playlist based on the mood you want, but it's another thing to have a connection with a real live human being that's talking about things that are going on in Charleston, South Carolina, or Oshkosh, Wisconsin. And you don't get that on Spotify, Pandora, or Sirius. So that's the other advantage that we have. The next component of your proposal is the strategy, and the strategy page is where you take your empathy, expertise, and problem-solving skills and connect the dots. So the client told you they want to sell more Jeeps. The client told you they want more website traffic. And now your job is to create the strategy. Remember the research I shared at the very beginning about the KPIs, the key performance initiatives, and most of people wanting new customer acquisition, social media engagement, and what was the third? Anybody remember? Qualitative data and feedback from their audience. So we need, as media companies and media brand strategists, to create programs and strategies that reach, target, and engage. And that's the 1, 2, 3 punch that a media company like Saga can bring to the table that many others can't. Your reach is obviously what?
How many listeners?
No, but I mean, your vehicle for reach is what? Your radio, your over-the-air signals. And we've just seen how the reach is beyond compare. The targetability is your digital products, your Facebook page, your Instagram feeds, your talent's Instagram feeds. You know, people now want to engage with their talent, and talent is doing, I don't know if you're doing it yet, but talent is doing podcasts, and they're doing Instagram, and your morning talent or your afternoon talent who does a hot AC or an urban could do a podcast on cooking, or a podcast, something about their life. And what that does is it creates yet another intimate connection, and I don't mean that in a weird way, but an intimate connection with their audience that they're not going to get from Spotify, and they're frankly not going to get from over-the-air radio, because your program directors, rightfully so, are doing air checks and meeting with talent and making sure that they're in and out quick, they're being salient with their points, they're keeping it going, keeping the music flowing. But every talent that I know, including myself, likes to talk. And so the podcast is a perfect platform for them, because if they have what we call on the programming side P1s, which are their first preference radio station or first preference show, your P1s are going to follow you onto the podcast, and that way you can spend more time talking and engaging with them. And then the engagement part is when we do activation events. Have you done an activation event here in Charleston in the last 30, 60, well, let's go pre-COVID. Have you done an activation event in fourth quarter of 2019?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, what was your activation event?
We did, we have a huge event that we sell 3,000 tickets for Wine Under the Oaks.
Okay, Wine Under the Oaks, all right. So we used to call them live broadcasts. Now we call them activation events. It's where you're engaging with the audience in a live setting. Now, this is a COVID world. It's not happening right now. But engagement simply means you show up at a place giving away t-shirts and the audience follows and gets their t-shirts, or you do a concert and your audience shows up. That's the engagement piece, getting people to actually do something as a result of listening to your stations. Chris says, love that. What did he love? Chris, what did you love? Other than Dale. What do you love? Because I'm having trouble following the chat. I'm only looking at it from time to time. Jordan's keeping me away from it. He said, pay attention to your presentation. So we got to reach, target, and engage. And what do the brands want? The brands want emotional engagement through participation and improving experience. Create that emotional connection that drives behavior. We buy based on what? Emotion, and we justify with logic. We buy an emotion, we justify with logic. So you want to create that emotional connection. It's the ability to achieve multiple objectives. Those objectives could be, Paul McCartney. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, and we have to realize that they're behind us a little bit on the timing. But Paul McCartney has trouble on 60 Minutes defending radio. Really? I mean, his whole life was, his millions and billions are from radio. So yes, and I, by the way, will make these videos and all of this stuff available to the managers. So if you want to use it, it's absolutely available to you. But we have to move beyond marketing to a customized business strategy, and that's why I like the term when I use my elevator speech that I'm a business strategist, because it's more than just marketing. You know, the Harvard School has done studies on marketing, and we call them the touch points, all the various things that a store does contributes to the marketing and the business strategy. And when I used to, when I was calling on stores, I would look at the way they have the store laid out. That's part of their marketing. In a grocery store, they call it the planogram, how it's laid out. You have to look at those things because hardware stores are the best. They have signage everywhere. If you've ever been into a Home Depot or Lowe's, all you got to do is look up and you know bathroom fixtures there, concrete there. And that in-store signage is contributing to their marketing. And they don't realize that. And so you have to look at the store from a customer standpoint to be able to advise them on how they can improve their business. Because when you put an ad on the air and somebody recognizes that business and then goes and shops that business, that's where our liability responsibility ends. We can't control how their salespeople treat a customer when they come in. And I can't tell you how many times I've put a client on the air, gotten great results, and at the end of it, they said, well, we didn't get any sales. And you know, you dig deeper, and it's because their salespeople ignored people. I mean, even in today's COVID world, where everybody's really fighting and hurting for business, walk into a store and you'll know who's on and who's not. I've been into Lowe's, I go to Lowe's because of Cade. And Cade, I just did a deck this COVID period because that's what we do. We do home improvement projects, so I built a deck. And every time I walk into the front door at Lowe's, Cade says, hey Jeff, how's the deck project going? He remembers me. I mean, they see thousands of people every week. And he remembers me and asks me, do you need anything? And where can I help you find today? But you walk into a Home Depot, and this is not against either company, it's just been my experience. I walk into Home Depot, I could walk for 20 minutes and not have one person come up and say hi. Try to get help at Walmart, you know? It's like, really? But you go into the local mom and pop store on Main Street and they're all over you in a helpful way. And that's where they have their unique competitive advantage. Remember, we talked about one of the components is competitive advantage. You know, do you want to walk a football field to find the pens you're looking for, or do you want to go to the local office supply store and have them hand you the pen you're looking for, or better yet, deliver it to you? So building on that activation, we want to activate against passion points. What are people passionate about? People are very passionate about music, so concerts are great events for us. We want to emphasize audience experience and sampling. I was in Hawaii for the Hawaii Broadcasters Association convention last year. Rough job, I know. Rough job, I know. But I went in, and before I had to go in, okay, this is really going to sound great. I had to go in 3 days early because of jet lag, right? And I had to stay 4 days past to get over the jet lag. So, yes, Paul?
Are you going to introduce the term to the younger people? That's what's called a junket?
A junket, yeah. Yes, a junket. But I went in 3 days early, and what it did is it gave me an opportunity. I do like to go to markets early because it gives me an opportunity to get a lay of the land. And I went to, they were having a Earth Day celebration. It was Earth Day, and I went to the local marina? What do they call that? Where they have the displays of fish and game and wildlife. Not a zoo, but was it a marina? Like SeaWorld kind of place? Mm-hmm. Aquarium, that's it, the aquarium. And I walked in, and there were these two young ladies there, standing there handing out Hawaiian cookies. And of course, my wife takes the cookies and wants to have the cookies, and I can't get past them. I stop and I say, okay, got to ask you, who hired you? What are you doing here? Well, we're doing product samples. So is the local radio station, did they hire? Yeah. We're promotions people for the local radio station. And the client is paying you to be here, right? Right. So they took this Aquarium Earth Day event, they went to Hawaiian Cookies and said, give us samples, because what does Hawaiian Cookies want to do? Have people sample their product, because once you sample it, you're going to buy it. So they hired the radio station, or paid the radio station to be part of this engagement event. The radio station had their interns out on the street handing out these cookies, and I connected the dots, and my wife's like, I would never have even thought of that. But yes, that's what happens. That's the unique opportunity. We have access to unique content, and we can do that product sampling and those product sampling opportunities. So if you're dealing with a retail store that sells food, their number one objective is to get you to try the food. So do sampling opportunities. We've done events with Frito-Lay. We have this big event in Oshkosh called the Experimental Aircraft Association and Convention and Fly-In. It's the world's largest event in sport aviation. Private pilots fly in from all over the world to this event. So when I was a young seller, and nobody else thought of this, I don't know why I did, but I drove down to Chicago to the Jay's potato chip corporate offices, and I said, hey, how about if I can get your product in front of 1 million people? Because Oshkosh population is 60,000, but during EAA, 1 million people, 600, 700,000 people come in. And they said, well, tell me more. And I said, for $5,000, you can sponsor our broadcast for the week. You can have the studio sponsorship of the Jay's Potato Chip sponsorship of the studio, and we'll have bags of potato chips, so as these hungry convention goers are walking by, we'll hand them Jay's potato chip. And they said, oh my gosh, that's great, let's do it. And so I got $5,000 in Oshkosh, Wisconsin on an AM station that was 1,000 watts for 1 week, and no ads. All we did was talk about Jay's and hand out their products. So those are the types of things that we can do beyond thinking. So think of your events in a new way. This concert series that you do, who else would like to be at that audience? Who else would like to be in front of that audience? We have a concert in Oshkosh called Rock USA and Country USA, and we sell a sponsorship to the local Ford dealer who displays all the new Ford trucks in front of the entrance of Country USA, and all of the new Ford Focuses and all the other hot little Ford cars in front of the Rock USA audience. They pay good money to do that. So you have to think beyond, you have to bring partnerships together from clients. One other quick story, a grocery store was having trouble with differentiating themselves from the others, and they wanted to be the store that everybody went to on the weekend to get their camping and recreational supplies when people were going out boating and stuff. And then I met with a boat dealer, and the boat dealer was like, oh man, traffic is down. We're having trouble. This was several years ago. And I said, well, what if I could get your boat in front of 50,000 people a week for about 3 weeks? And he said, how would you do that? I said, would that be worth something to you? Yes, it would be worth something to me. So what I did is I took, you wouldn't even think of putting the two together. I said to the grocery store, you want to be the recreational camping outlet. How about if we put a boat inside your store and pack it with camping supplies and food supplies, and we sell that out, and oh, by the way, let's give away the boat at the end of a 1 month period. And the grocery store said, love it. How would you make that happen? Who's going to put a boat in here? I said, I'll handle that for you. So then I go back to the boat dealer and I said, okay, I'm going to get you into this Festival Foods. You're going to have an end aisle display, which most people pay $10,000 a week for an end aisle display. We're going to fill your boat with all sorts of food, and we're going to give away the boat, and we're going to do that. And they were both thrilled. So again, that's the end in mind. What's the grocery store wanting? More people on the traffic on the weekend to bring in, get the snacks and stuff. And what's the boat want? Traffic. Well, what does a grocery store have? Traffic. Grocery stores have huge traffic. So those are those strategic partnerships, creative signage. You can engage in the attendees with interactive experiences. There's all sorts of, there's Bonnaroo did a, what's the music festival? The one that nobody showers for 3 days and it's all sweaty. What? Yeah, something, and they set up a hair salon in the campground area so people could come by and get free hair washing, and that you would never think of that, right? I mean, it's a camping show, or it's a big, right? And so they brought this salon in, and the women loved it. I mean, they were getting their hair washed and styled and everything, and it didn't cost them anything. So those are the types of things that I really encourage you to think outside the box when you're putting these strategies together. And that's why, Caitlin, to your point, starting with the end in mind is really the key. What's the end, but then not only just that end for your client, but what else could the consumer benefit from by attending this event? How else can we engage them? And you look for those unique partnerships. So you have to think big and get uncomfortable and imagine the impossible. Brainstorming with your programming team. Nobody knows your audience better than your programming team. So brainstorm with them constantly. How would our audience have value in this? And I'm not talking about getting a couple of extra mentions for the car dealership. It has to be something that's of real honest to goodness value for your audience, and your programming team will get on board. The next phase of your proposal, or the component of the proposal, is the creative and tactical execution page, or otherwise known as the schedule page. And I don't get very detailed in the proposal with a client, because Don Beveridge taught me back in 1989 that it's easy to compare price on products. It's not easy to compare price on systems. So if I put a 60-second ad in front of a client, they can compare that 60-second ad to another radio station and determine you're more expensive, less expensive, or appropriate. But if I put together a strategy, and this is what the strategy requires from an investment. Oh, by the way, it does include some ads. It does include this. It's much more difficult to competitively beat me up. I mean, most of our strategy pages, we're talking spots, BTA, rotators, middays, all of these things. And I would encourage you to get out of that language. If you're not in it, don't ever get into it. And start talking about, again, the end in mind, the strategic plan. So making the magic happen, I would have in a proposal, we're going to do 672 commercials, 5 rotating banners, 12 Facebook page mentions, 4 sampling events. Okay? Now, try to compare that to the station across the street and what they're charging. I didn't even tell them when the commercials will run. I'm just being global in the strategy, because you know what? The advertiser doesn't really care. They don't really know what morning drive, midday, afternoon, evening, or they don't know that language. That's our problem. What's their problem? We're trying to solve that problem. And then the investment. And what I always say at the end is the product, systems, and services detailed on this proposal are available to the client through, and give them a date. Give them a date. How many times have you put a deal in front of a client, you thought the client was interested, and you've chased them down for months, only to have them say no? Well, save yourself the trouble and give them an expiration date. Every proposal that I've ever done has an expiration date that is 5 to 7 business days from the date of presentation. And I say, this is available to you through blank date. So, for instance, if I had presented something to Jordan last week and gave him the deadline of July 16th, and I called him twice in the week between then and now, and Jordan wasn't responding, I make one final call today and I say, Jordan, it's Jeff Schmidt. I'm just calling to check up on the strategy. I thought we had something that was really appealing. I just want to let you know that the expiration date is today. And so if I don't hear from you by the end of the day today, I'll assume you're not interested, and I'll go back to the drawing board and try to come up with something else for you. And that way, I'm telling the client no. Well, the minute you tell the client no, the minute you try to take something away from them, is when they generally call. Now, wait a minute, I want to do this, I've just been busy. But you've got to give it an expiration date. And then I just say it's an investment of $22,000 a month. I always use the term investment. I never use the term cost. Advertising is an investment if it works. If it doesn't work, it's a cost, but nobody does it because they want to make the cost, they want to invest it. So the investment for what I just told you on the previous page is $22,000 per month. And then I shut up. And I don't wince. And I don't give them that look like, oh my God, is she going to say yes? Is she going to say no? One of the reasons that I skyrocketed in my first year is because I didn't know the rules. I didn't know how much money was too much money. And so I called on car dealers, and my average proposal was asking them to spend $25,000 a month. And most of the people in my building were asking them to spend $500 to $750. The average car dealer order was like $1,200. And I would put it in front of a car dealer and ask for $25,000 a month. And I had one car dealer, Seeley of South Haven in South Haven, Michigan. The guy would literally not touch the proposal. I went through it page by page, handed him the last page, put it in front of him, and I said, and we can do this for $25,000 a month. And he took his pen and he went like this. He said, $25,000 a month? And I said, yeah. And I, of course, confident, cocky, whatever you want to call it. He said, you've got the biggest set that I've ever met, or you're an idiot to think that I'm going to spend that kind of money. And I said, well, I'd like to think that I might know something that you haven't considered. I never told him he was wrong, something you haven't considered. I said, how many cars would you need to sell to get $25,000 a month? And at that time, the average gross profit on a car was $1,800. So he needed to sell, 13, 14 cars to make this work. And then I gave him the ego close, and I said, with this schedule, you're going to be on the air twice an hour, every hour. The programmers hated me. Twice an hour, every hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's what this schedule is buying you on my radio. You will own the hearts and minds of this audience. Don't you think if you had that kind of exposure, you could get 13 additional sales a month? And he said, well, yeah. I said, are your salespeople good enough to handle the increased traffic? Well, yeah. And he said, but I got to tell you, my owner would kill me if I spent $25,000 with one radio station. I said, well, I don't think your owner would kill you if you doubled your business in the next 6 months. And he said, the most I could do is 10. Now again, remember, 1,200. The most he could do was 10. So I scaled back the proposal, signed the deal, and started him at 10,000. That's $120,000 in a market of 25,000 people, unrated, on an AM/FM combo. Well, guess what happened after 3 months? He wanted more. Guess what else happened in 3 months? His competitor, Bridgman Ford, called and said, what's Sealy doing? We need some of that. Come talk to us. So now we get 3 car dealers doing $10,000 a month or whatever, and it perpetuates itself. So you have to have that confidence, and that's why I say managers all the time, your number one goal with your sellers is to build belief in themselves and belief in the product. Because once they believe in themselves and believe in the product, nothing can stop them. Nothing can stop them. Look at all the political movements, look at all of the religious movements, look at anything that has been accomplished in our country and ask yourself what started it. It was people with a belief and a passion. And that's what made the difference. And your belief and passion in your products and the ability to influence business buying behavior and for the betterment of your clients is what will drive those deals forward. So any questions about proposals, presentations? I've just kind of hit the highlights. We have some sample proposals on RAB.com if you want to take a look at them. Let's talk a little bit about how to present that proposal now. Presentation skills that lead to a yes. There's 2 key ingredients, and you've seen these words before: engagement and agreement. You have to, you don't, the last thing you want to do is go page by page by page and you do all the talking, the client does all the listening, and then you get to the title page, you get to the investment page, and the client says what? Great information, let me think about it. Well, they're going to think about it because you haven't gotten their thoughts throughout the entire presentation. So you need engagement. Every single page, get it, the yes syndrome, Don Beveridge. Every single page, get affirmation before moving forward. So now if you were calling on me from the RAB, and our number one goal is to get more of you to use the website and to get more of you to use the resources of RAB, because that's our number one challenge. You have such busy lives and you have so much things grabbing your attention. If we can capture you for a minute to come to our website, you'll realize that by spending that time, you're saving yourself hours of time. So would I present a marketing partnership to the RAB, or would I start how to drive more traffic to the RAB website? You're trying to sell me, you're going to start with those lines because that's exactly what I want to do. Again, it's taken from the number one advertising objective in the CNA. All right, let's deal with objections. Caitlin, you asked about this before. Objections and closing. And you'll notice I use the word welcoming objections. Kind of odd, isn't it? I love objections. I absolutely love objections. You know why? Because what is an objection?
Still interest.
It's a, keep going.
They're not saying no
Right.
interested in.
If somebody's going to take the time to object, that means they're interested, but. I'm interested, but. And that's what an objection is. So an objection is a buying sign. Oh, do I need to tell them what page we're on? We're on page 15. So welcoming and objections and closing. Objections are buying signs. Objections are how clients indicate that they're interested and give you insights as to their concerns and thoughts. The last thing you want to hear at the end of a presentation is, let me think about it. Let me talk it over with my partner, my wife, my whatever. You want to get that on the table during the presentation. Clients will handle most of their own objections if you guide them properly. You don't have to be a champion objection handler. You just have to know the recipe. Remember, sales is a repeatable process. So is handling objections. The key to handling objections is to take your time and listen carefully. What happens most of the time is we get defensive and we almost borderline get hostile, and we don't take the time to step back. So throw an objection at me.
I don't have the money right now.
What do you mean by that?
I don't have extra money for advertising.
So how do you intend to grow your business?
That's a good, yeah.
Now, did I sound defensive with that question?
No.
I sounded compassionate. I understand we're all in a world of hurt with COVID. Nobody has money, but you indicated when we met, based on what you told me, you wanted to grow your business, right? So what I'm hearing you say is you're worried about the budget, but you still want to grow your business. So I'm curious how I can help you grow your budget, how I can help you grow your business without budget. Do you have any ideas?
Tell me your ideas.
And well, see, and that's what's happening, and it's engaging. Yes.
So you know what? I've been in Charleston for years. Everybody knows our business.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Do you know the average turnover rate and the new people coming into Charleston is about 25%? Were you aware of that? In most communities?
Yes.
Okay, so when you say everybody knows you, what does that mean?
We have about 50 people a day that move here.
Okay. And how many people do you have capacity for to serve as a whatever store you're at?
Right, whatever it is.
What,
we can absolutely.
You can grow more?
Yes.
Okay, but if everybody in the market knows you, why is everybody not shopping
Word
with
of
you?
mouth. It'll get to them.
It will?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you think that will happen? What are you doing to cause that word of mouth?
Just giving excellent service.
Mm-hmm.
And my customers will just give a lot of great referrals to their neighbors and friends.
And so everybody in the market's buying from you right now?
Most of them. This
Really?
is real life.
Really?
I get this all.
Because that store down the street seems to be doing pretty well, and they sell the same sort of products.
I know. It'll happen though.
It'll happen?
It'll happen.
Well, see, the interesting thing about radio is it's word of mouth on steroids. Wouldn't it be great if you could control the conversation or control the words that your friends use when they tell other friends?
Yes. Yes.
See, that's what you can do with the radio. You control the narrative. You control the narrative. You get to determine what it is they're saying. So how about we take those customers that are doing referrals, and instead of just telling them one at a time, we have those customers tell 50,000 people who happen to listen to our radio station, and we tell them frequently every week, and then the narrative is totally in your control. Because once they leave the store, they may say they love you, and they may say they'll refer friends, but do you really know for sure? And you don't control the quantity of those recommendations, and you certainly don't control the quality of them. And because of that, then the time that it will take to grow your business to the level you want could take years. Do you really want to wait years for that?
Don't have that much time.
All right, so then let's talk about a way to get that word of mouth on steroids for you. Okay, so what did I do there?
That was perfect.
What did I do?
You solved your problem.
Yeah. Well, you listened.
Yeah.
Okay.
You listened and you dug deeper.
So I use a technique called cram. And I picked that word intentionally because cram is what we usually do when we hear an objection. We kind of cram facts down their throat and we try to cram things back. And the first part of cram, the C, is clarify. When a client says anything, this is when you act like a 2-year-old and resist the temptation to immediately respond. You say, what do you mean by that? If the client says your price is too high, compared to what? You know, if you're in a Kia store and you're in a Mercedes store and the Mercedes dealer has a vehicle for $85,000 and the Kia has one for $23,000, and you say to the Mercedes store, you're too expensive. Compared to what? Well, I was just at the Kia store and they're selling Rios for $199 down, $199 a month, and you want $1,200 a month. So what I hear you say is that you think the Kia is the same comparable vehicle as a Mercedes. And what's the person saying at that moment? They're in their head going, well, no, I didn't say a Kia is like, I mean, a Mercedes is a Mercedes. Well, can you tell me what you think the difference is between a Kia and a Mercedes? And get them to tell you why your price is more than the Kia. Because when you clarify, what do you mean by that? Tell me why you feel that way. I'm not sure I understand. Can you explain further? These are clarification questions. Never rush to judgment. We all do that. We all rush to judgment and think we know exactly what they're saying. But you've got to clarify. And then, once you've clarified and you feel like you understand, you restate the objection that they gave you back to them, like I just did with Ginger. So what you're telling me is that your customers are saying good things about you, and because of that, you don't think you need to advertise. Well, you know, and then it will, well, are you in control of the messaging? No. Are you in control of the frequency? No. So when you restate it as closely as possible using the client's own words, go back to the Kia analogy. So what you're telling me is that a Mercedes is more expensive than a Kia, and because of that, you're not going to buy my Mercedes. Well, that probably makes them feel really stupid, right? Because who compares a Mercedes to a Kia, right? So when you restate the objection as close to the client words as possible, subliminally, and you're not being disrespectful, subliminally they hear their own words coming back and they go, well, that doesn't make any sense. And they come to that own conclusion. They reach that path of self-discovery. Caitlin, you raised your hand.
That's exactly what if someone comes to you and says, we have so much business right now, I can't even keep up. I couldn't imagine acquiring more customers right now.
That's a great problem to have. Tell me how you're handling that right now.
Well,
No, you're being the client. You're not doing the objection.
I'm trying to think
Tell me how you're handling that right now.
We are overworked. We're having to put our employees with more hours than they should.
How are your employees handling that?
It's a tough time, but we're getting it done.
So what would help? Obviously more business wouldn't help. What would help that situation?
More employees.
So more employees. So maybe what we should be talking about is a recruitment campaign. Boom, flip. Okay? So there again, clarify, restate. If you've got more business than you can handle, what you're really saying is, I'm a bad manager, I don't have the right inventory or staff, so let me help you with that. So I'll put away the advertising schedule and forget driving traffic to your store. Let's get employees. Where would you find those employees? Where do you think the best candidates would come from? And we're just role playing here, but make it up. Where do you think the best candidates would come from? Well, the problem is I hire people that are already employed at other places. Well, how about if we go into those places and talk to them and try to get them to come to work for you instead of there? Well, they wouldn't let me do that. Of course they wouldn't, but every morning when they're driving there, they're listening to our radio station. And we can get into that. They're actually listening to our radio station in the office. So we can be in your competitor, soliciting their employees and bring them over to work for you. So all of these things, if you clarify and restate, then you answer the objection, that's the A in CRAM, and then you move on. But you don't move on unless you've answered the objection and follow the answer with, does that make sense? Can you see how this, whatever qualifying question you want, but instead of, your rates are too high, oh my gosh, well, we have the #1 talent. Well, what do you mean by that? Compared to what? And then once they tell you what they're comparing it to, then you say, well, what can you tell me about that company that you're comparing us to as it comes to, does that station offer digital services as well? Are they doing targeted display for you? Are they doing geofencing? Is their talent doing podcasts that they engage with the audience on a different level? And are they willing to take you along for that ride? Oh, no. Well, see, there's a reason that the value of our products is greater than others, and that's because of what we do. And it seems to me I've made a mistake here. I haven't built enough value in this price. So let me go back and tell you all you're getting for this, because it's an unfair comparison to say you're going to compare me to that station and this station. Can I share with you some of the value that makes us different? Okay, so if I'm that Mercedes store and you're coming in from a Kia store, which is probably a ridiculous comparison anyway, but I say, let me put you back in this car and show you why the Mercedes is this value. It's not this expensive, it's this value. Did you know, and you walk through it all. If you're ever in an accident, the SOS button goes off, and within 30 seconds, the Mercedes operators are on the phone with you, and if you don't respond, they dispatch emergency medical services immediately to your location. I mean, that's a real thing. I had an accident once with my daughter in the car, and it was the winter time, and it spun around and the airbags deployed, and my daughter was like 5, 6 years old at the time. She's in the back seat, and none of us got hurt. Neither of us got hurt, but we got spun around on the road, and just as the car's coming to a stop, this voice from heaven comes on and says, "Mr. Schmidt, this is Mercedes-Benz service. We have an airbag deployment. Are you okay?" And I said, "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you. Do you need attention? Is there blockage in the road? Do you need us to send emergency medical?" And within literally 45 seconds, the police were on their way and the ambulance was on their way and everybody was there because of this warning system that Mercedes has. Now, put a price on my daughter's life, right? I'll buy that car anytime. I mean, I'll justify it, but I mean, that's worth gold to me. Kia doesn't do that. So, we used to have this thing called OnStar. I don't even think they're in business anymore, but are they? Are they? Okay. You don't hear about them anymore. You don't hear them advertised anymore. If they don't advertise, I don't think they're in business. So clarify, restate, answer, move on. This is another one of those little handy charts that I can give you the full PDF that has all the descriptions with it. That would be another one to have in front of your cubicle as you're making those phone calls and you get those objections. Clarify, restate, answer, move on. And I pride myself in not being, a glib, on your feet thinker, but by asking the right questions, it does two things. It gives you time to think and plan your attack, so to speak, but it draws out what's really going on. Because clients have an emotional response to being asked for money. And the emotional response, it's called the automatic response, okay? Let me test this. I have a big store, you've all just walked in, and I say, "Hi, can I help you?"
No. I'm looking. Yeah.
That's your automatic response. So the client's automatic response to being asked for money is, "Too expensive, not interested, let me talk to somebody else." That's not the real answer. It's that fishbone. You've got to keep picking and find out what the real issue is. There may be a real issue. But frankly, going back to Caitlin's marriage proposal, which at some point I do want to hear the story, going back to Caitlin's marriage proposal, her husband-to-be would never have asked the question had he not done all of his customer needs analysis, presentation, and done all of the prep to get her to that point. So if you're getting pushback at the presentation, something along the way has gone a little askew. And remember, we lose more sales where? Where do we lose more sales?
Because we didn't uncover
At the customer needs analysis level. That's when you're making your sale. You're not making your sale at the proposal stage. That's witnessing the purchase. You're making the sale at customer needs analysis. You're making the sale all along the way. When you get done with the customer needs analysis and you tell the client, "I'm going to call you Tuesday at 3 o'clock, and Tuesday at 3 o'clock rolls around and you're on the phone with the client, you've made a sale. But if Tuesday 3 o'clock rolls around and you got busy and did something else and you didn't call them till Wednesday, you've just checked the trust box in the bad favor. Because the client remembers you said, "I'll call you at Tuesday at 3 o'clock, and you didn't call till 4. And you better have a darn good excuse, or you've just dinged your trust. So all of these things you're doing in the steps before this, the prospecting, the research, the appointments, the CNA, all of those things, all of those steps are where you're really making the sale. Because if you've done that job, by the time you get to the proposal is simply the next logical step. Saying yes is the next logical step. All right, let's talk about closing. I've shared a couple of words that I hate. Sales, training. I hate the word closing. I really hate the word closing. Because you know what? Remove the C, and what do you have? Okay? Losing, right? So closing is a win-lose proposition. My wife and I were in business together a few years ago. She was the salesperson who sold the training when we were in partnership with another training company, and she used to call and sell the training for us, and then me and Chris would go out and do the training. And she was really good. She hates sales. She says she's not a seller, but she's the best I've met because she has such empathy and ability to connect with people. But she was on the phone with this broadcast group out in South Dakota, and she got to the end and said, here's the training, here's what it's going to cost, here's what Chris and Jeff are going to do. And then there was a long pause. And she said, is there an issue? And the guy on the other end said, no, we're just seeing how you're going to close us. Because when you sell training, how you sell is kind of important, right? Because that's how you're going to teach. People buy the way you sell before they buy what you sell, whether it's training or advertising. So she paused and she said, I don't remember his name, I think it was Mike. She said, Mike, I'm not trying to close anything. I'm trying to open a business relationship. And they all in the room went, ooh. And that's why I don't like the word closing, because closing, I don't know why graduates in 2020 got ripped off. We call it graduation, but what do we call the ceremony?
Commencement.
Commencement. What does commencement mean? Not the ending. Commence is to begin, to go on to the next phase. Well, commencement is similar to the opposite of close. We're not, when you're closing, you think, well, it's closed, done deal. The only place closing is appropriate is in the housing real estate business, because then you are closing, they've bought the house, you move on to your next customer. You keep in touch with them because you know that the average person might move, but people don't flip houses that often. So closing is appropriate there, but you don't close a car purchase. Don't tell Brad that, because every time I need a car, I pick up the phone and say, Brad, Carver needs a car now. Brad, Amanda needs a car now. Hannah needs whatever. And he's never closed us. He's opened a business relationship, so he's my go-to guy for cars. So the goals for this meeting are to get an order, of course, get agreement on the strategy and move forward, but it's to open the business relationship, not close. Okay? Does that make sense? See, again, it's different words for the things we're doing right now, and to me, they feel a lot more comfortable. All right, now let's look at effective schedules, effective advertising schedules. We're going to talk a little bit about radio when we go over effective scheduling, but I'm going to talk more globally, because what's my rule on effective scheduling? I used the term earlier, it starts with a D. When I talked about with frequency, domination, right? You've got to dominate. Effective schedules dominate. So frequency is what moves consumers through the buying cycle. This is another one of the buying cycles that I was talking about. Remember, we did the triggering event, discover a need, evaluate options, resolve doubts, and buy. Well, this is another one from the old school. The first thing that they have is attention. They don't even know you exist, then they hear your advertising and they know you exist and they start paying attention. And then once you hit them enough times, their attention turns into interest. And then when you're interested, then the interest turns into desire. And then desire turns into action. In the Jason Jennings world, we called this the ADA form of buying cycle. So my Mercedes dealer is phenomenal at this. You buy a car and you take it in for service. And what do they give you when your car is in for service? A loaner. But what kind of a loaner?
A nicer one.
The brand new version of what you're driving now. And it's amazing, you get behind the wheel of that and say, oh, this is a different screen, this is a different, and you have interest now. And then you go through 2 or 3 service cycles and your interest becomes desire. Oh, I got to have that. I can't, you know, and I tell my wife, I sell advertising. I got to know what's happening in these dashboards. I got to have the latest tech so that I can teach that. And so then the desire becomes action. And frequency and consistency is what gets people moving through the target. And the visual is a target, and that's intentional. See, this center part of the target is the people who are what we call in the market right now. How many of you need to buy a car in the next 10 days? Okay, none of you are in the market right now, right? But you might be outside the market and can be drawn in through attention, interest, and desire. We can't predict who's in the market. We can't predict that triggering event. You know, I certainly don't hope this on anybody, but somebody could be going home today and get into an accident, and it could, quote, total their car. We don't wish ill on anybody, but if you get into an accident and total your car, guess what? Now you're in the market for a car tomorrow, which is why being on the air constantly and frequently so that you remember those names in that mental Rolodex. Share of media equals share of mind. Share of media equals share of mind. A phone call for 15 minutes could save you 15%. Who does that? You can do it. We can help. Let's build something together.
That's home improvement. Not home improvement.
Home Depot. Okay? These are names that are spending, oh, how about this? I'm loving it. Okay, these are companies that are well established. Everybody knows who they are. Do you know what McDonald's spends every week on advertising? About $2 million. But everybody knows who McDonald's is. But why do they continue to do it? You know, that's another part of your objection to the person who says everybody knows them. So I'm loving it is who? Okay. Who's the king of beers? Oh, that would be Budweiser. And things go better with, I'm using an old slogan here, so that's not fair. Things go better with, okay, no, things go better with Coke. Remember that now? Now it's triggering. You haven't heard it in a while, but when I say it, boom. See, what advertising does is trigger memories. It triggers things, and that's where you need to make that brand connection. And whenever you see a Coke commercial, sorry, Jordan, whenever you see a Coke commercial, what you're really buying is sugar-filled water. Okay? 65 grams of sugar in this bottle of Coke, 65 carbs, 0 grams of protein, and 75 milligrams of salt. So Jordan, this afternoon when you want your next Coke, let me just give you a bag full of sugar and a bag full of pasta, and I'll inject it right in, and we'll just go. But they're selling sugar water, right? But how do they sell it?
Advertising.
Family picnics, family fun. This last year they did that Your Name on a Coke thing, and they did that whole radio campaign, and we loved them for that. But at the end of the day, they're selling sugar water, right? And so the things go better with Coke. So the scheduling suggestions that I will make is ask for enough to accomplish the advertising objectives. And there's an underlying tone there that I didn't mention. One of the things that you have to ask when you do a proposal and when you do a presentation is you have to ask the client, how will we know when this is successful? What does success look like? How will we know if this is working? And you need to know how they feel that it's working. I have met with clients who believe that they can run 4 ads, not 4 frequency, 4 ads a week and double their business. That's an unreasonable expectation. And they think they can double their business in 30 days by running 4 ads. That's an unreasonable expectation, and it's never going to happen. And so I will walk from that business, or I will have a conversation about their expectations. So you always have to know what winning looks like in order to win. How many times would we go to a football game if they didn't have a scoreboard? How many times would we go to any sporting event if there wasn't a scoreboard? How many games do you play with your family if there isn't a winner and the rest of you losers on family game night, right? You play video games online, there's a winner and there's a dead person online. So everything has a win and a loss. Everything has a win and a loss. So we need to know what winning looks like for the client. And I think one of the greatest mistakes we make when selling advertising is we don't ask, what does success look like? Because we need to know what we're up against and know whether it's reasonable. Now, if the client says, all I need is 2 or 3 people to say every week that they're hearing me on the radio, I can deal with that. That's a reasonable expectation. Now, you and I both know at the end of the day, if it's going to be an investment, advertising has to produce a return on investment, and that means more money in the cash register. Ultimately, it means growing sales. When that occurs is up for discussion. And when I was working with Chuck Mefford, I don't know if you know Chuck or Brandsformation, we used to have this page called the chickening out clause that we made clients sign when we signed them to an annual contract. We sold nothing but annual contracts. But we knew that within 60 days, the client was going to be writing checks and not seeing any results. And we told them this up front. This is branding. This is not direct response advertising. This is branding. It takes time. It takes time to change human behavior. Are you married? You know how difficult it is to change human behavior. So what we had them sign was, and we created this real creative, flowery, this is the chickening out clause. I, Paul O'Malley, owner of O'Malley's Bar, agree that within the next 30 days, I'm going to get to a point where I've been writing checks and I'm not seeing results and I'm going to want to cancel the advertising. I recognize right now on this day that that would be the dumbest mistake I'd ever make because the advertising is just about to start working when I cancel it. So I will accept this piece of paper when thrown back at me called the chickening out clause, and I will not cancel. And we would have them sign that up front. Because we know that advertising works over the long haul, consistency, particularly brand advertising. There's only 2 types of advertising, direct response and brand. And if you're doing branding, it's lower frequency but longer consistency. Now, if you're doing direct response where you have 24 hours a day and you run 48 ads a day for 7 days, then yes, they should expect some big business on Saturday as a result of doing that. But brand advertising is a different animal, and it has to deal with long-term expectations. So please, please, please ask the question, what does success look like when you make a presentation? Before you even get them to sign it, say, oh, before we do that, I just want to know, how will you evaluate this? How will you know it's working? And that gives you a whole nother discussion of things that you need to have in the back of your mind. It can help your creative content. Well, I need to have people tell me they heard the ad. Well, the default used to be, well, we'll say mention this ad and you get 10% off. That's the, I'm sure, I don't want to be offensive, but that's not a good strategy because it sets yourself up for failure, right? Does anybody know who Pat Summerall is?
Sure. Yes.
Has anybody gone to True Value Hardware? Have you ever told them Pat Summerall sent you? No, but they spent millions on that campaign. Tell them Pat Summerall sent you. They spent millions on the talent and they spent millions on the flights, and nobody ever goes into True Value and says, Pat Summerall sent me. Because you know why? That's not how we consume products. We don't even know sometimes how we've heard about this product. That's why advertising is so around us. In St. Joe, Michigan, we did this shoe sale at Ben Bublick's store, and it was a buy one pair, get 2 pair free. So it was a 75% off, basically. Buy 1 pair, get 2 pair free. And we hit it hard. We hit it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for 2 weeks leading up to this one Saturday sale. It was the only advertising he did. The only advertising he did, our radio station, and there was a line at the door when they opened. And we stood at the door with a clipboard, without logoed t-shirts, and we said, how'd you hear about the sale? How'd you hear about the sale? How'd you hear about the sale? Because we wanted to know, right? 60% of the people that walked through the door said, I saw the ad in the newspaper. I saw the television ad. Well, there weren't any. It was all radio. See, that's the problem with radio. I say problem. That's one of the challenges of radio, is we consume radio when we're doing other things. We consume radio when we're at the beach. We consume radio when we're in our car, engaged in conversation. Radio has this subliminal filter that comes in behind what you're doing and paying attention to, and that's how we use music, but that's how commercials work too. So when you're pushed to the hilt and say, how did you hear about this sale? You're not going to say radio because you don't recognize that you even heard it on the radio. You're just there. And because you're there, and that story we used over and over because it was such a reminder that people don't know how they heard about the business. They just don't know. So you have to ask about those expectations. And selling long-term schedules. If it were me, I would never present anything less than an annual. Now, I know we're in a COVID world. There's a lot of uncertainty right now, and that may be difficult. I didn't say only accept annual sales. I said ask for annuals all the time. Because what does it do for you when you ask for an annual all the time? What are some benefits of an annual contract? For you first.
Monthly billing.
Monthly billing, planned on. You can go get a loan. You know what your stuff is coming in. What else for you?
Get your year off closer to budget, a lot less.
Imagine being able to go into the month at 85% to goal. Right. Yeah. How easy would life be, right? Then you could keep giving yourself raises and go prospect more new business. So if you had 85% of your clients on annual contracts and all you had to do every month was talk to them about strategy and copy, but the rest of the time you could go out and sell new business, just think about how great life would be. Now let's look at it from a customer standpoint. What's the benefit of a long-term schedule? Say it again.
More business.
More business. Reach, frequency, consistency, compelling, creative. More business. More time on branding. More time to get top of mind awareness in the marketplace. So why wouldn't we ask? When I worked into the Green Bay market, I walked in and they had 5% of their business on annual contracts. So I actually, and I'm not a dictatorial manager, but I made it a requirement that no proposal could leave the building unless it was asking for an annual. Asking. And within 6 months, we were up to 40% annual contracts. Because you will not get an annual contract if you don't ask for it. You won't get it if you do ask for it, but you'll for sure not get it if you don't ask for it. The other thing that annual contracts do for you, and I have 9 reasons, but I'm giving you the highlights. They show your belief in the product. I was meeting with a retailer in Barrie, Ontario. And I said, what's your frustration? He came to one of our advertisers. What's your frustration about sellers? I wish they'd think I was going to be in business for more than the next 13 weeks. What do you mean? Well, all they do is they give me these plans for the next month. I want to know what, I got to plan out longer than that. So it shows your belief in your product, and it shows your belief in their product. And whenever I pitch an annual and somebody says, oh, I can't commit to an annual, that one, why? You don't plan on being in business then? And the one time, I only did it once, but the one time I got this guy was just a real kind of a jerk client. We've all had them, right? And I said, well, okay, call me when you're going out of business. I'll be happy to help you do the out of business sale. And that was not a really nice thing to say, but a year later he was going out of business and I got the call. So, all right, let's talk about money. Can we talk about money? How many of you like to talk about money? Seriously, do you like talking about money? Do you like talking about your own personal finances? No. Do you like talking about your debt to income? Do you like talking about your credit card bills? Do you like talking about your income? Do you meet strangers in the bar and say, oh, I made $70,000 last year. How about you? We don't have those kinds of conversations. Why? Because we're grown up to believe that money is a private issue. Remember the Office video that I shared? I'm sorry, that was a family emergency. Oh no, what's wrong? I'm sorry, that's private. That's what we're afraid of. Clients saying, I'm sorry, that's private. So let me give you 3 things to think about money. But before we do that, I'm going to try this, and I need the chatters to be on the chat board with this as well. Yeah, Nikki, you're right. The more you ask for, the more you get. That's exactly right. This weekend, and it's not real, it's just for argument's sake, this weekend I'm going to go out and buy an expensive car. What I want you to do is write down the number on your piece of paper. How much is an expensive car going to cost me? And those of you on the chat box, type it in the window. How much is an expensive car? I'm going to buy an expensive car this weekend. What's it going to cost me? In fact, I think as part of this engagement, Chris Forgy agreed to buy me that expensive car, didn't he? So I'm going to buy an expensive car this weekend. How much is it going to cost me? Megan?
I would say like 6 figures is an expensive.
Give me a number.
100K?
100,000? How much is a car going to cost me? 100?
100. I said 80.
80? Paul?
I said 80.
80? Okay, so why the difference? Now imagine the two of you, no, let me not be weird. Imagine you told, your husband said, your husband to be, you said you're going to go buy a car this weekend, and he's thinking expensive is 80, and you come home with a $120,000 car. What kind of conversation is that going to be?
Not a good one, but it
Not-
would definitely be the opposite.
Okay, probably would be the opposite. But why does that happen? Because we all have different perceptions. So we have 60,000, 35,000. Steve has 35,000 as an expensive car. Nikki has 85. Kristen 100,000. Chris 75,000. Amber 60. We're all over the board. Why is that? Because our view of money is based on our perspective, right? If you grew up living on the Gulf of Mexico in Naples, Florida, in a $34 million house with servants and Rolls Royces to take you to school, then $35,000 is what you carried in your wallet for weekend change, right? But if you grew up at Cabrini Green in Chicago, then $5 was a heck of a lot of money in your pocket. And that's the problem with money, is that we always put our perspective on money when we talk to clients. And I'm convinced that's why we don't ask for more. As one of our participants on the chat, Nikki says, the more you ask, the more you get. Okay? But the problem is we don't ask. And why don't we ask? Because three things. It's personal, it's private, and it's based on our perception. So let's change that. My moniker is think big, make big things happen. I didn't know the rules. I didn't know what the average order was when I started in sales. I didn't know that the average car dealer only spent $1,200 a month. So when I did the math, I figured 18 cars, 25,000 seems like a no-brainer to me. I was too stupid to know any better. Or was I brilliant? I don't know the answer. I'll admit that I was too stupid at that point, but the more I thought about it, the more advertising they do, the more business they'll get. So the three things I've learned about money in my career is that the ride down is easier than the ride up. The ride down is easier than the ride up. There's a dramatic difference between business dollars and personal dollars. Jordan says expensive dinner, 25, 50, 100. Panera is way more expensive than McDonald's. Good point. Okay? You can go to Panera for a salad for two and you'll pay $35. You can go to McDonald's and you'll walk away at, what, 14 bucks, 15 bucks? So exactly. All these products have different value equations. So the ride down is easier than the ride up. Business dollars and personal dollars are dramatically different, and financial attention span is something you have to pay attention to when you're talking about clients. So let's go into that in detail. The ride down is easier than the ride up. These are three young men that are part of our Media Sales Academy. They're going to graduate college in the next year, and we're in partnership with the NAB Leadership Foundation, and I have the honor and privilege of being able to go work with these young minds and get them out on successful careers. But if I walked into a men's clothing store, or ladies, if you walked into a dress shop and there was a $2,000, a $1,200, and a $600 suit, what's the salesperson going to show you first if they're smart? The $2,000 suit. My daughter, the third to get married in the family, actually 3 and 4 are getting married this year, but her and mom went jewelry shopping this past weekend looking for the jewelry for the the wedding. And of course, they went to a jewelry store, and the first thing the jewelry store owner showed her was a $17,000 necklace. And she's like, do you have anything more reasonable than that? And she walked out with a $175 necklace. She's not in any way flashy, doesn't, you know, that's just not her. So, but they offered the $2,000 suit. So if I take that $2,000 suit and I say, whoo, that's too expensive, I can't spend $2,000 on a suit, well, then he takes me down to the $1,200 suit, and that's a 40% reduction. From $2,000 to $1,200 is coming down 40%. Now I'm feeling like I got a deal, right? But if he starts me at the $600 suit and tries to get me to move up to $1,200, that's a 100% increase. That's double. So the ride down is always easier than the ride up. Think big, make big things happen. The minute you think you know what the client should spend, double it and start there. Because you're not just inflating it. This isn't Wall Street where you're trying to do a pump and dump. You're actually giving them actual value for that investment. So when you think you know what the client should spend, double it. And remember, we have some tools at the RAB to help. Add to sales ratio, all of those things that are available to you to assist in this process. Now, the second concept that I want to share with you is business dollars versus personal dollars. I've talked a lot about my friend Brad, who's the car dealership owner in Appleton, Wisconsin. This is his compound. He has the used car supercenter over here. He has Audi, Volkswagen, Hyundai, Nissan, Mazda, Mitsubishi, and Nissan's over here. So he's got 1, 2, 3 buildings, and he's got, you know, several acres of vehicles. Nice looking lot, right? So wealthy, successful. This is his guest lounge. He has a guest lounge in each of the 3 buildings. In his guest lounge, he puts coffee, water, fresh homemade cookie. Well, homemade, that's another term I hate. It's not homemade if it's in a restaurant. It's made in the restaurant. Don't tell me it's homemade. If it's homemade, you brought it from home, right? Anyway, he has fresh, you can see the cookies over here. He has cookies, he has tea, he has water and soda and sugar water for Jordan. And then he has coffee, and the most expensive you can buy it per pound in a Keurig. But he has all of those things in each of the buildings. What do you think Brad spends a month on coffee and refreshments for his guests? You saw the size of the building. He's got 3 buildings. He sells about 300 to 400 cars a month. And each of those cars needs service. So tell me what you think Brad spends a month on coffee. $1,200. Ginger? 1,000. Caitlin? 800. Megan? A month. Jordan, what do you, I'm going to give the chat people a chance here to throw in their number as well. You got to be quicker on the chat because you're in a delay. So by the time I'm ready to move on, I want to get your input, so I'll hold off for you. Megan, what do you think? 1,000. Jordan, what do you think?
About 12,000 a month.
Alexandra says 8,000.
No, that should be 200.
Really?
I said, watch it be that low because
1,500, Christine. Okay. Well, here's what Brad spends a month in 10 to 15,000. Nikki said. What do you? Paul really winced his eyes. You know what Brad spends a month on coffee? $30,000.
Oh my God.
$30,000 a month on coffee. In coffee.
It's 8 cents a Keurig.
$30,000 a month. Now imagine if you're the radio rep and you walk in asking for $1,200 a month. You're not even as important as his coffee budget.
Let's talk about the coffee rep.
Well, okay, but remember I said 3 buildings, sugar, water, coffee, tea, and cookies. Do you know what he spends on paper and pencils for his salespeople to fill the sales pit? $16,000 a month. Wow. This is business dollars versus personal dollars. Okay? He thinks nothing of spending $30,000. I can tell you that Brad won't go to Starbucks though, because it's $4.25 a cup. Yeah. He goes to Citgo or to the Quick Trip because he can buy it for 99 cents out of his personal funds. He'll do it for 99 cents. But at the store, he's paying $30,000 a month in coffee. And Steve wants to know if he owns a coffee plantation. No, that's why he pays $30,000 a month, because he doesn't own a coffee plantation. So the question is, are you in your client's financial attention span? Think about this for a minute. Brad spends $30,000 a month on coffee, but every single deal that crosses his desk is what right now? The average price of a new car right now is $37,500. So there's very rarely a deal that crosses his desk that's less than $37,000. That's his financial attention span. So if you're not talking $37,000 or more, you're not even getting his attention. And that's why this dealer in Little South Haven, Michigan was responding the way he did, because I was in his financial attention span. His deal back in those days, $25,000 was a reasonably, I didn't pick that number by accident. I picked that number based on the average price of a new car at the time. So if I'm pitching Brad, I'm going to ask for $37,000 a month, because there I'm more important than coffee, because coffee is in, out. That's literally the money, in, out. But advertising is in, bring more in, bring more in, bring more in. So are you in your client's financial attention span? And you have to know these things, because we have no concept of what real money is until we run a business. Now, Brad and I are good enough friends that he shows me his P&L every month. His business expenses are about $25 million a year. And it's a lot of money, right? And it's more money than I could ever conceive of. So back about 10 years ago, they do this big annual sale every year. And when I was the market manager, I had a rep calling on Brad, because I didn't think it was a good idea for me to call on Brad. When you call on a friend that's such a good friend, you tend not to do business in an objective way, either for their benefit or for their detriment. In other words, I would be afraid to ask my friend to spend a lot of money. And so they have this big event called June 3000. This is how they kick it off. They rent a theater. They fill it up with all of their sales associates. Now, Brad is one component of Bergstrom. Bergstrom has 27 other dealerships in the state of Wisconsin. So this is John Bergstrom, the owner, and he brings them all in, and they have this big party to kick off June 3000, and the goal is to sell 3,000 cars in the month of June. Now, they've since converted to one price selling, so it's not a better time. And now this year they did the June 300,000, and brilliant on their part. They pivoted from 3,000 vehicles to, we're going to donate 300,000 to the food shelters in Northeast Wisconsin based on the sales this month. So help us raise $300,000. Every car bought gets a $100 donation, blah, blah. So they've pivoted to a COVID world and really don't look like greedy money mongers, but now they're the June 300,000. But when it was the June 3000, they kicked it off this way. And this is Brad with Aaron Rodgers and a couple of other team members as they do their billboards and other things. And this is his team getting ready to kick off. You guys know what this game is, right? Do you do that here too? See, I thought that was a Wisconsin thing. Weirdest game. But so this is the kickoff, and there's Brad with the little selfie. He's not very good at it yet because you only get half of his face. But my rep came back and said, oh my God, we were getting about $7,000 a month from Bergstrom for their annual contract. And he came back and he said, I got him to spend $17,000 for June 3000 this year. $17,000. So of course I'm high-fiving and blah, we're all having a good time. $17,000 in 1 month from one dealer group, that's fantastic. I called Brad, I said, hey buddy, I want to take you to lunch. What for? Well, I just want to take you to lunch. It's June 3000, you're going to be real busy, so let's do lunch before. This was like in May. And so I took him to lunch and I said, I just wanted to thank you. I know you don't have single-handed responsibility on directing the advertising funds, but we were able to secure $17,000 investment this year from Bergstrom for June 3000. And he goes, and I said, what? He said, 17,000 is what you got? I said, yeah. He said, do you know what we spent on June 3000 this year? I said, no. He said, $1.2 million. $1.2 million. Now, who's got a calculator? Who's got a calculator? I do. I got a calculator. Okay? Take 3,000 cars, times the average gross profit of $24.56, that's $7.3 million.
Yeah.
Would you spend $1 million to make 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, every day and Sunday, I would do that. So they spent 1.2 to make 7.3. It made total sense in that big picture world, right? So from that perspective, 1.2 is a drop in the bucket to make 7.3.
Actually, it was your station got 0.014% of it.
Yeah, thanks for making it hurt. Thanks for making it hurt again all of these years later. I was just getting over it, but thanks for making it hurt again. Here's the science behind this. Harvard Business School did a study of salespeople, and this is not just radio sales, but they came to the conclusion that the average salesperson will not ask a client to spend more money in a month than they make. Let me say that again because it's kind of confusing. The average salesperson will not ask a client to spend more money in a month than they make. So now I want you to close your eyes, not talk to anybody, not say anything, and I want you to think of the last 10 proposals that you've put out there. And then I want you to look at your paycheck. And if you make $3,000 a month, that's a lot of money to you. Have you asked a client to spend more than $3,000 in a month? How many of you can, with confidence, say, I always ask my clients to spend more money in the month than I make? Any of you? Good, then you're part of the statistic. And why is that? It's not your fault. Don't get offended. It's science, because to you, that's a lot of money. You can't fathom spending $30,000 a month on coffee because you have to run a budget to be able to go to Starbucks twice a week. And you're running a tight budget. So to you, whatever you're making, whether that's $3,000, $5,000, $10,000, whatever you're making a month, that's a lot of money. Aaron Rodgers makes millions a year. And to us, that's a lot of money, but I'll bet his debt to income is no better than ours. Because the thing I've found about money is the more you have, the more you spend, you always spend more than you make, or at least that's the tendency. So, it's why you look at these Bear Stearns and these big companies that are going bankrupt, making trillions of dollars. How can they possibly go bankrupt? Well, because they spent more than they made. It's just add a zero. It's just the scale. So my encouragement to you is to break this cycle. Stop thinking of money from your perspective and start thinking of money from your client's perspective. Now, it will take you some time to get to the point where a client will actually show you their P&L and go through it with you. But if you're at level 4, they will. And of course, you'll sign NDAs and not share that information with anybody. But it's really eye-opening to know how much money is being spent at stores on products and services and how much money is coming in. The average car, I think Brad's store does, if I'm not mistaken, it's like $400 million a year in gross sales. So when you're dealing with those kinds of funds, you have to change your mind. So what I hope these last few minutes have done is really kind of blown your mind on money. I want you to completely rethink what you think about money. Money isn't from our perspective, it's from their perspective. And then the ticket price also has to do with that. And the best way that I found to ask a client how much they're making in sales without asking the offensive, what's your budget for advertising, what's your annual sales, is I came up with 3 questions that always got me close. In an average week, how many people come to your store? That's question number 1. In an average week, how many people come to your store? Of the people that come to your store, what percentage of them buy from you? And when they buy from you, what's the average sale made? So with those 3 questions, I can figure out generally their annual sales. So if you've got 100 people coming into your store every week, you close 50 of them, and the average person spends $1, then you've got $50 a week in sales, times 4, $200 a month, times 12, $2,400 for the year. I'm just using really easy numbers because I didn't want to get the calculator out. But those 3 questions, how many people come to your store on a weekly basis? What percentage of them buy from you? And what's the average sale? And sometimes the number shocks you on the low end. I was reading the grocery store trade a couple of weeks ago, and pre-COVID, of course, before everybody did a run on toilet paper. What was that all about? I mean, did people just start using toilet paper with COVID? I don't get it. Do you know what the average sale at a grocery store is? The moms in the room are going to go, no way. What do you think the average sale at a grocery store?
Average per product?
No, average sale. The customer walks in, walks out. How much did they spend?
Average?
Uh-huh.
150.
350.
Would it shock you to know that it's $18.75?
Take all the people that go in and get toothpaste.
And you know why that is? That's because they're seeing 40 and 50,000 people a week. And there are people that go in and buy $1 worth of gum. There are some people that shop for the week and spend their $300. And then there are people that shop on a daily basis and go in and get the deli items for $4 and get, so if you take all of the aggregate, because of their volume, their average sale is only $18.75. But now multiply that by 50,000 and you have a huge number. So it's important to know those numbers, and if you read the trade publications, you can see those numbers and you can see what the average store is doing. And the one thing I know about car dealers in general, any type of business, is they have an ego drive that is beyond compare. And if you tell them the average car dealer right now is getting a gross profit of $2,400, he'll say, I'm getting 32. We're better than that. So they always inflate the numbers, and that works in your favor. So my end of the line story for money is think big and make big things happen. Because the world according to you does not apply when you're talking business dollars versus personal dollars. It is 7 minutes to 3. I'd like to give you how about if we reconvene at 3:10? Does that work, or is that too long? A good break? That's like 15 minutes, almost 15 minutes. Yeah, 17 minutes. Take 17 minutes. Everybody in the chat box, if you have any questions, if you have any things that you want clarification on, I'll sit by the chat. Feel free to jump in. I'll go mute on the microphone, but I'll get in on the chat box and start typing back and forth to you. I'm also going to be here tomorrow if we want to do a follow-up phone conversation, conference call with anybody. I have an 8:30 with Ginger. She already booked that, so I'm sorry. You're the boss.
Extra, or is that included in the full price of
She
the
booked it.
trip?
She booked it. So I have an 8:30 with Ginger, but I'm here until about. How long does it take to get to the airport from here?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. So I'm here until 1 o'clock. I got a 3:50 flight based on hours, so I'm here till 1 o'clock tomorrow. So if you need me to do a morning show, fill in, read the news, I'm happy to do any of that. All right, 15-minute break.
Notice though that
All right, so for those of you in the chat, we're going to start in about 2 minutes because I said 3:10 Eastern time. But of course, you know by now, because this is the third time that we've taken a break, what my first routine is coming out of the break. So to give the folks on the chat, since you're on a delay, what's your key takeaway from lunch to now session? And then I'll ask in this room as well, but think about that, and if you're at your desk and you can start typing in now, what's your key takeaway from lunch to now?
mine's easy.
I already know Ginger's. What's the problem? Well, you say, uh-oh. I hate it when a technical guy says, uh-oh.
Yeah.
When an IT guy says, uh-oh, that's bad.
IT people and doctors should never say uh-oh.
Yeah.
You're in the room.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Doctor looks at the chart and says, uh-oh. What? Oh, no, my wife just texted me. I can't make it for dinner tonight or whatever. Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay. Austin says business dollars versus personal dollars. Very important to realize. Yes, it is. In fact, that's Ginger's number one. She said, had she known that when she started her career, she would be making a lot more money now. Double what you think the client should spend. Know their financial attention span. Okay, the money is resonating. The money, ask for more money, Kristen says. All right. Paul, what's yours?
Only because it applies to a lot of aspects of negotiating. To ride down
Is easier than the ride up?
Easier than the ride up. It's the same as like the ride down on asking for an annual versus 26 weeks. The ride
Right.
up is ask for more, and the ride down is easier.
Amber's calling everybody else a copier because they're taking her idea of the money. Nikki says the expiration date on the proposal, that was one of those little hidden gems. Kim Johnson is in the room, everybody. What a stalker. She's our director of sales at the RAB and the one you'll have contact with if you want to buy things, but she always says, uh-oh, when Jeff calls her. Nice. Lead with the story, support with the data. Need to do that more. Understanding their spending power, get more money. Yeah, Jordan, don't encourage her. Cut it out. Jordan is encouraging Kim. Kim?
That's some more sugar, by the way. Why don't you add the
Wait,
sugar
wait.
back in the
Oh yeah. Now Jordan has gone from sugar water to cancer in a can. He's got Red Bull for his wings. Am I putting you to sleep? Do you really need Red Bull to make it through the afternoon with me? Kim, don't answer that. And by the way, Kim, shouldn't you be on the phone talking and engaging with clients right now? It's only, what time is it in Denver right now? They're 3 hours behind. So, she's on her 3-hour lunch. So anyway, okay. Harvard folks are too smart. Ha. Yes, they are, aren't they? Okay, so let's go forward here and have a little fun. We're going to talk about creative. My clicker's not working. You want to give me the screen back? Jordan, can you give me the command again?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thanks. So we're going to talk about creative, and I start this by, again, giving great accolades to Yaman Koskin, who runs Cash by Creative and Yaman Air Creative. He has been engaged with your company for, do you know how many years, Paul?
Since I've been here. So.
He's absolutely unbelievable. His team, I've been to his DC office, I've seen his studio. In fact, a little known fact about Yaman Koskin is the soundboard that I have in my Oshkosh office, Yaman gave me. It was one of his leftover soundboards. He didn't have it, need for it anymore. He said, "You want this sound?" I said, "That's a really nice board." He said, "I'll ship it to you." So when I do live presentations and I do webinars, Yaman is to credit for how good I sound, or if I don't sound good, blame him. But it's through that radio board. Okay, Amber also saying a word that can change your life. The word is, what's the word? Whenever anything bad happens to you, you're supposed to say, "That's inconvenient." Right. And that German psychologist name? Oh, you wrote. Oh, you read it. You're getting smart. Okay. All right. So Yaman Air Creative, Cash by Creative, is the service that does. Do they do all of your work, Paul, or do sellers use them from time to time?
No, sellers either mostly use them, but they also have talent in their own building that will also do specs box.
Okay, so you do specs.
CBC is the only company I think any of us use.
But some of you in the room actually do write your own commercials and don't use the service. Okay, so we're going to give you some of the rules that make magic happen for clients and talk about creative concepts that drive traffic into retailers. Something happened in the middle of March. It was called the COVID pandemic. But something worse than that happened is that everybody responded the same way.
When we first opened our doors.
Since 1926.
Since 1978.
For 60 years.
For 75 years.
For over 80 years.
In 90 years.
Over 100 years. Nationwide has been on your side.
Restaurants have always been there for you.
Nissan has been with you through thick and thin.
We will do what we've always done.
Take care of people.
We're people.
People.
People. People.
People.
People and family.
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 Family. Family.
Family.
Family.
Family.
Family.
Families are families. Families.
Even now. Especially now. Especially now.
Right now.
Now more than ever.
More than ever.
Today, more than ever.
Today, more than ever.
In times like this.
At times like these.
During these difficult times.
In these troubled times.
Challenging times.
Trying times.
In these times of uncertainty.
During this time of great uncertainty.
During these uncertain times.
During these uncertain times.
In uncertain times.
In uncertain times. Uncertain times.
Unprecedented times.
Unprecedented times.
Unprecedented times.
This unprecedented moment in our history.
It's time of social distancing.
While things have slowed down. As we turn more inside.
While the doors may be closed.
While the distance between us has gotten bigger.
The more we stay apart,
we still find ways to stay close, even when we're apart.
Even if we can't stand closer than 6 feet.
We can all stay connected to work, school, and most importantly, to each other.
There's still ways to touch each other.
All without leaving the comfort and safety of your home.
Without leaving the safety of your home.
From home.
Home. Your home.
At home. Home.
Home.
Home. Home. Home. Home.
Home. Home. That's the key.
Buick and GMC are here to help. Con Edison is here to help.
Here to help.
Our teams are here.
We are here.
We're here.
We're here.
Here for you.
Here for you.
We're here for you.
We're here for you.
We are here for you.
We're here for you.
We are here for you. We'll be here for you.
Runnings is here for you.
We're still here for you.
We're with you. We're part of your community.
So you can trust us.
You can count on us.
and we'll get through this. Together.
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 Together. Together.
Together.
Together.
Together.
Together. Together.
Together.
Together.
And together.
Together.
Together. Together.
Together.
Together.
Together.
Together.
Together.
Together.
MasterCard.
So I guess I don't have to make you sit through the rest of that, but pretty shocking, isn't it? I've never before in my lifetime seen cliches happen so quickly. Now everything is being evaluated through the lens of we're in this together. We'll do this together. And what was fascinating to me about that was the music, the piano music on all of the commercials. So you would almost think that all of the big ad agencies in New York and Madison Avenue got together and said, how can we all sound the same? See, that's the problem with ads like that. Did it stop? It didn't stop? It's still playing?
It stopped.
Okay, there we go. So the problem with ads like that is that they all start to sound the same. So how would you differentiate any of those customers on the radio without visuals? If you didn't see the name of the company, you wouldn't have known the difference. Now, it would be really nice, and Yaman shared this with me, it would be really nice, and we back up on audio here too, it would be really nice if they were at least honest with us on their
During
ad.
these difficult times, we all need to stick together. For years, we've been there, supporting you every step of the way. In tumultuous times like these, we want you to isolate, stay safe, and remind you that we're still open for business and that you should continue to purchase our products and feel good about doing so. You can now, in the year 2020, purchase from us online. And if you need to come into one of our locations, we've finally begun cleaning our disgusting stores. We've taught our staff how to properly wash their hands for the first time, and they now will no longer grab your face or try and touch your teeth. In addition, when you make a purchase, we want you to feel secure financially. So if you can't continue to make payments, we'll give collection agencies your social security number, one digit at a time, and read slowly to give you more time to make a run for it. Let's all come together to stay safe so you can buy our products and continue to buy our products. Never die and keep giving us money forever. Just remember, we're still here for you, for us.
They were honest. That's what they, really. So thank you, Yaman, for that little creative infusion. There are 4 A's when it comes to advertising: attention, awareness, attitude, and action. So as you're writing your copy, you want attention. You want to grab their attention somehow. And my favorite way to grab attention is tell a story. Don't start talking about the client right away. Remember, what's rule number 1 in advertising? People do not buy products and services. They buy, what do they buy? They buy what the product or service does for them. Oh, the carbs are kicking in, I can tell. So they buy what the products or services are doing for them. So go right to the end result. Capture them with what it is you want them to accomplish. Now, if some advertiser actually did run that television commercial, the funny one at the end there, they'd probably get some good feedback for doing that. But attention, awareness, attitude, and action. And so I want you to listen to this ad and tell me if it has all of those elements. It'll sound familiar to you because of a couple of other elements that are
Hi,
important.
Tom Bodette, somewhat in knots over this trendy new hairstyle called a man bun. I mean, what's next, the he hive? Well, Motel 6 recently got a new updo of sorts too, with renovations nationwide. And even with our fresh modern look, you'll still find rooms at the lowest price of any national chain. So you can save up enough money to get yourself a haircut, or maybe a hat. I'm Tom Bodette, and we'll leave the light on for you. Book direct at motel6.com.
So it was 15 seconds into the commercial
Hi, Tom
before he
Bodette.
even
Now
said the
that Motel
client
6
name.
is renovated.
Okay. It was 15 seconds before the client name, but what was the message there? They renovated, they remodeled. Wouldn't most companies and lazy copywriters say Motel 6 is totally remodeled and renovated, but instead Tom Bodette takes something that's culturally relevant, the man bun, and ties it into a a connection. So that's what branding is. It's drawing those connections between something you already know and something new. Bring it back to your childhood. That's why when I was growing up, the Coke commercials used to feature that song, I'd like to build the world a song and teach it, but I'd like to buy the world a Coke, because they changed the words. So it was a very familiar song to me, but it became the sugar water in my head. And now Red Bull gives Jordan wings, so he's going to fly out of here today. What do wings have to do with sugar water that's infused with 25,000 milligrams of caffeine? It has nothing to do with that, but Red Bull gives you wings. So they're always drawing something to your attention. So when you're writing copy, this is where does the copywriting process start? Any thoughts on the 7 steps to selling success where the copywriting process starts? During the CNA. Megan gets the gold star. When you find out what their goals are, but you're also asking them in the CNA, remember one of the components of the CNA is your competitive analysis and what do you do better. Listen carefully to what they're very proud of. Those are your copy points. So you have to know the product. We also talked about in the prospecting phase, knowing the target, right? Because you're calling on them because they already are relevant to your radio station or your digital product. And then use the theater of the mind. And I know that Ginger came from television, and I'm sorry, Ginger, but I just think television is lazy because you got to show them what you're talking about instead of just getting them to hear it and picture it in their own mind. And I'm just kidding about that. But, it's unique that when you show the picture of a couch and you say this is the best couch ever, I can make a judgment. But if you tell me it's soft Corinthian leather, like you've never felt before, you can sit back and just feel yourself. I've developed my own mental picture of what that sofa looks like. Now, I may be disappointed when I get to the store, but I'm not going to be disappointed with the ad because it's kind of like money. It's my perception that I'm turning into reality. And that's the value and the benefit of the theater of the mind. Now, we have a whole new set of cliches to avoid, don't we? How many of your ads on the air right now say, we're in this together, we're here for you, we take care of you? How many of your station promos are saying that? I mean, let's face it, just based on what we've heard, everybody's doing it. So that's exactly the reason why we need to, another cliche, pivot and do something different. Use real life situations. Use emotion. You're familiar with this car company, right? When I say BMW, give me the attributes of the BMW product. On the chat box, start typing in what you know about BMW.
Classy.
Classy. Fast. Kaylin?
Yeah, value.
Value.
Upper scale.
Okay, would these apply? Luxurious, German engineering, instantly recognizable, high resale value, status symbol, car drivers 10 best, high performance, boasts a catchy slogan. Do you know what their slogan is? No. The ultimate driving machine. Yes. And Mercedes used to be, some things are too good not to share when they talk about their sharing their, and they're safe, right? So now let's listen to this BMW ad and check off all of these things. So you would think with all of these attributes to the product that they should be talking about them in their radio ads, right? Right? I mean, if you're a normal copywriter, you're going to focus on these attributes. And so you're going to hear these words in this next ad, right? Okay, let's make sure.
The name of your first dog, the difference between red and green, the laws of gravity, the
Your
feel
brain,
of your favorite
it
shirt,
stores everything you know,
the way
everything you
butterfly
feel,
looks,
everything you've ever
the
done.
way it feels to hold a baby, the smell of fresh baked apple
Yet it's
pie,
protected only by your skull,
Where you
made
went
up
on
of
your
bones a
first date.
few fragile millimeters
the
thick.
sound of your mom's voice,
Which means that in a severe side-impact automobile collision, where 43% of those injured receive injuries to the head, you are completely vulnerable.
how to slow dance,
All the things you are can be taken away in a single
the
instant.
face of someone you love, the taste of a
Unless you
ripe
happen to be in a BMW 5 or 7 Series automobile. They have a cushioning device that shields your head in a side-impact collision. It's called the BMW Head Protection System, and it's the only one in the
your
world.
child's favorite nursery rhyme,
Without it, imagine what you could lose.
the sound of a home run, and even the number of steps to your front door.
BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Wait, they had all of those attributes, and they only focused on one, safety. And they didn't talk about the technical features of the head restraint system. They found a unique way to tell a story and dramatize the point. See, branding is finding your point of differentiation. Any Roy Williams fans? Branding is finding your point of differentiation and dramatizing it. And dramatizing it means telling a story. Okay, so now the other thing that we have to do in ads is we have to make it personal. We have to speak like human beings, real life. You've all heard the ads. Hey, Susie, where did you get those glasses? Well, Jane, I got them at Lens Crafters, or whatever you've heard those testimonials, or where it's like trying to make two people talk. But again, try in this commercial from Compass Bank, try to figure out what the point of differentiation is for Compass Bank.
Thank you for calling the River Chase branch of Compass Bank. This is Janine.
English.
Hello, can I help you?
Customer service.
Sir, can you hear me? This is Janine at the branch. Can I help you?
008451. Oh, darn it. Start again.
Hello, sir? Can you hear me?
Customer service.
Sir, this is Janine at the branch, and I would love to help you. Is there anything I can assist you with?
Checking account.
Sir? Hello, sir?
Start again.
Sir? Actually, this is not a recording. You've reached the branch. Is there anything I can help you with?
Start again.
Have people forgotten what it's like to speak to a human being? Open a Compass-free checking account and we'll provide you with a list of friendly, real people and their direct numbers for your local branch. What's more, we don't charge you ATM fees, no matter where you withdraw your money. Compass Bank, just a little better. Limited time offer, $25 minimum opening deposit required. Member FDIC.
What's their point of differentiation?
You're going to get a live person, and it's going to be a personal experience.
Exactly. And how was that for dramatizing that point? How many of us have gone through auto robocall hell and tried to get through punching numbers to get to the right place and starting over? So there's a quick way in 60 seconds to dramatize that point without saying we have live banks. They made it real. They made it personal. It was theater of the mind. They used sound to trigger mental images. There's another car company that's no longer in business. Maybe this is not a good one to continue to use, but think of an experience from high school, or remember, branding is simply linking memories, linking something you already know to something new and making you feel good about it. Think of action words. Think of some of the smallest details. Think of preparing a few sentences that create the mental image or event or experience. Again, I'm sorry this company's out of business, but tell me how they did.
Sorry, I didn't hear the door. I was in the kitchen sharpening my steak knives. You are?
I'm Brian. I'm here to take out your daughter.
She'll be right down. Brian, can I show you something?
What is that?
Hummer, sport utility truck. You like trucks, Brian?
Sure.
This one can scale a 16-inch vertical wall, cross 20 inches of water, and traverse a 40% side slope. You see, Brian, I'm the kind of man that accepts absolutely no compromise whatsoever. What are you, Brian, 6 feet?
Yeah?
Did I mention it has a 72-inch bed in the back?
No, sir, you didn't.
Well, it does. And that's with the tailgate closed, so I can take something about your size right to the middle of nowhere. And I do mean the middle of nowhere, Brian.
Brian?
What time will my firstborn be home tonight, Brian?
9:30, sir.
Perfect.
Introducing the H2 Sport Utility Truck. 1/2 SUV, 1/2 pickup, 100% Hummer. See your dealer for a test drive today. Hummer.
Well, here's the beauty of that. At least this is my opinion. He gave a laundry list of unique features about that truck, but he did it in such a way that you didn't even know he was doing it. It can scale a vertical wall at 16 inches. It has a 72-inch bed. All of those things, most car dealers or most copywriters would just talk about those things. But in bringing, I'm sure your husband-to-be has a story about meeting your parents for the first time, maybe. We all have those horror stories of meeting dad and wondering what that experience is going to be like. And so they're taking a memory, your first date in high school, and they're bringing it into Hummer and making you feel about feeling good about that. So sell products, results, sell the benefit to the listener, because the listener buys what? Not a product or service.
What it does for them.
They buy what the product or service does for them. Support the benefit with a feature. The benefit is a benefit, because it says benefit, that's what's in it for the customer, and then you tell how the feature of your product satisfies that benefit. Too often we have that backwards, and in sales back in the 70s, they used to teach feature, benefit, close, feature, benefit, close, feature, benefit, close. And it was, we're the #1 listened to morning show. The benefit to you is your advertising is going to reach more people. Do you want to buy? And now we talk about, instead, what's the benefit? Put the customer first. And then we have WIIFM. You know what that is? It's not a radio station. It's what's in it for them. What's in it for them? Start with WIIFM. Get the listener to dream about the results of having the client's product or service. Think about that BMW commercial. Does that not make you feel like if you need to be safe, you need a BMW? Okay, so listen to this one. This one's a little difficult to follow because it's two-voice. It's very creative, and I may have to play it twice for you to get it. But I want you to listen very carefully to how they did this.
74-year-old Howard Arts went to the doctor for a routine checkup.
74-year-old Howard Arts went to the doctor for a routine checkup.
It was discovered he had an aortic aneurysm.
It was discovered he had an aortic aneurysm.
He was rushed to a hospital.
He was rushed to Mount Sinai.
Doctors said the operation could be devastating to a man his age.
Doctors said the operation was routine, even for a man his age.
He was afraid to undergo such extremely invasive surgery.
He willingly went ahead with non-invasive surgery.
He left the hospital knowing his aneurysm could burst at any time.
He left the hospital knowing he was out of danger.
Howard became preoccupied with dying.
Howard became obsessed with living.
Which hospital you choose can make all the difference in the world. Mount Sinai. Another day, another breakthrough. For more information, call 1-800-MD-SINAI.
Doesn't that get you? Wow. So he goes to Mount Sinai for a routine problem, and the other ones call it a significant risk. Where you go determines. And then I really like the Howard became obsessed with death. Yeah. Howard became passionate about living life to its fullest. So just a creative way, and that's all done with sound. No visuals. Not a whole lot of creative talent, just straight voice work. It's the power of the words you use that can make the difference in your copy. So you need to avoid the unnecessary details. Please, please, please stop putting phone numbers in radio commercials. Stop putting addresses in radio commercials. We all have one of these, right? Hey Siri, where's the address for the Columbus Radio Group? I'm sorry, Columbus.
The street address for Columbus Radio Group is 4401 Carriage Hill Lane, Upper Arlington.
Okay, so she did it anyway, right? Even though I'm... hey Siri, what's the address of the Charleston Radio Group? Siri, what's the address of the Charleston Radio Group? Okay, now Siri's being bad. So anyway, that's my point. If you hear about a place and you're interested, go to the place. You'll find out how to get there. There's a thing called Google. Siri, hey Google, what's the other one? Bixby? Is Bixby still? Mm-hmm. Okay. You don't really even have to use websites. If your website is pretty normal, like yours is, look us up, Charlotte Radio Group. It's charlotteradiogroup.com, right? Or it's Charlotte Radio RG, right? What is it? Charlotte? Give me some wings, brother. Give me some wings. But for heaven's sakes, if you're going to do a website, if it's easy to remember, do it. See us at Chili's.com. Come to Mercedes-Benz.com. But don't say www. But first of all, nobody can say W unless you're a broadcaster. Everybody says www. It's www. www.comehere.com. So you don't need phone numbers, you don't need addresses. They just waste space, and I think they're lazy copywriting. And they're lazy copywriting because we're trying to fill space. We're trying to make it a 60 or make it a 30. All right, how about this one?
I can't believe you brought me to a joint like this.
Well, for Mother's Day, I thought we should come to someplace nice.
I didn't want to go to someplace nice. I wanted to go to Chevy's. This place looks like an old age home.
These rolls are still hot, Mom.
So are the chips and salsa at Chevy's.
Would you like a glass of sherry or...
I like the margaritas at Chevy's, and you know it.
Yeah, I know you do. I've heard the Swiss steak here is wonderful.
Looks like a cow pie.
Will you please keep your voice down?
Give me the steak fajitas at Chevy's.
You know, I don't think all that spicy food is good for your digestion.
My digestion is better than yours. I can burp the alphabet.
Please, Mom. Don't stop. Well, here we are at Chevy's.
This is more like it. Someplace with a little life.
Well, I hope you're happy.
I could use another margarita.
I don't know if that's a good... waitress?
Chevy's, Fresh Mix, for all the special times in your life.
Now, the one thing that I really give them credit for is that was risky, because remember at the beginning of the commercial they said, I wanted to take you someplace nice, and she said, I didn't want to go to someplace nice, I wanted to go to Chevy's. Yeah, so that could have been risky, but it wasn't saying Chevy's is a dump, it just means it's a fun party atmosphere. And again, we've got two voices, just a little bit of music and sound effects in the background to make that happen. Again, these cliches. These are the things, and I can add to this list now. We're all in this together. We're here for you, but you've got to see it to believe it. These are all lazy things. And here's, it's not your fault. Here's what happens. We grow up listening to the radio, and we hear these terms like friendly, knowledgeable salespeople for all your automotive needs and much, much more. Well, guess what? People don't have automotive needs. They don't respond to those ads. They don't have automotive needs. They need a car, or it's not how regular human beings talk. Bring in the whole family. Limited time. You've heard all of these cliches. In fact, George Carlin did a whole bit about it.
No cash, no problem, no kidding. No fuss, no muss, no risk, no obligation, no red tape, no down payment, no entry fee, no hidden charges, no purchase necessary. No one will call on you. No payments or interest till September. But limited time only, though, so act now, order today, send no money, offer good while supplies last. 2 to a customer, each item sold separately, batteries not included, mileage may vary, all sales are final, allow 6 weeks for delivery, some items not available, some assembly required, some restrictions may apply. So come on in. Come on in. Come on in. There you.
So that's more on the direct response stuff with all of those cliches, but you need to avoid those cliches. What about the client who wants to do their own ad and the client isn't very good? Now, I'll say right up front, I am a big fan. Nobody tells the client story better than the client. And I have put client after client after client on I still have a client in Appleton, Oshkosh running right now. He's a cheese maker, a dairy producer, and he tells the story because he's really good at it. And at the end of the commercial, there are elements that are always the same. Okay, how many times does McDonald's change the color of the golden arches? How many times have they changed it in your lifetime? Never. It's always been Pantone 186 yellow, right? And the red is, I think it's 386 red, but the Pantone has always stayed the same. They would never think of changing the logo. It's the golden arches and the red thing. But yet with radio, we change voices, we change music, we change everything all the time. We don't build any consistency. So color is the equivalent of voice. So find the talent in the building and have that same talent do the ad all the time. The logo and the font that is used in a logo is similar to your music selection. Always play the music. Now, if I went back and played that Motel 6 ad, every ad has Tom Bodett and that little diddly folk songy, da, 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 da. You know instantly when the first note plays that that's a Motel 6 commercial. And you're actually looking forward to the story that Tom Bodett is going to tell. Now, how many of your commercials are so predictable that as soon as the music plays, they know who that advertising is for? It's the same as your logo. And so you need to have those consistency. And then what we call in the words, we call them the brand, the strategy words. Okay, so Chuck and I used to talk about bricks and mortar. The bricks are the building blocks to the campaign, the stories you tell. The mortar is the stuff that holds it all together. So the mortar is your strategy words. So for instance, my guy at Union Star Cheese, at the end of every ad, he says, I'm Dave Metzig, and every morning at 4:30 a.m. my alarm goes off, I get up, drive past the cows, and come start making your championship Wisconsin cheese. By the time the store opens at 9, you have cheese so fresh it'll make your teeth squeak. Now, have you ever had that happen? You ever eaten fresh cheese where your teeth, it's warm and your teeth go, every ad for the last 12 years. I just heard him over the weekend. In fact, I drive by his store every once in a while. I heard him over the weekend. I'm Dave Metzig, and every morning at 4 a.m., my alarm goes off and I drive past the cows and come in. And so those are the strategy words. Those are the words that hold the story together. Now, the first ad, he talked about his Aunt Edna and how he got the cheese. He bought the store from Aunt Edna. Then he talked about cheese and how healthy it is. And then he talked, so the stories always change, but there's always a set of strategy words that never change. And the mistake is we call that a slogan line. It's more than a slogan. It's more than a slogan. It's a whole feel of the ad. Can you think of any others that have, beyond the slogan, a feel for themselves? I mean, right now we hold it, we think about it in terms of slogans, which are fine, because those are strategy words. What's Farmers Insurance? They have two things going on in theirs. Boom, now you're all singing it, right? Singing the jingle, but we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Those are their strategy words. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there, you can complete the sentence. And you can't do that for many companies, right? Because what happens on Madison Avenue is when a new advertising agency takes over, they say, oh, this isn't working, we got to change the creative. Well, that's disastrous. How about just making it better, right? So we're back to the client who wants to be the talent. And I'm a big fan of clients being the talent because they tell their story. And Dave Metzig does a great job. Carl Roman at Hangers Cleaners did a great job telling his story. There are lots of local clients that are real, authentic, and don't sound like they are reading to your audience. If they sound like they're reading and they get real nervous, then it's not a good idea to put them on the radio. But they're paying the bill. So if they say, I've got to be a part of the commercial or I won't buy it, what do? Well, you make them part of the ad, but only a little part of the ad. You get creative.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Olds Pontiac GMC was driving to work when...
Gee, look at that.
He noticed a large, inflatable gorilla floating above another dealership. He'd noticed several of these inflatable devices above car dealerships lately, and he asked himself some questions. Did anybody ever go into that dealership and say, "Great gorilla, makes me feel like buying a car"? Why don't other businesses use gorillas? Would people be more apt to buy, say, a new home with a gorilla tethered to the chimney? 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, sun porch, gorilla. Would people have more confidence in the doctors if a medical clinic featured a gorilla on the roof? Without car dealers, would there even be an inflatable gorilla business? Right then, Jim Paul made an important, courageous decision on behalf of his fine dealership.
I don't think I'll get a gorilla.
Just 8 miles south of the Met Center on Cedar Avenue, Jim Paul's Valley Olds Pontiac GMC, a car dealer for the times.
Guy that obviously they deemed horrible to be on the ad, and they gave him 2 parts. Gee, look at that. And I don't think I'll get a gorilla. So for those 2 sentences, he did just fine. Well, guess what? He'll be hearing from his friends. Hey, I heard you on the radio. Hey, I heard you on the radio. And that's why I like using clients. That car dealer that I talked about, George Hausauer, I had him do the ads, and we always used to do these ads back and forth. It was a 2-voice spot, and I always picked on George about his gray hair or his belly or something, and people would go into the store and say, how do you let that guy get away with talking to you like that? And it was all of our shtick, right? And then one day, I kind of in a Tom Bodette moment, I called, there was this appliance store in our town called American TV and Appliance, and the owner of the store, Len Mattioli, used to call himself Crazy TV Lenny, because he did all these TV commercials and he was really goofy in them. And I said to George in the studio once, I said, you know, if there's a Crazy TV Lenny, maybe there should be a Radio George. And he said, nah, that's stupid. I said, let me just try it once. Let me say Radio George. And I said, Radio George, and it caught on like wildfire. He went to church that week and everybody's going, hey, Radio George, hey, Radio George. He changed his business cards from George Hausauer to Radio George Hausauer at Van Dyne. Now, when times got tough, guess what he didn't cut? Radio George Hausauer. So that's how you can handle clients. And clients are really good to be on the commercial, but they have to be good at it. They don't have to be professionals. They don't have to have the deep resonant voice, but they have to be articulate, clear. The biggest problem is clients think their kids and grandkids are the best thing in the world and they want to put them on the air, and their kids aren't. They understand them because they're around them all the time, but it waters down the message if you let them put kids on the air just to be goofy. Now, I had one client, Walt Tack at Jetstream Car Wash. His entire family was part of the ads, and they always pulled it off really, really well. But I had another one, a carpet store that wanted to put her granddaughter on, and you couldn't understand her. She was like, and it's like, what did she just say? Well, of course she said this, that, and the other, whatever. And so you have to be very careful about that. Again, you don't want that grumpy face on your screen again. Okay, so here's the key of all of this with creativity. If you recall the ads that we've just shared, they've picked one attribute of their product. One message, one idea, one commercial. You cannot continue to try to put 20 pounds of Schmidt in a 10-pound bag. That's where the vocals get fast and you can remember nothing. I don't know who said it, but if I throw 7 tennis balls at you, you can't catch any. If I throw 1 at you, you'll catch it, right? We're trying to go after mind share. So focus on one message. Clients say, yeah, but look at BMW. Yeah, but we've got German engineering. Okay, we'll do that in the next ad. We're going to focus on safety on this one. So what's the word they're known for? Safety, engineering, but it's because they built it one brick at a time. If you have more than one concept in your ads, you're going to confuse people. And so you have to discipline that. This is where you tell them that you're the expert in marketing, they're the expert in business, and they need to trust you. Because this is based on years and years of research and experience, one idea, one ad. Andrew says mayhem is another one. If I say mayhem, that's the word this company owns. Who's that company? Mayhem. Allstate. And their slogan? You're in good hands with Allstate. Okay? So you're right, Andrew, that's another one. All right, so one message, but that's I love those ads. The Mayhem television ads are absolutely fantastic. The most recent one where I'm your 300-pound St. Bernard, and he goes over and he licks the lady's face. It's like, not in a COVID world, please. As hard as it may be, you have to push back on clients that want to give you a laundry list. Now here's another one that's extremely creative.
If you're familiar with the classified section of the newspaper, you probably understand this message quite well. You see, in the classified section, everything gets abbreviated. Consonants, vowels, prepositional phrases, the very building blocks of our language are thrown right out the window. And that makes it difficult when you're trying to sell your car. You've got a limited amount of space to work with, and by the time you abbreviate the description of your car down to a couple of fragmented sentences, it sounds less like a car and more like a Gluck sedan with sniffed like new condition lemals. No wonder more people are selling their cars through eBay Motors. They can post unlimited text and photo descriptions, and with a nationwide marketplace, they're likely to sell it for more. Plus, both parties can be covered by eBay's vehicle protection program. Buyers are happy, sellers are happy, and no one's abbreviating. eBay Motors, a better way to sell your car.
Isn't that fantastic? And did you notice that he started going longer with the words when he started talking about eBay? But dramatize the point, doesn't it? So, the more you tell, the less you sell. In an ad, the more you tell, the less you sell. And I do a lot of writing, and I've had to grow in my writing, and you've got to always, any writing coach or editor I ever has says, say it with fewer words. Find a way to say it with more drama, more poignancy and punch, but with less words. I used to do articles for Radio Inc. and I forget the Archimax Publishing, and they used to tell me 1,000 to 1,500 words. And I got to the RAB and Erica said, we want your sales tips to be 300 to 500 words. What? How am I going to communicate anything in 300 to 500 words? Well, I'm a much better writer today than I was just 3 years ago because I go back through everything and cut out the superfluous and unnecessary, and it really helps to dramatize the point that it is that I'm trying to make. So the more you tell, the less you sell. And these are examples of commercials that I'd be playing for clients if they're fighting you on this and giving you pushback. And these are great examples. There's lots of examples on RAB.com. Yaman has a zillion commercials available to you in Cash by Creative and his whole stable of talent. And they really can do a great job. They know this stuff inside and out. And all they need is a good comprehensive CNA and a couple of key points, and they'll go to town on it for you. Even your video pre-roll can be exciting and creative. Do you sell your video pre-roll on your stream players? You have it available, let me put it that way. It's available, okay? Well, how about this? Now remember, hold on, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back before I do that. What happens when you get to the pre-roll is when you open up the stream, or if you go to YouTube, or you look for a product, it'll play a video of an ad. And sometimes in the bottom right corner it says, you can skip this ad in 5, 4, 3, 2, or else it'll say, the content will be available after this commercial. But if it goes to, you can skip this ad in 5, 4, 3, 2, how many of you skip it? We all do, right? But would you skip this one?
Don't thank me. Thank the savings.
You can't skip this Geico ad because it's already over. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Trying to maintain their faces. Are you skipping it yet?
No, you're trying to see if they'll break or not.
All the while, what's making an indelible impression on your brain? Look at the husband and wife's eye exchange.
He's trying his best.
So you're not going to skip that ad, right? You're going to watch to see what happens at the end. So here are the resources you have available to you. Yaman Air, known as Cash by Creative, RAB Online, we've got copy, we've got commercials, we've got a whole library of things. And if you do creative stuff, please submit it to us. We're always looking to enhance the library and make it more feature rich. We also have our Certified Professional Copywriter course. I probably shouldn't say this, but Yaman and I are working on putting a new course together as we speak, so that will be coming shortly. And then we do the Radio Mercury Awards. It's the only award show dedicated directly to radio. We give away $50,000 a year as the top prize, and you can go look at all of the historical Radio Mercury Award winners at radiomercuryawards.com. They have Quick Crete has won. Tom Bodette has won a couple of times, but local commercials and national commercials all get submitted, and we have this big party in New York. This year we're doing it virtually. We're not doing it in New York for obvious reasons. All right. We're in the home stretch. This section of our training normally takes an hour. And it takes an hour because it is engaging and it is something that we put you into groups and have you discuss this. But because we're not in a big group and we're on a virtual presentation, this is the one downsides of doing a virtual presentation is that we can't do this together. Now Megan in the room has been through this exercise and she knows how fun it can be. I'm still going to share the content with you because it is very important. It's probably the umbrella of everything we've discussed today. But because we're not going to do the engagement, just for your scheduling purposes, I will have you out of here by 4:30. So you can finish up 4:30 Eastern, so you'll be able to finish up any other business that you need to attend to. So let's move into talking about personalities. Knowing the personality style of the people you deal with. About 12 or 13 years ago, I really did a deep dive. I was that geeky about this, and I learned the personality styles from Bolton and Bolton and Dr. Tony Alessandra, and then I went even further into this study called neuro-linguistic programming, and it gave you all of these different concepts of whether you were dealing with an auditory, a kinesthetic, or a visual. And I'm not going to go that deep because you really got to be a geek on it. But you've all had an experience where you meet somebody and instantly you don't like them, right? You all have that experience? 25% of the time, we'll find somebody that we like instantly. It's called, I don't know if it's chemical, and I'm not talking from a relationship male-female standpoint or partnership standpoint. I'm just talking about you meet somebody and instantly you like them. You know this person is somebody I want to spend more time with, whether that's a dating thing or just a business thing. You've met clients, and in the first 3 minutes with that client, you've determined, I really like this person. And they've made that same determination of you. And then on the other side of that, you meet somebody, and for whatever reason, whether it's the way they carry themselves, the way they smell, the way they look, the way they talk to you, there's 25% of the people you meet you just don't like. So it's 50-50 right there. 50% of the time, you'll make an immediate judgment that you like somebody or you don't like somebody. The other 50% of the time, it will take more time to figure out who that person is. So relationship elements are trust, respect, and confidence. And these elements help create the comfort in the mind of your prospects. I'm doing this from a sales perspective now. They have to feel comfortable with the information being presented and with the presenter in order to feel confident enough to say yes. We always tell new salespeople, if you don't get the deal, it's not your fault. Well, the harsh reality is sometimes it is, but it's nothing you did intentionally. It's just your personality clashes with the client. And that's why sometimes the Darwin list is good, because the other sellers couldn't get that closed, but you might be able to get them closed. And that's why I encourage sales managers and market managers to have regular account reviews, because what's sitting on Caitlin's list that is not on the air could be on the air if they're with Megan. That doesn't mean Megan's better and Caitlin's bad. It just means they have a different personality. So we need to get out of the world of making judgments of I'm good enough or I'm not good enough. I may not be the right personality. And you have the ability, it's very, very difficult, I'll tell you that, but you have the ability to change your personality to match the client's personality and have a better working relationship. Because I'm going to tell you right now, they're not going to change. They are who they are. So you make a decision of whether you're not going to change your approach or give the account to somebody else. And there's no love lost by getting an account off your list, getting it to somebody else, and having somebody else instantly get them on the air. It's just a relationship personality difference. People have to feel comfortable. So the necessary ingredients that you need to have are awareness and flexibility. And the awareness is to identify first your own personality, secondly, the client's personality, and the flexibility comes in to whether or not it's worth it for you to change your personality to be kind of a chameleon and work with that client, or give the account up. Now, I had the ability to change, and it doesn't mean you're not being authentic. It just means you're adapting because you care. I called on a Catholic college in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, and I was working with Sister Mary. Now, I'm not a choir boy, but you know, me working with a nun doesn't seem like a good fit. Driving in my Mercedes and, you know, coming in and all that, and here's Sister Mary, and I'm trying to get her to spend money doing the adult education for Marian College on my radio stations. Well, I learned in that very first meeting that I needed to change my approach if I was going to get anywhere with her. And to this day, we still have a relationship. We still check in. I send her birthday cards. And so it wasn't an inauthentic relationship. I wasn't being something I wasn't. I was bringing out the characteristics of my personality that fit better with hers and keeping at bay those characteristics that weren't. So I had the flexibility to work with that. And so those are the decisions that you get to make. So all relationships have two elements, substance and style. Substance is the information you bring. The research, the proposal, the strategy, all of those things are substantive issues that you bring into a relationship. Your hair color, the clothes you wear, the style, all of that is part of the substance of who you are. The second component is the style, and that's how you carry yourself. Okay? There are some men that wouldn't even consider wearing a mulberry shirt. Some call it pink, but this is mulberry. There are some people that wouldn't even consider wearing this color, but I don't mind. Or wearing flashy socks. I mean, it's what I do. It's part of one of my style elements. So if you're not flashy and don't like that kind of stuff, then I'm either going to have to change that or we're not going to want to do business together. But people back in the day when I used to wear a tie, Erica required me not to wear a tie anymore because she said that's too old school. But I used to wear the most wild, crazy ties that I could find. And, you know, think very colorful, flowery. And I used to be known at the chamber as the wild tie guy. And now I'm the wild sock guy and wild shoe guy, but whatever. But that's the style that I brought to the table, right? So you understand the difference between substance and style. Some people are all style and no substance, and that's not very good either. So when you look at substance, it's everything you bring to the relationship is a combination of these two elements. Your substance and your style bring together the relationship. You and your husband probably have a different style of doing things. And that's why we say in the relationship world, opposites attract. My wife is the same way. I'm the run and gun, let's do it, let's spend it, let's go get it. And she's the, let's think about it, let's do it. So then now I figured out a way to make it all about the grandkids. Well, we need this car because it's safer for the grandkids. So I found a way to, do that. But from your discussion earlier about cars, it sounds like he's the spender and you're the conservative one. And I don't mean politically, I just mean from a standpoint of, let's keep a check on this. But everything you bring to a relationship is a combination of substance and style. There are two dimensions of style. The first dimension is your assertiveness. And I want you to be thinking of yourself or people you know. The first dimension is assertiveness, and on that scale, you're either an ask or you're a tell. And this can cause major problems. In fact, the kids and I pick on my wife. She is an ask, and I'm a tell. Okay, let me give you the difference. An ask walks into the room and says, wow, it's really hot in here. I'm going to change the temperature. And just does it. Okay? A tell comes in and goes, are you cold? I'm really cold. Are you cold? Should we change the temperature? That's an ask versus a tell. See the difference? Slight difference. My wife will say, and I've trained... This is a bad way to say this. I've modified her behavior a little, but she'll say, how do you feel about cutting the grass tomorrow? And I'll say, I don't feel good about it at all. How do you feel about doing X? I'll say, I don't feel good about it at all. So now she says, will you cut the grass tomorrow? Of course I will. Will you do this with me? Of course I will. But if she says, how do you feel about, I'm always going to say, I don't feel good about that at all. Because I'm a tell. Just tell me what you want me to do. Don't ask me. And so now I've learned to say, how do you feel about going boating this weekend? Instead of, let's go boating this weekend. Because she needs to be asked, I need to be told. So the perceived willingness to influence the thoughts and feelings and actions of others. Are you willing to tell people what to do, or do you have to ask them what to do? Are you starting to think of some people that you know that are ask versus tell? The other dimension of assertiveness, so the asks are the non-aggressive, indirect, quieter and softer and slower pace. And that describes my wife to a T. I mean, she cannot have aggressive conflict in her life ever. She doesn't even have a Facebook account. She will not go on Facebook because she can't stand the conflict. I'm on Facebook because I have to for my business, right? I got to know these social media platforms. And I resist always the temptation to go in and get involved in a political discussion, because no matter what side of that spectrum you are, if you get in the mud with pigs, you're just going to get dirty. And there's no winning an argument on Facebook. So I just stay out of that and just watch what's going on from the background. But asks are non-aggressive, indirect, quieter, and softer. The tells, on the other hand, are a little faster paced. Can you tell maybe what I am, just based on the way I'm conducting this empowerment session today? They're a little more aggressive, they're louder, they're direct, and they're more talkative. They make for good on-air personalities, they make for good salespeople, all of those things. So that's the tell side. The other dimension of style is your responsiveness. And your responsiveness is measured on control or emote. And those sound like weird words, right? So control is, the responsiveness quadrant here is control, and those people are very protective, they're subdued, they're focused on tasks, they're less animated, and they're very comfortable with data. In fact, they hide in the data because they're controlled. They're the never let them see you sweat kind of person, okay? And throughout my life, I've always worn my emotions on my sleeve, good, bad, or indifferent. If I'm happy and excited, you're going to know about it. And if I'm not happy, I'll do my best to keep that under control, because I don't ever want to be out of control. But the other side of that is the emote. These are people that are more animated. They're more open. They're focused on people. They're outgoing. They're comfortable with stories and opinions. And they love to engage people. My wife gets recharge out of private time. Being alone, reading, or painting. She does this great woodworking and artwork. She's at her best when she's in her shop doing her thing. She can do that for hours and hours. But take her to a chamber event and she'll want to leave within 45 minutes because it's exhausting. She also calls herself an introvert, so it's exhausting. But the emote people are more animated, open, focused on people. They're really engaging. They're people that are easy to like because they're focused on you, right? So can you start to develop a thought here? So this is what we call the personality matrix. So we have assertiveness and responsiveness, and on the matrix, on the far end is ask, on this far end is tell, control, and emote. So now let's dig into the individual personalities. I'm going to give you the scientific labels from Bolton & Bolton and Tony Alessandra at the end. But for now, at the RAB, we like to make everything easy, so we're going to talk colors. The grays are high ask and high control. So let's look at the characteristics, or the greens are high control, high tell, and the blues are high ask, high emote, and the reds are high emote, high tell. Okay? So let's look at those individual characteristics. A gray is an ask, and they are detailed, serious, orderly, exacting. If you aren't a gray, you often see them as picky and critical. Accountants, business managers, people that deal with numbers, CPAs, are often grays. They are very detailed, very serious, very orderly. In our organization, Van Allen is the CFO, and his desk is immaculate. He has an office in New York, and he has an office in Dallas. And when he's not in his Dallas office, it looks like an empty office. When Van comes to the office, he opens up the cupboards, he pulls out the pictures of his nephews, and he puts them down, and he organizes his desk perfectly, and then when he leaves, he puts it all away. So if Van's not there, it looks like an empty office. And sometimes I mess with Van, because I like to do this with him, he's fun, is I'll sit down in front of him like this, and I'll say, hey Van, can you print something off? Knowing full well that in order to do that, he has to turn around and reach his printer. While he does that, I take the piece of paper that's on his desk, the only thing he's working on, and I just go like that. And I twist it just a little bit. And without even knowing it, Van will turn back around and he'll straighten the paper and keep talking to me. Subconsciously, he just straightens the paper. Order is gospel to them. They have to have order. One time, Brandis Hall, who used to work for us, who now works for Urban One, Brandis Hall went into Van's office when he was out and went into his bookshelf and turned all of the books backwards. So the splines were against the wall, and all you could see was that drove him nuts. So what happens is I'll do an expense report, and Van will say, this is 2 cents off. Well, Van, you see where I made the mistake, just fix it. No, fix it, please. It's 2 cents off. You put a 32 and it should have been 23. I mean, he's that exacting. And that's why if you're not a gray, you can see them as picky. So the goal of the gray, their absolute motivator is they have to be right. They absolutely have to be right. That is their number one motivator. Beyond that, they're slow and cautious. They focus on facts, principles, and logic. They don't buy on emotion. They buy on logic. They are a show me. They don't trust you. They have a quiet disposition. If they're not happy, they're not going to tell you. You have to pick up on the nonverbals. And they have a very disciplined use of their time, and they avoid too much involvement. At the Christmas party and at the radio show, you'll see Van in the background. He won't be out front greeting guests and talking to people like those of us that are not grays. He'll be in the background. They're very thinking oriented. You know any grays? Got some pictures in your mind of a gray or two? Caitlin, do you know a gray or two? Maybe?
Very minimal.
Maybe, okay, all right. Let's go back now and let's take a look at the next, and those are our greens. Greens are typically market managers, sales managers, decision makers. They are high on the control and high on the tell. They are strong-willed, independent, decisive, efficient, and practical. Some call them controlling and pushy. And these aren't, I mean, I know some of these sound judgmental, but they're not really. It's just a definition of the personality style. Greens make good managers because they're independent, very strong-willed, and very efficient. So a green will come home from work and his wife or her husband or partner, I have to be politically correct, will say, "How was your day, honey?" "Well, the average person in America makes 22 decisions a day. I made 73 today, so even if half of mine are wrong, I did better than everybody else." So they are very into keeping score. Strong-willed, independent, decisive, efficient, practical. Phil Fisher, who I talked about earlier, was a green. Phil, I'm looking for compassion. I'm looking for understanding. Phil, my billing isn't where it needs to be. That's your problem. What's their problem? See? So that's a green. So the green's number one goal is they've got to win. You can identify the greens on your client list by walking into their office and they have plaques of achievement. They have their college degree. They have their Salesperson of the Year award. They have all of these plaques on the wall that show all of their successes because winning is everything to them. Winning is the only thing, according to Vince Lombardi and all the greens. Then they want to take charge. They get right to the point. They focus on the present. Facts are okay in small doses. Car dealers oftentimes are greens. They will take limited risk. They want options, and they hate inaction. A green is the kind of person you will say, "I don't care what you do, do something. I don't care if it's the wrong thing, at least do something." That's a green. They are action-oriented, but their number one motivator is to, and what's the gray's number one motivator? To be right. So right there you see the clash. You got a winner and you got the right, okay? Now let's keep going. Let's talk about our lovable blues. Our blues are askers and emoters. They are dependable, supportive, sincere, agreeable, willing. Those of you who are not blue will see them as indecisive and submissive. Blues tend to get taken advantage of, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean the blues will volunteer for things that they shouldn't be volunteering for, and they'll run out of time because they can't say no to people. The blues are the most lovable people in the world, and they are very relationship oriented, and that really is their number one goal, is they want acceptance. So gray's number one motivator, to be right. Green's number one motivator, to win, and the blue's number one motivator, acceptance. The telltale sign that you're dealing with a blue is the candy dish on their desk. If they have a candy dish on their desk, they're a blue, because that's people bait. They're bringing people in. They are slow to take action. They're sharing their feelings. There's a client in our town that runs it's a combination bakery, whatever, store, and has some kids stuff. And she is like the bluest blue I've ever met. And I know this only because I watch her on Facebook. And she puts it all out there. Oh my God, I got a bad Yelp review. Why are people so mean? And she does this, and it invites other people saying, well, if you'd spend less time on Facebook, maybe. But they're quick to share their feelings. They really enjoy the one-on-one. They believe in the win-win. There isn't a win or lose. Greens win and don't care who loses. Blue can't win without a win-win. They prefer what's known, comfort. They're team players. They avoid conflict. So there we have 3 out of the 4. Let's deal with the reds. Have you developed a blue? Do you know a blue? Ginger, do you know a blue? Okay. Megan, you know a blue? Are you a blue?
I'm a blue and a red.
Okay. So reds are ambitious. They're enthusiastic. They're confident. They're stimulating. They're fun to be around. They're the life of the party. If you're not a red, if you're a gray or a blue, you would see them as egotistical and disorganized. My desk, for instance, doesn't look anything like Van's. You don't even know what my desk is made of because you can't see the wood. You can only see the papers that are strewn about on top of it. But ask me to find something, I know exactly where it is. Okay? I'm ambitious, enthusiastic, friendly, confident, and stimulating. You engage in a conversation with a red, you are like enthralled. They will just bring you in, and it's like mesmerizing, and you'll walk away, particularly if you're a blue or a gray, you'll walk away and go, oh my God, that was exhausting. But while you're in the moment, it's unbelievably fun. The red's #1 motivator is recognition. The red has to have recognition. Above all else, they don't care if they win or lose, they care if you like them. And it's different than acceptance, which is the blue, but they have to have recognition. They want to be recognized for what they're doing. So they're going to have the plaque on the wall, but they're not going to have the achievement plaques. They're going to have the plaques where they're getting the key to the city from the mayor, and they're going like this. Now, the green might have a picture of the mayor on the wall with the key to the city, but they're standing there like this. It's all the characteristics of what they do. A red will have all the people they've ever met that are famous on their wall. They have a picture of them and Bill Clinton, a picture of them and Ronald Reagan. They have a picture of them and Barack Obama. They have a picture of them and Donald Trump. They have a picture of them and Hillary Clinton or whoever famous people they've met, artists and stuff. They'll have pictures on the wall of all of that, and they'll be very excited about it, and they'll be very stimulated by it. They act quickly and instinctively. The red is the kind we call shoot, aim, ready. They shoot before they aim, they shoot before they're ready, but they're very, very creative. And they're very, very outgoing. And because of their magnanimous personality, they are seen as very influential. They're also very impulsive. The red is the kind of person, drives my wife nuts, that will make a decision and act on it without even thinking about it and just do it, because the red recognizes that there is no decision that's not undoable. So you buy this car, you don't like it, sell it, get rid of it. They hate to be isolated. So the reds right now in COVID are going crazy, right? Which is why I built a deck. Because I couldn't stand being in the house. I did a retaining wall, I did a patio, I did a deck, I did all of this work because I can't stand being isolated. So, I said the 2 ingredients that you need when you deal with personalities are what? Very first thing we talked about. Awareness and flexibility. So, which are you? What do you think you are, Caitlin?
Can you be a mixture?
Well, and I should have said that at the beginning. There are parts of every personality style I'm sharing with you in all of us. What I'm asking about is your dominant style. When you're at your best, you have a dominant style. We all can fall into any of these categories, but when you're at your best, you have a dominant style. Caitlin? And those of you on the chat box, start typing in who you are. The reds will be first to respond. Watch. The reds want the record. You're a green? Okay, so you're destined to be a manager someday. You like to tell people what to do. Okay, Ginger? Ginger?
I was a green.
Green? Megan?
I swear I'm between a blue and a red, but I guess I'll go with blue. I think that's my style with like clients.
Would that make you feel better if you were a blue? Right, so you obviously are a blue. Yes. Red, dominant for sure. Nikki, of course. Yes, see, the Reds are first to respond. I could predict that. Paul, what are you?
I think my dominant is a red. The different roles of my career have turned me into a green, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I was born a red and become a green.
Sometimes the role you're in requires you to shift your personality to some different. There's a lot of similarities between red and green. You'll notice they're on the same side.
I was born red years ago.
And okay, let's see. Lori is a confident blue. Greg is a blue. Greg, thank you so much for participating. We really appreciate you being a part of that. Reed is a gray. Surprise, surprise, because it says CPA on there. Dawn is a green. Okay. All right. So normally at this point we'd do an exercise, but I'm going to move past the exercise because we don't have time for that. And I'm just going to bring it all home for you. The personality is under a pressure. When a gray is under pressure, they avoid. So if you're calling on a gray and you put too much pressure on them to make a buying decision, they will avoid you. They will not return your call, which is why expiration dates work great for grays. The other words you want to use with a gray is you want to. Greg and I are having a little thing going on here because we're having a thing. So the other thing you want to do with a gray is you want to give deadlines and you want to frame the thing in the sense that this is the right decision for them. By doing this, they will be very right and, blah, 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 blah. The blues under pressure will fold like wet napkins. They acquiesce. And so the blues are the most likely to cancel. So you've got a red calling on a blue, and the red is effusive, engaging, and the blue says, yes, I'll sign that contract. Before the red gets back to the office to tell the manager, the blue has called the manager and said, I really feel badly about this, but I think I made a decision I shouldn't have made. I need more time to think about it. I need to cancel this contract. I know it's going to hurt Caitlin's feelings, and I really don't mean to do that, but I really have to think this through. And the manager will say, okay, cool. And the red's coming back of, hey, I sold this. Yeah, they already called and canceled. Because the blue will just acquiesce, right? The autocratic green, and I have some tendencies in the green. When I get under pressure, I'll start telling people what to do rather than just trying to lead them on a path of self-discovery. Instead of leading them on the path of self-discovery, I'll just take them on the path of self-discovery if I'm under pressure and if I have wings. But they're very autocratic, and the reds will get attacking. The reds have a tendency to attack, and they're not nice about it. I can't stand your radio station. I hate your morning show and your hair. I can't believe you wear hair like that. That's what a red will do when they feel under pressure. They'll get really personal and they'll push back at you. Here's the problem for conflict. You have a red calling on a gray. The red's attacking the gray and the gray's avoiding the red. You have a blue calling on a green, and the green is getting the directive and saying, come with me, do this now. And the blue says, okay, okay, and then cancels. So you have to watch out for this. And this is the manager's job and the role of why I suggest that you go through account reviews regularly. You've got to identify the personalities of your clients. And if you're on opposite ends of the spectrum, unless you have really good flexibility, it's better to just flip it to somebody else because it's awfully difficult to do that. And that's dry throat cough, not COVID, just to be clear. Sorry, I've been talking for 8 hours. All right, so I told you that I would give you the scientific definitions and the scientific names anyway. Bolton and Bolton did the original study, Social Style and Social Management. You can read that book. They label them analytical, driver, amiable, and expressive. Have you heard those terms? probably learned them in school. Analytical driver, amiable and expressive. Tony Alessandra, who we've partnered with, he wrote The Platinum Rule. He wrote that book, Non-Manipulative Selling, and he has a company called Assessments 24/7. We use his assessments at the RAB. They do the DIS and C, dominance, conscientiousness, steadiness, and influencer. If you ever heard of a DIS and C profile, this is what they're talking about. I know that you use Omnia, which I don't know what research they go to. Do they label your personalities like this at all?
Yeah, they won't. Yeah.
Okay. So you can get assessments at RAB. Chris and I are talking about that just to give you another option. But again, those necessary ingredients are awareness and flexibility. So it's Friday morning. The sales manager, market manager, Paul, who's a green, comes into the morning sales meeting. And he says, all right, it's an emergency meeting. We're $15,000 short of goal. I want all of you to go out and talk to every client that you have and bring me $15,000. By the end of the day, we'll have a meeting at 4:30. I want you back here at 4:30, and you better have $15,000 so we can hit goal this month. We didn't hit it last month. We didn't hit it the month before. Now go. And he slams the door and he walks out. What happens in the room?
Every single person's probably going to do something different. Because
Lovable Megan says, hey, we can do this. 15,000. There's 5 of us. That's only 3,000 each. So do you think you can do it? Can you do it? Let's all go do this together, okay? Let's go get them. I'm sure we can do this. Let's make the boss happy. Let's go get it done. Now, Green Caitlin over here is saying, I'm already at my goal. It's you buffaloes that aren't getting anything done. I got plans today. I'm not changing them because he has an emergency. I'm just going to go on about my business. Good luck, everybody. And she walks out. Red Ginger says, I can be the hero. I've been holding on to an order. I can get another one. I can come in and be the hero today. I can bring that 15,000 all by myself. She gets up, runs out the door. You hear her car leaving the parking lot. Jordan, we didn't ask you, but Jordan, who's going to be a gray for this exercise, sits at the table and he says, as Lovable Megan is trying to get everybody rallied around, Jordan says, according to my numbers, we are only 7,000 short of goal because on Monday's sales meeting, he told us we were this, and we didn't lose any money this week, so we're only $7,000 short of goal. I have meetings with clients today, and I think I can bring in 3. Can you bring in? And he says, so, we're not $15,000 short of goal. I don't know where he's getting that number. And everybody disperses. And the sales manager's in their office, stewing about it all day, because he's getting pressure from corporate, not in Saga, of course, but this is just an exercise. And he's getting pressure. And so what happens? The meeting is going to be at 4:45, right? So at 4:30, who's first to return? The red is first to return? No. Blue is first to return. Megan comes back. Hey everybody, how did you do? I got $3,500. Were you able to get any? Oh, you didn't? Well, hopefully somebody else will get it. Okay, thank you. And our gray over here has calculated the numbers, and he knows his contribution on a 10-person sales team should be 10% to the total, but he's already contributing at 15%, so he's right. His numbers are right, but he was able to get some more money. Caitlin, the green, doesn't bother coming back. She's got plans for the weekend. I'm already over goal. I'm a star performer. I'm not coming back for that stupid 4:30 meeting. I'm going to be at the lake by then. Or I'm going to be out drinking expensive wine with my husband. So Paul comes back into the meeting room at 4:30 when the meeting is supposed to start. And who's missing? Ginger. Ginger's missing. And Paul says, how did everybody do? And all of a sudden you hear it. About 7 minutes into the meeting. And you can hear her outside, and she comes stomping up the stairs. I did it, I'm gonna be a hero, ha ha ha, read it and weep. I saved the day. I got a $10,000 order.
And now I gotta take a picture.
Here's the problem. You got to take a picture. She's already done the selfie with the client. We're the best. So she goes down to traffic. Traffic is typically a gray. And she stands there with traffic and she says, I am the hero. I'm going to be employee of the month. I got the front parking spot. This order needs to go in and start tonight. And the traffic person, very quietly and subduedly, looks at Ginger, turns around, pulls a piece of paper off the wall. According to this memo from Paul, dated March 15th, 2017, the deadline for orders on Friday is 3 o'clock. Anything after 3 o'clock has to wait till Monday. And the red goes nuts. My job is to sell, your job is to put it on the books. I pay your salary. You got to get, where'd you get that clothes anyway? Get this order on the books. And now Paul is hearing this from above the conference room, and he comes down and he says, what's going on here? What's going on here? And Paul looks at the situation, and the red says, employee of the month, I got the order, she won't put it in. And Paul looks at the red and then looks at the gray and says, put the damn order in. And walks away and shuts the door. Now what happens? What has happened in that little exercise?
Destroyed the gray.
You've destroyed the gray. She is putting her resume together over the weekend. And you have felt validated for your accomplishment, even though you're outside the rules, because you feel great. You won and you saved the day. And he didn't say you weren't going to be employee of the month, so when you instead employee of the month, you win, right? So, that's not how the manager should handle it. But that can be a real life scenario, right? And I know Paul wouldn't handle it that way, but it can be a real life scenario that we have to put an order in after the close of business because it's important to make the number. So the right way to handle that would be for Paul to hear all of this milieu going on and come up and say, what's going on here? And Ginger sputters and stammers about how she's going to be employee of the month and blah, 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 blah. And the traffic person says, it's past, Paul, this is your memo from 2017. And so Paul looks at the traffic person and says, what's your traffic person's name again?
Yvette.
Yvette? So Paul looks at Yvette and he says, Yvette, you are right. You are absolutely right. And I'm so sorry that this situation is occurring. Ginger, if you ever talk to Yvette like that, you will not be employed at this radio station and this media company anymore. We do not treat our valued employees like that. So I don't want to ever hear you talk to her like that again. Yvette, can you, as a personal favor to me, put the order in this one time, break the rule that I set? I get it, you're right.
She's going to say again.
I get it, I get it, you're right. And I know that you and your husband like that little bonefish restaurant, and I happen to have a $50 gift certificate to say thank you. I'd like to send you out to dinner, but can you please put the order in? Now, how does Yvette feel? Yvette feels validated, she feels right, and now she feels like he owes me. And she'll say that, you owe me. And how does Ginger feel in this exercise?
She still got her
commission and her wage.
Because she's a red, and because she was on attack, she's walking away saying, he didn't say I wasn't going to be employee of the month. I got the order done. And she goes away and has a great weekend. Because it doesn't matter to her. She doesn't feel that way, and you know, the blues would be horrified and go, oh my God, how's she talking to him like that? So, do you see how different personalities can clash even in your own building? At the Dave Ramsey organization, they've gone through this and they literally have on the wall, outside the cubicle, this person's a dominant, this person's an analytical, this person's an expressive, so that you, when you walk up to them, you can adjust your style to match with them. Because if you're a red, you don't want to deal with a gray the way you would deal with another red. Reds can get in the heated eye of a salesperson named Sarah Willett, and during budget time, people would literally leave the building because we would get in arguments that were so loud. I called her Sandbag Willett. That's all she did was sandbag. She would tell me that she couldn't do this amount of money, and I knew I could always count on 25% more than what she would tell me. We'd have these knockdown dragouts yelling, Sarah, I can't believe you're a better seller than this. I've trained you better than that, blah, blah. We'd have all of these arguments, and people would literally get nervous because the building would shake. We'd both be raising our voice. 15 minutes later, I'd walk by her at the copier. Hey, Willett, good job, way to go. Good argument, good discussion. You know, we didn't take it personal. So awareness and flexibility are those necessary ingredients. So be aware of your personality style first, and second, your client's personality. So we've covered a lot today. Consultant style selling, prospecting, appointments, research, client needs analysis, 9 elements of a proposal, presentation skills, objections and closing, effective schedules, effective creative, personality styles, and a German psychologist named Hermann Ebbinghaus. We believe that people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world for the better are the ones that actually do. That first video that I showed you is actually a commercial for Apple. It said nothing about their products. It said nothing about RAM memory. It said nothing about hard drive space or core processors. It was talking about celebrating diversity and celebrating thinking differently, which was their slogan for years and years and years. And I hope that as a result of today's information that you will continue to make an incredible difference in your communities. At the RAB, we have the opportunity to see globally what's going on, and I can't tell you that I've never been more impressed with radio and media companies and their responsiveness to COVID and this pandemic. You have all stepped up unbelievably strong for your communities, and I'm proud of you, and I appreciate you spending time with me today, and I hope that it was worth your time. Did you all at least get one thing out of this that you'll do differently starting tomorrow? Yes. Then my work is finished here. Thank you very much. All right, any final comments on the chat? Bring them on through. Let the chats come in and bring them through. I will get all of the materials to Paul, who will get them all to you. That will include the commercials, the slide deck, and any of the tools that we talked about. And my address, my email address will be there. It's jschmidt@rab.com. I love talking to salespeople and managers all day long and helping you do better at what you do. So reach out. Thanks, Bergman. Thanks, Letitia. Appreciate that. Steve, thank you. Caitlin, I want to hear about that client. I want to hear about that dermatologist. No, I meant it's 3 months down the road when you've got your $250,000 annual contract on the air.
I'll see if I can meet with you after my CNA phone call tomorrow, and hopefully if it goes good, you can give me some
Perfect.
tips on that.
Be happy to. Be happy to. Thanks, Lori. Reed, thank you. Reed, you're right. That's the right emoji to use. Andrew, thanks. Amber, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks, Clarksville.
It happens every week with Alex. It happens every week with Alex.
What?
Alex, a vet, and me going to a vet saying, all right.
Oh, really? That's a real life scenario?
It got to a point where I was just going to say, I'm going to make it simple.
Thanks, Chris. Say hi to Dale for me.
On the order, and just you stay and put it in.
Thanks, Alex. Appreciate you too. All right. Good job, Kristen. Positioning by Al Reese. She's downloading it now.
Yeah.
Good job.
Trout and Reese.
It's an easy read. All right. Jordan is telling me the time is up on the stream. We're paying by the second, so he's conserving the company resources. Thank you again, everybody. Please reach out if I can help in any way. Talk to you soon. Make big things happen.